Chapter 49, C51 UN Scuffle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 66. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter was speaking, Wolverine shoots out of the hole in the floor, thrusting his sharp claws in Peter's direction.
Logan, no!
Professor X shouts. Peter didn't need his spider senses to know what was coming his way. Wolverine isn't the most stealthy of individuals, so he heard every stomp, grunt, and growl the beastly man made as he came barreling toward Peter's back. Without looking back, Peter sidestepped Logan's claws, which were aimed at his lower back.
Logan, stop this instant!
Charles yells once again as Wolverine swipes his claws toward Peter.
Grrr.
Logan growled angrily as Peter once again slipped away from his attack.
You should really listen to Charles over there. You're setting a bad example for your people.
Peter comments, but Wolverine wasn't listening. Instead, a flurry of claw swipes launches Peter's way. Even though he couldn't land a single hit, Logan seemed to have entered a sort of beast mentality and just wouldn't give up.
Okay, you brought this on yourself.
Peter mutters as he turns toward the group of X-Men, who were torn between stopping Logan or attacking Magneto.
I'll only knock him out, just give me a minute.
With that said, Peter went on the offensive. Ducking under a claw swipe, he juts his leg out, throwing Logan off balance. As his opponent tries to regain his footing, Peter stands back up and Spartan kicks Wolverine into the wall on the other side of the room, embedding the man into the wall. Not giving the raging Wolverine even a second to regain his bearings, Peter shoots a web which sticks to the man's forehead. Just as Peter was about to pull him out of the wall, Logan swipes the web with his claws, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter.
Webs seem to be useless, unless your hands are bound somehow.
Peter thought out loud as Wolverine kicked off the wall and rushed in his direction.
Get over here, punk!
Logan yells as Peter begins dodging his claw attacks yet again.
Okay, this has gone on long enough.
Peter mutters as he sidesteps an attack and sends a powerful punch to Logan's solar plexus.
Here.
Wolverine grunts in pain as he falls to a knee. As he takes a knee and supports his aching stomach, kidneys, and liver, Peter swiftly lifts his leg, driving his knee into Logan's forehead. The hit could be heard all across the hall, as everyone flinched in pain from just the sound. Crack! Wolverine instantly toppled over onto the floor, knocked out cold. His claws even retracted as his body hit the ground, no longer moving.
Logan!
Nightcrawler appears beside the downed body in a puff of blue smoke, checking Logan's vitals and sighing in relief.
He's fine. Good, why don't you teleport him home?
Peter says as he walks over to his chair next to the president, who was watching the whole scene, impressed by Spider-Man's performance. He wasn't the only one either. Everyone in the meeting hall was looking at Peter with the same look as President Obama. They were all very impressed with how the situation was handled.
Do as Spider-Man says. He's useless against Eric anyway.
Charles said as Nightcrawler looked toward him, unsure of whether to listen to Peter or not.
I'll return in just a moment.
Kurt says as he lays a hand on Logan's shoulder and disappears in a puff of thin blue vapor-like smoke.
Eric, you shouldn't have come.
Charles looks toward Magneto, ready to fight at any moment.
None of that, please.
Peter speaks before fighting words could be said.
There will be no fighting here. Spider-Man, you don't understand.
Charles turns toward Peter, but still keeps Magneto in view.
Eric is an extremist criminal. I'm neither of those labels.
Magneto speaks up with a mock-hurt look.
I happen to be an upstanding citizen. There's not a single blemish on my record. As for extremist.
Peter cuts into the conversation.
An extremist breaks open his own entrance like the Kool-Aid Man.
As Peter says this, a few people in the hall chuckle, while the X-Men appear vindicated in their earlier statement. As for Magneto, his smile disappeared as soon as Peter finished speaking. He didn't like being called an extremist, but he couldn't refute Peter's words. He did break through the wall after all.
As for being a criminal,
Peter speaks as he turns to the many UN representatives in the room.
do any of your countries recognize this man as a criminal? What's his full name, Professor? Eric Laneshare.
Charles replies instantly. After a moment of silence, none of the country's representatives spoke up.
Well, why don't you all make some calls and find out for sure? Until we have information, we'll treat Eric here as another representative for metahumans.
Peter says as he turns to Magneto.
That is why you came here, correct? Yes.
Eric nods as the smile returns to his face.
I can't let old Charles take the lead over me, can I?
It's not a competition, Eric.
Charles admonishes his old friend.
I'm trying to set up a safe future for metahumans, that's it. If you wanted the same thing, you wouldn't have broken into the building, scaring all of these people. People that we need to make a good impression on. He's right.
One of the representatives in the crowd speaks up.
Why are we treating this man like a guest? He broke into the building like a common criminal.
The crowd of normal humans in the room couldn't help but nod at this statement, wondering why Spider-Man was doing this.
Would you rather make the superpowered man our enemy, or give him a chance to become an ally?
Peter speaks from his seat, gesturing toward the still floating Magneto.
I, for one, would rather make friends over enemies. He may have broken in, but that can be easily fixed. Spider-Man has a point.
Obama speaks up for the first time in a while.
No one has been hurt after all. Let's not make enemies and speak like civilized people. The United States Treasury will cover the damage to the building as well.
Everyone seemed to calm down after Peter and the president's words. The Japanese prime minister looked very pleased with Obama's words as well. After all, this was his country's building that was damaged. After hearing this and seeing which way the wind was blowing, Charles and the X-Men bit their tongues, not knowing what to say at this point. Blue mist filled the air once again as Nightcrawler returned without Logan this time, thankfully. He simply walked over to Charles, unsure of what was happening anymore.
It seems we've come to a conclusion.
Peter pulls up a seat next to him and looks back at the still floating Magneto.
Land and take a seat. You'll be allowed to speak after Charles.
Floating over to Peter and the president, Magneto takes the seat on the other side of Peter. As this was happening, the X-Men didn't look pleased at all. On the other hand, Eric was loving every moment of this.
One moment, there's a breeze.
Peter says as he walks over to the broken wall. Using his webs as rope, Peter pulled the missing piece of the building back into place and glued the cracks with some quick web shots, closing off the meeting hall once again.
That should hold until some repairmen can work their magic.
Peter says as he walks back to his seat, looking at the out-of-place UN representatives.
You can all sit as well. The meeting isn't finished yet. No one has to worry. If a fight breaks out, I'll put a stop to it, I promise.
Breaking out of their shock, the many representatives fix their clothes and take a seat once again, putting back on their professional personas.
Please continue your presentation, Professor Xavier.
President Obama says as everyone was back at their desks.
Sigh.
Charles looks around the room in exasperation.
I would like to go on record saying you shouldn't allow Eric to speak. He's an extremist who would rather build up metahumans into some sort of master race than work together and coexist with the rest of the world.
Eric goes to speak, but Peter places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him.
You'll have your time to speak after Charles.
Chapter 50, C52 Magneto speaks. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 67. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Magneto walked onto the stage and took the podium, everyone in the room waited with bated breath. They wondered if this man was as crazy as he seemed. After all, he broke into the building like some comic book villain.
Good evening. As you've already heard from my old friend Charles, my name is Eric Laneshare. though some have taken to calling me Magneto for my magnetic powers, of course.
Eric introduces himself very charismatically. I have lived a troubled life and felt the true cruelty of mankind, not only as a mutant but also as a Jew as well. When I was only a child, I was forced to watch as my people suffered under the horrors inflicted by the Nazis. I was filled with hatred and anger, mainly toward a certain Nazi scientist named Sebastian Shaw. Shaw murdered my mother before my very eyes and forced me to experience horrendous tortures. Magneto explains.
Of course, these tortures were of him experimenting on me, like some sort of lab rat.
Eric says in disgust as he makes the microphone float above the podium. He knew that I had this power and treated me less than human, like a Jew. After all, we were in Auschwitz. A Jew has no rights or freedom there. He could do as he pleased to any of us and no one would bat an eye. In fact, they would celebrate my torture. Eric pauses for just a moment, really letting his words sink in. He is truly a very charismatic man. I am absolutely devoted to the cause of protecting mutant kind, or metahumans as it's called now. I refuse to let my people suffer a similar holocaust, not when I have the power to protect them. I will protect my race at any cost, no matter who gets in my way. I will not allow a single man, woman, or child to go through the horrors I was subjected to. Magneto continues.
Whether this makes me your enemy or not means little, so very little.
Eric says this and turns to look Professor Xavier in the eyes.
I will become the cruelest of villains if it means keeping my people safe and happy, though I hope it never comes to that.
The room becomes deathly quiet as everyone took in Magneto's speech. They could all feel the emotion in his voice and the truth behind his threats. He would really slaughter them all if it meant keeping his people alive and safe. Clap, clap, clap.
I applaud your ideals, and I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Peter says as he stops clapping.
Though have you ever thought that maybe, just maybe, you're wasting a perfect opportunity? How so?
Eric asks in confusion.
Well,
Peter gestures toward Charles,
we have the carrot.
then motions back toward Magneto.
And the stick.
A reluctant look appears on Charles' face as Peter says this. He knew exactly where Peter was going with this.
The kind guiding hand and face of metahumans. A poor crippled man who wants nothing more than to make a school and protect superpowered children through peace and cooperation.
Peter says as he takes a seat once again.
Then we have you, Eric, the man that comes knocking when that cooperation and peace is being threatened, whether it be from normal humans or metahumans alike.
Eric was lost for words. He tried working with Charles once before, and it didn't end well. Their friendship was irrevocably ruined due to their different schools of thought.
We've tried this before.
Charles interjects.
Our opinions are just too different.
Eric simply nodded at his old friend's words. If there's one thing they can agree on, it's this.
Except they're not.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
Charles, you briefly mentioned the creation of a team of metahumans, which would protect normal people from criminals of your kind, right?
Charles nods, not fully understanding where this was going.
Okay, so what happens when that team runs into criminal humans attacking a metahuman?
Peter asks, causing Charles to go silent.
They would.
Charles was lost for words.
What would you do, Eric?
Peter turns to the stage and asks.
I would save my people with any means necessary.
Magneto answered instantly, sending a disappointed look toward Charles.
You two old senile idiots may not see it, but you are made for each other. The carrot and the stick, the politician and the enforcement, the guiding hand and the hand that strikes when the other is bitten.
Peter says, gesturing between the two.
The principal and the leader of the team which protects the peace through force when necessary. Partners working together for the betterment of mankind as a whole, because that's what metahumans are, just a new part of mankind.
The room goes quiet as Peter pauses, looking at the confused and reluctant look on Professor Xavier's face. Meanwhile, Eric seemed thoughtful as he heard Peter's viewpoint of their situation.
We can't, he's just too extreme. The second a metahuman is attacked, he'll slaughter everyone in the vicinity.
Charles says in sadness as he shakes his head negatively.
Then what happens to all of my work? He's a liability. Do you truly think so little of me, Charles?
Eric asks with a surprised and sad look on his face.
Yes, I've seen what you've done.
Professor X says as he looks at Magneto in disgust.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I've never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. My death count is filled with R**pists, torturers, mad scientists, and other rotten folks who have committed countless atrocities against our kind.
Eric clarifies, shocking everyone in the room.
So you're telling me that if you see a normal man strike a weak and helpless metahuman in the face, you won't act rashly and murder him?
Charles throws out a theoretical scenario.
No, I may rough him up a bit though.
Magneto laughs incredulously.
You really believe that I'm some sort of madman, don't you? Yes.
Charles answers instantly, without a hint of remorse.
It seems that you too have some issues to work through, but that doesn't mean my assumption isn't correct. If you two truly want what's best for your people, then working together is the best decision on the table.
Peter addresses both of the elderly mutant leaders.
Divided you and all metahumans will fall, but together I can see this whole thing really working out. Separate, you two will be far too busy fighting each other to truly fight for the cause of metahuman equality.
Peter says, getting reluctant nods from both parties.
At the end of the day, both of you want the same thing. A safe world where metahumans are accepted like any other race of people, so why not combine forces? Based on what I've seen here today, I'm sure arguments will unfold almost constantly, but you're both grown men, elderly even. Speak like adults and come to the best solution possible. It's that easy.
As Peter finished speaking, neither side could find words to say, and today's meeting was coming to an end. When everyone saw the time, the meeting was called to a stop for the day. Charles and the X-Men left the building almost immediately. Professor Xavier had a contemplative and undecided look on his face as he left in a puff of blue smoke alongside Nightcrawler and Storm. Peter wanted to invite him to a meeting again, but sadly, they left before he could even ask them to join him. With one option gone, Peter turned to the other. He would love to involve a level-headed Magneto in the Avengers plan after all.
Hey, Eric.
Peter calls Magneto before the man could take off as the X-Men had.
Yes.
Eric breaks from his contemplative thought and walks over to Spider-Man.
I have a meeting and I'd like to invite you along. It's about something you may be interested in.
Peter says, motioning for Magneto to follow him. The president had already left to meet with the South Korean UN representative, so they needed to hurry.
All right, lead the way.
Eric agrees with an interested glimmer in his eyes.
You haven't let me down so far.
Chapter 51, C53 Mystique. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 67. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After going through yet another explanation of the Avengers' plan, but this time with the South Korean representative and Magneto, the South Korean representative instantly agreed with everything. She was even more excited about it than the UK representative was yesterday. It seems that the demonstration of metahuman powers from today's UN meeting was really helping Peter's cause. He now had the United States of America, the United Kingdom, and South Korea backing the Avengers initiative. Seeing as every country was delighted to get involved with the Avengers now, Peter told the president and the UN representatives to get a meeting with China, France, and the United Arab Emirates all together tomorrow. If they all agreed, then Peter would have enough backing to bring the Avengers plan to the rest of the UN and 100% get their agreement. They didn't plan to be as secretive as S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. These secretive meetings are only to make sure it gets passed when that time came along. Peter was tired of meetings and just wanted to get the ball rolling on building the Avengers, which would happen soon. With Stark's money and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel, it wouldn't take long for the Avengers to become a real thing. Little does Peter know that as a member of the future Avengers Council, meetings like these will be a fairly regular occurrence for him. When the South Korean representative left the room with everyone else, leaving Peter and Magneto behind, Eric turned to Peter with a thoughtful look.
You want me to become a part of this Avengers organization?
Magneto asks, unsure of himself.
Yes, and I'd like to get Charles involved too.
Peter replies with a nod.
This hero business is something that Charles would definitely go for. Me, on the other hand, not so much.
Eric says with a shake of his head.
All I care for is the safety and well-being of my people. That's it. Haha, and you think that doesn't make you a hero?
Peter laughs at Magneto's way of thinking.
You ran about how you want to save metahumans and keep them safe from harm. What do you think that makes you to them? Their leader.
Eric replies with a thoughtful look.
A leader can be a hero as well. In fact, they happen to make the best leaders in my opinion.
Peter comments matter-of-factly.
I plan for the Avengers to be a group of the strongest people on this planet. We would keep the peace and handle any situation that calls for our assistance. Are you telling me that, as a leader of metahumans, you don't want your people to be a part of this? Metahumans are the most powerful people on this planet. Anyone else in this organization of yours would be nothing but weak humans.
Eric scoffs and shakes his head.
Do you really think that metahumans are the only superpowered group of people on this planet? Let's not even mention the threats outside of our solar system. There are people on this planet who were born as normal humans that could slaughter you in the time it takes to snap their fingers together.
Peter says, referring to the masters of Camertage. Of course, Peter has had the anti-surveillance function on his phone switched on since the beginning of this meeting. He wasn't worried about anyone overheating either, as he could sense anyone in the area.
What do you mean by that?
Eric asked, not sure what Spider-Man was talking about. He's been alive on this Earth since the Second World War and hasn't seen a single person, other than mutants, who had any sort of superpower. Not including Captain America, who was made that way in a laboratory and has been dead for a long while now.
Why do you think I have my powers, yet I said that I'm not a metahuman?
Peter asks as realization slowly fills Eric's face.
I got my powers from another source, and I've met others that are far stronger than myself. Why haven't I heard of these people?
Magneto asks, not fully believing Peter's words.
They are very secretive, but they aren't the only ones out there. We have information on some other superpowered individuals on Earth as well. After all, the Avengers need to do some recruitment after our establishment.
Peter doesn't fully explain, as he doesn't want to out-Camertage completely.
On Earth?
Eric asks.
I'm afraid that I can't explain any further.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
You'll have to join to get more details.
Instantly, Magneto became quiet as the room descended into silence. He just sat there and looked at Peter in contemplation, reading his every movement and expression. Peter didn't mind and waited patiently for Magneto's reply. By this point, Peter was sure that the man before him hasn't radicalized into the true villain that is Magneto just yet. He was on the path to that fate, but Peter wanted to change that. Not only to get rid of a future enemy, but also to add a powerful ally to his arsenal. That arsenal being the Avengers organization. Peter's vision for the Avengers, other than protecting the Earth, is a true powerhouse that pretty much runs the world, though they wouldn't actually have a position in any government. They would become the thing that stops all conflict on the planet. All war would cease to exist. Governments, companies, and other organized groups would fear and respect them. Every country on the planet would have its own nuclear deterrent in the form of the Avengers, who would protect the peace. Of course, this would take some time to set up fully, but Peter was hopeful and ready to make it happen. Soon enough, Magneto looked determined and spoke up.
Fine, I'll join, but I want a seat on the council you spoke of earlier.
Eric agreed, but gives a stipulation as well.
I'll have to speak about this to the other soon-to-be councilmen, but I agree, so they should be amenable to the idea.
Peter answers with a shrug. Although he's been the one spearheading this whole project since Fury brought it to them, Peter isn't the one in charge. The Avengers Council would be working as a group to come to every important decision, and this happens to be one of those decisions. Peter wasn't worried about Eric taking such a high position. He already planned to offer a similar position to Professor Xavier, and if he wants Magneto to join as well, the man wouldn't take anything less than being on the same level as his old friend Nemesis.
All right, here, take this.
Eric nods understandingly as he writes down his phone number.
Call me when everyone has come to a decision. All right, I'll have an answer for you in a couple of days.
Peter says as he accepts the number.
I expect that you're going to offer Charles a council position as well.
Magneto asks.
Yes, he was here for a similar meeting yesterday, though he hasn't given me an answer and ran away today before I could speak about it.
Peter says in mock annoyance. After finishing their meeting, Peter walked Eric out of the building, but before he could fly away as he came, one of the workers from the UN building walked toward them. It was a balding, middle-aged man in a SH*TTY tan suit, which didn't seem to be the right size. He was an assistant that would do grunt work during meetings, fetching supplies, refreshments, and the like. As he gets closer to them, his demeanor and walk suddenly changes from a modest conservative man to the swinging hips of a confident woman. Instantly, a smile graced Eric's lips as he sees this change happen, realizing exactly who this is. After the person's walk changed, scale-like movement shuddered along their skin and clothing, as their entire being morphed into a beautiful naked blue-skinned woman with orange-red hair and yellow eyes, similar to Nightcrawler. Insert picture of Mystique here.
Raven, as ravishing as ever.
Eric says as he leans forward and pecks her on the cheek.
Eric, it seems our cause is changing.
Raven says with a smile.
Though I like the way things are headed now.
Of course you do.
Magnetic says with a laugh.
You just want to spend time with Charles again. As for our cause, it's always been the same. The only thing that's changing is the plan. I guess you're right.
Chapter 52, C54 Four Fingers. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 68. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Magneto says with a thoughtful look.
I guess you're right.
Mystique says as she turns to Spider-Man, who was having a hard time looking away from her exposed body.
You should take a picture. It'll last longer.
At the end of the day, Peter is only 15 years old, so his hormones are all over the place. He's about as horny as it can get for a teenager these days, so seeing a naked woman that he 100% masturbated to in his past life was shocking to say the least.
Well, don't walk around naked if you don't want people to look.
Peter replies as he embarrassingly looks away, getting his hormones under control.
I may need to visit MJ after this.
Magneto chuckles as he pats Peter's shoulder.
Spider-Man, this is my good friend Raven.
Mystique.
Raven corrects as she nods toward Peter.
Only those close to me can call me Raven.
Mystique it is.
Peter nods, not offended by her prickly personality.
I'm guessing it was you who tipped Eric off about Charles visiting the UN.
There was no news coverage or posts online about the contents of this week's meetings, and she was disguised as a member of the UN only moments ago.
I hope the man you're impersonating is still alive and well.
Peter asks with an unseen eyebrow raise.
He won an all-expense-paid trip to Hawaii for himself and his family.
Mystique says with a smile and a shrug.
Good, I'll overlook the spying then. After all, we'll be working together soon enough.
Peter says and turns to Eric.
I'll speak to Stark about your stipulation today. All right, we should be going.
Eric says as he turns to see some people gathering to look at Spider-Man, the oddly dressed man, and the blue-skinned woman.
We seem to be drawing a crowd. Okay, I'll message you soon.
Peter says as Mystique grabs hold of Magneto and they soar into the air, disappearing over the horizon. Camera flashes started going off as some fast-handed civilians tried, taking pictures of the two flying away. Peter simply shrugged and swung away, finding a safe place to portal home and spend some time with MJ. Because Peter portaled home after the meeting, intending to visit MJ and then speak to Tony later on, the Hand, who was lying in wait near the UN building, had a hard time finding Spider-Man. After trying to follow him as he swung away, they soon learned that Peter moves far too fast for them to follow. Once they lost sight of their target, Hand Ninja searched the whole city, including the hotel where the US president was staying, but Spider-Man was nowhere to be found. After searching for who knows how long, the fingers of the Hand met in Murakami's mansion, standing around his office and admiring the blood and destruction that filled the room.
This place is a mess.
A middle-aged white woman with short brown hair and matching eyes spoke. Insert picture of MCU Alexandra Reed here. Alexandra Reed is the leader of the 5 founders, or the Fingers, of the Hand in the wake of their own banishment from K-Un-Lun for their heresy. K-Un-Lun is a mystical lost city located in a different dimension and one of the 7 capital cities of heaven. The gate to K-Un-Lun can be accessed from China once every 15 years. Over 2,000 years ago, K-Un-Lun was the base of operations of a monastic order called the Order of the Crane Mother. The elders of the order studied the properties of the ancient mystical force known as Kai, using its power as a healing agent. 5 disciples of the order sought to use their knowledge of this Kai to attain immortality, transgressing the order's teachings. The 5 were swiftly banished from the order and thrown out of their home, K-Un-Lun, eventually forming the shadow organization known as the Hand, with the ultimate goal of regaining access to their home once again and earning perfect immortality. 4 of these 5 disciples are currently in this room, with the last one trapped in the mirror dimension by Spider-Man, but they don't know that.
Of course, it's a mess. That hermit Murakami and his men fought one of the strongest men on this planet. I still don't understand why he would pick such a fight in the first place.
An elderly Chinese woman with black hair with a cane holding her up comments. Insert picture of MCU Madame Gao here. Madame Gao has spent the majority of her life as the money-making finger of the Hand. She has always been the one to run their businesses, whether they be legal or otherwise. She has especially spent a lot of time recently in New York City, running the Hand's heroin trade with the help of Rand Enterprises, so she knows the kind of power Spider-Man possesses. Madame Gao is a diminutive elderly woman who hides a great deal of wicked wisdom and superpowered strength under the guise of a weak elderly woman.
Who cares? We need to find this Spider-Man. Anyone who dares to offend the Hand must be dealt with.
A bearded black man in an expensive-looking white suit and hat scoffs. Insert picture of MCU Soend here. Soend, also known as White Hat, is not only one of the 5 fingers of the Hand but also a powerful African warlord. He can be described as a truly twisted individual who takes great pleasure in causing as much pain as he can to his enemies. In the many years of Soend's life, he has been constantly at war with the Chaste's forces. The Chaste is an ancient organization created to oppose the Hand, and he is the finger of the Hand that mainly handles this enemy. Centuries ago, the Hand swept across Asia, killing anyone who stood in their way. They slaughtered everyone in a village except for a single boy who fought back. Using a knife he pulled from his dead mother's body, this boy was able to defeat the Hand's best warriors. He became known as the Chaste, and as he grew, he recruited as many warriors as he could to his side, training them how to fight and passing down his knowledge of the Hand. That group later named themselves after their founder, and has been fighting against the Hand for hundreds and hundreds of years. Soend was once captured by the Chaste, who trapped him inside a castle, attempting to torture information out of him. After 3 days, Soend's armies approached the fortress where the Chaste held him. The armies of the Hand starved out the fortress, and on the 10th day, when they had run out of food and water, the Chaste knelt before Soend and begged him to make it stop. Of course, Soend tortured them to death for just as many days they kept him there, starting his vendetta against the Chaste. Ever since that day, Soend has made it his personal duty to battle the Chaste, torturing all members they capture for the 10 days he was held, before brutally ending their suffering.
It may be best to negotiate with Spider-Man. He isn't someone we should make an enemy of. Let's just get Murakami back and go our separate ways.
A bearded Spanish-looking man with black hair and dark brown eyes tries to calm the situation. Insert picture of MCU Bakuto here. Bakudo is a very manipulative man. He would smile and treat anyone like a friend, but only a moment later chop their head off without an ounce of regret. Recruitment is Bakudo's specialty. As a very charismatic man, he has been in charge of recruiting and training for the Han's army since the beginning of their organization. Since Bakudo has to travel between the many dojos he operates around the world, he has spent a good amount of time in New York and has personally seen Spider-Man in action a handful of times. The only one in the room that understands his reluctance is Madame Gao, as she has been spending time in New York lately as well. They both understand the power Spider-Man possesses very well. Before anyone could speak any further, the door to the bloody and destroyed office flew open, and in walks a ninja with black eyes.
Murakami,
The ninja shouts angrily in a deep rumble demonic voice.
where are my servants?
Keikaiju-sama.
Soen mutters in perfect Japanese with an extreme amount of respect. All four founders of the Hand were shocked and slightly scared. The demon before them rarely leaves its temple, yet here he is and he looks angry.
Where is that waste, Murakami?
The demonic ninja asks in annoyance.
Why are all of you suddenly in my country?
Aichi has gone missing.
Alexandra Reed takes control.
We came looking for him. He was last seen with Spider-Man.
The spider.
Chapter 53, C55 Charles' Decision. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 69. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Westchester, New York. Upon returning to his family mansion, which was currently under construction as it is being renovated into the metahuman boarding school that it would soon become, Professor Xavier rolled past some workers and into his office, followed by Storm and Nightcrawler. As they entered the office, they couldn't help but notice the still sleeping form of Logan, laid out on the leather couch with a stupid look on his face. Though he was kneed in the face by Spider-Man earlier in the day, nothing but Wolverine's clothes gave away that he was just in a scuffle. The healing factor is a truly useful power to have. As the door to the room closed almost silently, Logan sprang up from the couch, landing on his feet with his claws instantly shooting out of his knuckles. Looking around the room as he growled like a feral animal, Logan searches for the iconic blue and red spider suit, ready to tear Spider-Man apart with his claws.
Where's that spider? I'll tear his head off.
Logan asks as he noticed Charles and the rest standing in the room, looking at him with vigilance. They knew Logan's mutation made him sort of animalistic and wondered if they would have to physically restrain him until he calms down.
He isn't here.
Kurt says as he and Storm stand in front of Professor Xavier protectively.
You need to calm down, Logan.
F***CK.
Wolverine breathes heavily as he thinks for a moment before storming out of the room.
Logan!
Charles yells, briefly stopping Wolverine before he rounded the corner.
Where are you going? I just need some air.
Logan says in a false calmness as he paces down the hall and out of the mansion.
Well, at least he's calming down.
Kurt mutters as he takes a seat in front of the professor's desk.
No, I may not read your minds as it's a breach of privacy, but I can still feel the emotions you radiate.
Charles says with a shake of his head, pulling up his chair behind the big oak wood desk. Logan is enraged right now. He's probably been waiting for the day he could get back at Eric, but that moment was ruined by Spider-Man. Now he doesn't know what to do with all of that bottled up anger.
It's for the best, though.
Storm finally speaks.
Yes, we can't leave a bad impression on the UN. If a full-scale fight broke out, then all of our plans for the future would have been derailed.
Kurt says, appreciating Spider-Man's help. Silence suddenly fills the room as Charles gets lost in thought. The events of the day played out in his mind, reviewing every aspect of his experience. Charles wanted nothing more than to work with Eric in their quest to save metahuman kind, but sadly, the man didn't trust his old friend anymore. He has seen the aftermath of Magneto's work in the many years they've been apart. Eric has killed hundreds of people, but now that he thought of this, Charles wondered if they deserved it as he said they did. Charles remembered every person Magneto has killed in front of him or the crime scenes he's visited where Eric had been, and he couldn't say for sure that none of them didn't deserve it, which scared him. As his mind went down this rabbit hole, Charles questioned his entire ideology and separation from his old friend.
Maybe we were both wrong.
Charles thought as he looked back at his past. Charles was too trusting and optimistic, while Eric was too violent and vengeful. They needed to come to a happy medium and work together instead of against one another.
Professor, I think we should consider working with Spider-Man and Magneto.
Kurt breaks the silence, receiving a raised eyebrow from Storm.
No, I agree with Spider-Man, but Magneto will never see things our way.
Storm refuses with a shake of her head. Hearing the disagreement going on, as if his thoughts were being echoed from Nightcrawler and Storm's mouths, Charles let loose a chuckle in self-deprecation.
I need to make a phone call.
Professor Xavier says, motioning the two toward the door.
Would you mind giving me some privacy?
As the two confusingly leave the room, shutting the door behind them, Charles takes out his cell phone and dials the number Spider-Man gave them yesterday. Ring, ring, ring. The familiar voice of Spider-Man is heard as the ringing stops.
You've reached their amazing Spider-Man. How can I help you?
Though some heavy breathing could be heard as well, Charles writes that off as the man running around, catching criminals.
Hello, it's Charles Xavier.
Hello, it's Charles Xavier, a voice says over the phone. As soon as he hears who it is, Peter looks down to see a curious and slightly annoyed MJ staring up at him. Peter had practically barged into her room, jumping onto the bed and sealed her lips with his. Sadly, that wonderful moment didn't last very long, as his phone started ringing only moments after. It wasn't his normal phone either, as he would have gladly ignored that. It was his ghost phone. He couldn't ignore that as it could be something important, so he pulled away and answered, revealing that he is Spider-Man. Thankfully, MJ's mother wasn't home, or else another person would learn of Peter's secret identity.
Charles, I'm happy you called.
Peter says, looking down reluctantly at MJ, who sighed and nodded toward him. Covering the phone microphone, Peter bends down and gives MJ one last kiss.
I'm sorry, feel free to listen in. I'll put it on speaker.
Rolling off of MJ, Peter turns on the speaker phone and places the phone between them. Peter knew that his job as a hero would come between him and MJ, but as long as he involves her as much as he can, she hopefully won't feel left out. This is why Peter tells her and his loved ones almost everything about his life and asks for advice here and there when he needs it.
After today's events, I've thought about what you offered.
Professor Xavier says as he pauses for a brief moment.
And
Peter asks as MJ started putting the pieces together. Peter told her about yesterday's UN meeting, so MJ knows about the metahumans that her boyfriend is trying to recruit, but she knows nothing of what happened today as Peter hasn't said anything yet.
I'm willing to join the Avengers and work with you, but I want a position on the council.
As Charles says this, Peter couldn't control himself and muted the microphone before he started laughing uncontrollably. Both of them made the same exact stipulation, which Peter found hilarious. Charles may not trust his old friend Eric, but they were more alike than either of them would like to admit, which was good for their future cooperation. MJ just looked at Peter weirdly as he started laughing out of nowhere on her bed.
I'll explain in a minute.
Peter says as he unmutes the phone.
That sounds reasonable. I'll have to speak with the other future council members first, but I see no problem with that. Good, thank you for your time. Call me back when you have an answer.
Charles says and hastily ends the call, purposely not giving Peter any time to speak about Magneto.
These senile old men are truly blind.
Peter mutters as he puts the phone on MJ's nightstand.
Was that the guy who wants to open a metahuman school?
MJ asks and Peter nods, launching into a whole explanation about today's events and his plans.
So, you're trying to combine these two rival groups into one, and add them both to your Avengers plan.
MJ sums it all up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Peter nods as he pulls her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist.
Do you really think these aliens you saw when you met my dad will actually come back?
MJ asks, as that was the reason for all of this planning.
Truthfully, I don't know.
Peter says, unsure of how to answer that as he has future knowledge.
It doesn't matter, though. With these metahumans popping up and everything else that's happened, it's just best to be safe.
Silence fills the room as MJ squeezes Peter in a tight hug.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
MJ says as she buries her head into Peter's shoulder.
Nothing bad will happen to me.
Peter says, knowing that this is a typical death flag.
Where's this coming from?
I'm just worried about everything that's happened.
MJ says as she looks up into Peter's eyes.
You went from a normal hero, saving people from burning buildings and stopping the occasional bank robbery, but now you're starting some superhero group, aliens exist, and these other super-powered people are popping up. It's just a matter of time until someone strong enough to hurt you comes along, and I'm not strong enough to help at all.
By this point, some tears were streaming down MJ's face as she looked up at Peter in worry. Peter was speechless for a moment as he didn't expect this. MJ seems to have been holding this in for a while now, yet she hasn't said anything until now.
You don't have to worry about me.
Peter says as he wipes the tears from MJ's cheeks.
I'm working my way to being the strongest person on this planet. It may take some time, but I'll get there eventually.
I know that, but
MJ says but stops reluctantly.
What?
Peter asks.
nothing.
MJ says, obviously holding something back.
I just want you to be safe.
Chapter 54, C56 Thoughts. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 70. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After comforting MJ for a while, she fell asleep and Peter left the bed, taking a moment to tuck her in before leaving. When she held back whatever she was going to say, Peter had a good idea of what it was. MJ said it herself just moments beforehand. MJ was feeling useless. Peter was out here stopping crime, preparing for future enemies, and building a world-saving organization. Meanwhile, she was just a normal girl without powers and felt inadequate in a way. This didn't bother Peter one bit, but it seemed to eat away at her, as humans are very protective of their loved ones, like most animals. It wasn't a big deal when the worst Peter was fighting were armed gunmen, but now that the X-Men have surfaced and aliens are a thing, MJ is worried for him and wants to protect him. Sadly, she has no powers to do so. Her only option is to train her body and learn martial arts, but that would do nothing against the average metahuman. Even Black Widow is pretty useless against these people, and she's slightly enhanced herself. Peter didn't push her to say it, but he knew what she was feeling and thinking. Ned doesn't think like this yet. At least he hopes that Ned doesn't, but even in the movies, Ned had a natural skill in the mystic arts, so he would sooner or later be able to help out. As for MJ, she never showed a proclivity toward the mystic arts, though that doesn't mean she can't learn. The only problem is getting the Ancient One to agree and accept either of them. She specifically said that she hates teaching children and teenagers as they have other commitments like school, sports, clubs, etc. Peter was an exception, as he was a hero with superpowers already, who piqued the Ancient One's interest due to her inability to see his arrival and change from the normal Spider-Man. He doubted she would sign up for taking 2 other teenagers that needed special treatment due to their school schedules. Getting the Ancient One to take them into Camertage may be impossible, not to mention the fact that Ned and MJ may fall behind in school if they start learning at Camertage. They're both astoundingly smart, but at the end of the day, Peter is an anomaly. He could miss the next 1,000 days of school and still pass as long as he comes in to take tests.
I could teach them, but I don't have the time.
Peter thought as he switched to his spider suit and opened a portal to Tony's house in Los Angeles. He would go and ask the Ancient One if she would accept them as students anyway, as you never know unless you try, but she isn't around right now. Peter hasn't even gotten a text back yet, so she's probably still in some other dimension.
If she says no, I can still make a way for MJ to get stronger.
Peter thought as he stepped into Tony's mansion, which was practically empty due to him moving to New York. They live in a comic book world, so there's always a way to gain superpowers. Peter just has to find the best and safest route, and MJ won't feel useless anymore. Who knows, the odds are against her, but MJ could have the X gene. All he would have to do is find a way to activate it, as Professor Xavier stated. Peter could have the X gene as well.
I'll have to look into this.
Peter thought as he spotted Tony going over some papers in his kitchen.
Yo! Hey, webhead!
Tony says as he looks up from his papers, pushing them away with a tired sigh.
What's up? We need to have a meeting with Fury about Avengers business. I have some information and recruits to speak about.
Peter says as he opens the fridge to find nothing but condiments.
Dude, you need to go shopping. I'm moving, what's the point?
Tony shrugs as he looks over at a nearby laptop.
Jarvis, text the angry pirate and tell him we need to meet at my place.
Yes, sir, Jarvis answers.
Oh, are you and Fury pen pals now?
Peter asks as he closes the empty fridge disappointedly.
No, I still don't trust him, but it seems I don't have a choice in the matter.
Tony says as he gives Peter an accusatory look.
What, we need his help either way. As long as he keeps sensitive information to himself and acts like a team player, I see no reason not to give the guy a chance.
Peter says with a shrug.
Though that doesn't mean we shouldn't be cautious. All right.
Tony says reluctantly.
Sir, Director Fury is on the way.
Jarvis says announces. After half an hour of just messing around and talking about Tony's move to New York City, the Quinjet landed in the backyard and took off as soon as Fury stepped out.
Is this about the mutants?
He says as soon as he steps inside Tony's house.
Mutants?
Tony asks excitedly.
It's metahumans, and yes.
Peter answers as Fury walks up to the fridge and opens it up, looking for a drink to quench his thirst.
You need to go shopping, Stark.
Fury comments as he closed the fridge and leans on the nearby counter, across from Peter and Tony.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Tony says in annoyance.
If you want food, then go to your own house. All right, let's get down to business.
Peter says as he takes out his phone and switches on the anti-surveillance.
Sorry, Jarvis. What do you?
Jarvis answers, but soon his voice distorts and cuts off.
Did you really have to do that?
Tony asks, feeling bad for Jarvis.
Yes, you never know who could be listening in.
Peter says as he motions around the room.
After all, I doubt you moved all of your belongings out of here on your own.
There had to have been movers who came into the mansion to move Tony's belongings, so it's not impossible for one of these people to plant some microphones or cameras.
If you want, I can have a SHIELD team sweep for bugs.
Fury offers.
No, I'll do it myself.
Tony refuses instantly, not wanting any unknown secret agents in his house.
You're more likely to plant something as well. Who says that I haven't already?
Fury says, messing with Tony.
All right, let's get back to business.
Peter says and goes into an explanation on metahumans and his plans to add them to the Avengers. They seemed perfectly happy with Peter's plans until he mentioned adding 2 unknown metahumans to the Avengers Council.
I don't think this is a good idea. We don't know these men, and this magnet guy sounds.
Tony comments disapprovingly.
For once we agree, Stark.
Fury nods in agreement.
I have files on both Charles Xavier and Eric Laneshare. Charles is a definite possibility, but Magneto is a dangerous man. We've had some run-ins with him over the years. Was SHIELD taking advantage of metahumans at the time?
Peter says accusingly.
Because his goal seems to be to protect his people. I don't see him attacking SHIELD for no reason whatsoever. Not to my knowledge, no.
Fury answers after thinking for a moment.
Are you sure?
Peter keeps pushing.
You run a very big ship, Fury. It's very possible that you were lied to.
Fury goes quiet as he stares at Peter in contemplation. This isn't the first time that Spider-Man has hinted at the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. may be compromised. His mind raced as Fury began to question his own organization. Fury knows that Peter won't elaborate any further, so he would have to figure it out on his own.
I'll look into it.
Fury says as he presses a button on his phone and wordlessly walks to the backyard, where the Quinjet landed once again. Peter knew that his actions with Fury may bring up the timeline for the Hydra rebellion, but that's not exactly a bad thing. The sooner Hydra is removed from S.H.I.E.L.D., the better. Also, Peter still wants to absorb S.H.I.E.L.D. into the Avengers, so this may speed up that process as well. After all, once Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are revealed to be one and the same, S.H.I.E.L.D. will most likely be put out of business. That's the time when the Avengers will pounce and start poaching workers and buying up every S.H.I.E.L.D. property. They'll even have the help of Director Fury himself, as the man would be a member of the Avengers Council. At least that's what Peter hopes to happen. As the Quinjet flies off, taking Fury away with it, Peter sighed and turned to Tony.
It looks like we'll have to continue this another day.
Chapter 55, C-57 Leak. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 13 chapters ahead at chapter 70. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Flying off in the Quinjet, Fury couldn't get Spider-Man's constant warnings about S.H.I.E.L.D. out of his head. Situations that seemed fine before played out in his mind, and questions appeared. Questions that he didn't need to ask before, as he trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury wasn't a trusting man, yet before Spider-Man's warnings he could undeniably say he trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, he feels that trust may have been misplaced. Commanding the pilot to fly to a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility that's used to store data, Fury sat back and enjoyed the ride. After a long flight, the Quinjet landed beside the bottom of a mountain in an undisclosed location, where a huge and thick bunker door could be seen attached to the mountain. This underground bunker is one of the most top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facilities they have, as it stores digital and physical copies of every field report ever filed. If he wants to look into the incidents involving Magneto, then this is the place to be.
Hopefully, this doesn't take long.
Fury thought as he entered the underground bunker with a very long code, card swipe, and retinal scan. After surprising some criminals who thought that they could get away with some crime while he was in Japan, Peter returned home and hopped into bed. Peter wasn't worried about people finding out about his portal ability anymore. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows, which means Hydra knows, so anyone affiliated with Hydra probably knows as well. He won't reveal it on purpose, but if people find out on their own, then he doesn't really mind. Before getting to sleep, Peter took out his ghost phone and texted MJ goodnight. "Peter, good night, I'll come by after tomorrow's meeting's read." She didn't answer, as MJ was probably still asleep, so he tossed his phone aside and went straight to sleep. The UN meeting on the next day was the tamest of them all. Neither Charles nor Eric attended this one. Charles is waiting for their decision on his presentation, while Magneto has no interest in the meetings if Charles isn't there and it's not about metahumans. Since the meetings became boring again, Peter went back on his ghost phone and found some articles about metahumans at the UN summit in Japan.
It seems someone finally leaked it.
Peter thought as he read through some of the articles. There were some blurry pictures and videos of Magneto floating in the air and the destroyed wall of the building, alongside some privileged information about the meetings, alongside Spider-Man's involvement in them. It especially showed Spider-Man in a good light, keeping the peace between the new superpowered groups that appeared. The reaction online about metahumans seems to be mixed. Some hate groups like racists and extreme religious communities were reacting badly, but the rest seemed to be all right. Most responses are curious, excited, scared, or other normal reaction, but the large majority is skeptical. After all, there isn't much clear proof behind all of this. The only proof is blurry and could easily be faked, so Peter decided to clear things up. Opening Twitter, Peter started writing a tweet. "At Spider-Man. Expect a video on metahumans to come out soon. Peter knew that seeing was believing, so he would contact Charles to film a YouTube video on the new race of people stepping into the world. They needed some good publicity as early as possible, or else people with bad intentions will start taking advantage. As Peter makes this tweet, the meeting came to an end. He and the president went to the normal meeting room, where they went through the same exact explanation as the last two meetings. This meeting included representatives for the United States of America, the United Kingdom, South Korea, China, France, and the United Arab Emirates. It was harder to conduct a meeting with so many people, as they all had questions and input to give, so this meeting went on far longer than the other two. Though that doesn't mean that they weren't excited and agreeable to the Avengers' plan. Peter was truly happy about the X-Men showing themselves at such a perfect time. He really owes them a lot, as the introduction of metahumans has sped things up. Fear is truly a good motivator. When the meeting finally came to an end, Peter officially had the agreement of 6 of the strongest countries in the United Nations. Tomorrow, they would present the Avengers' plan in front of the entire UN, as Charles did with the metahuman announcement. It's going to be approved no matter what, as they already laid the groundwork with these meetings, so this is really just a formality. Though this action will definitely tip off the World Security Council, by that point it would be too late for them to interfere. That is, if they haven't already found out somehow. Returning home after the meeting, Peter went straight to MJ's house, where he found her getting ready for school. The meeting ended at 7 p.m., but due to the time difference, Peter returned at 6 in the morning. The sun has risen and MJ was in the shower. Letting himself in, Peter started cooking breakfast for her. Her mother, Grace, has already left for work, and he knew MJ sucked at cooking and would end up eating cereal. Ring, ring, ring.
Why is he calling?
Peter thought as he picked up the phone.
Yo! What's this I hear about a video you're making on metahumans?
Charles skips introductions and gets straight to it.
Well, I was actually going to call you later about this, so this is perfect.
As Peter says this, MJ opens the bathroom door and walks out with a towel around her body.
Please hold for a moment. My beautiful girlfriend just walked in.
MJ heard this and froze as she turned her head to see Peter on his phone in the kitchen. The smell of bacon, eggs, and French toast entered her nostrils soon after.
Stop looking.
MJ yells as she rushed to her room and slammed the door.
What was that? Did someone slam a door?
Charles asks as Peter forgot to mute the phone.
Yeah, don't worry, she's fine.
Peter says with a laugh. Peter and MJ may have gotten hot and heavy recently, but they haven't seen each other completely naked just yet, so MJ was self-conscious.
Do you have an address I can meet you at? I can stop by after eating breakfast.
Peter changes the subject.
Are you back in New York already?
Charles asks.
For now.
Peter answers cryptically. Soon enough, Peter gets an address in upstate New York. Just as the call ended, MJ walks out of her room, fully clothed and with an embarrassed look on her face.
I made you breakfast.
Peter says as he brings MJ a plate and pecks her on the lips. MJ sat down silently and ate awkwardly, still self-conscious about being seen in nothing but a towel.
Don't be nervous, you're beautiful.
Peter says as he starts cleaning up the kitchen.
If you want, I can get naked for you so we're even.
No, it's fine.
Well, I'm ready to strip at a moment's notice.
Peter smiles over his shoulder as he does the dishes.
Just let me know.
After speaking to MJ, who was back to her normal self compared to yesterday, Peter walked with her to school before opening a portal to the address Professor Xavier gave him. Stepping out of the portal, Peter is met by the familiar mansion that was shown in the X-Men movies in his past life. Walking up to the door as the portal closed behind him, Peter didn't even have a chance to knock as the door was thrown open and Wolverine came flying out with his claws extended, growling like a wild animal.
Hello again.
Peter says casually as he sidesteps Logan and kicks him to the side. Stepping into the house, Peter ignores the feral animal that he just kicked away with a chuckle. He was starting to enjoy messing with Wolverine. Charles came rolling down the hall just in time to see Peter walking in with an angry Wolverine appearing behind him.
Logan, stop.
Chapter 56, C58 Interview. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 72. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Logan, stop.
Professor Xavier yelled as he saw Wolverine running at Spider-Man's exposed back. His fists wound back and claws pointed forward. Before Peter could act as his spider senses were going off, Charles took it upon himself and used telekinesis to toss Logan onto the nearby wall, pinning him there by his arms and legs.
Gia-ra-ra-ra.
Logan growled and screamed as he tried to break out of the professor's hold. As Wolverine strained against Charles' hold, the professor grabbed his head in pain, unable to hold against Wolverine's strength for long.
Sigh. You keep making me do this.
Peter shook his head as Wolverine growled at him like an angry animal. Pulling back his fist, Peter launched a well-placed punch at the side of Logan's head, causing his body to go limp against the wall.
Ah, thank you.
Charles breathes out in relief as the pain in his head disappears.
No problem. Want to show me to your office?
Peter says as Wolverine slides down the wall and toppled onto the floor.
Yes, we can talk privately there.
Charles says as he wipes some sweat from his brow. As he says this, Nightcrawler comes walking down the stairs and sees the odd situation.
What happened?
Kurt says as Spider-Man appeared in his line of sight.
Oh, I see.
Shaking his head at his friend's actions, Nightcrawler strolls over and picks Logan up off the floor, carrying him like a prince would in a fairy tale.
I'll put him in his room.
Kurt says as he ascends the stairs.
It was good seeing you again, Spider-Man. All right, follow along.
Charles says as he leads Peter to his office. Along the way, Peter saw a few children, who were most likely metahumans that joined the school early. They all nervously peered at the superhero that came to visit, excited to see him but too scared to come forward. As they entered the professor's office, Charles pulled up behind his desk and motioned for Peter to sit.
The children you saw are the first of our budding school.
Charles says as Peter sat down.
Most of them come from sad beginnings. Parents that didn't understand their child's change, orphans, liberated test subjects. They've all been through a lot and you're actually a big part of their life. They see you as a hero, someone they aspire to be. Well, they do have superpowers, so a good amount of them probably will be like me in the future.
Peter says with a shrug.
True, though that doesn't mean they can't choose normal career paths.
Charles clarifies.
Of course, but they can make that choice when they're old enough.
Peter says, agreeing completely.
Now, what's this I hear about a Spider-Man YouTube video on metahumans?
The professor asks curiously.
The children won't stop talking about it.
As soon as Peter tweeted about it, the halls of Xavier's mansion were filled with talks of Spider-Man and his coming video. The older students, who are in their teens, have a smartphone, so they knew instantly and spread the word. Of course, the word about Spider-Man travels fast, so everyone knew within minutes, even Professor Xavier.
I was going to contact you and ask for an interview with you and a few others. You would answer some questions and show off some powers. It wouldn't take too long. We can bang out the entire video in a day.
Peter explains as he leans back in his seat.
Why are you doing this?
Charles asks.
Maybe you don't understand how the internet and media in general works. With the news articles about metahumans surfacing, people with bad intentions will start taking advantage. Fear and outrage gets clicks and boosts ratings after all. The faster we get some good publicity out there, the better our chances are to protect metahumans.
Peter explains. Charles asks.
Yes, the Avengers stick together.
Peter smiles under his mask.
I see.
Charles mutters with a smile as well.
Speaking of Avengers, have you come to a decision yet? No, but it's looking favorable for you. Just give us some time.
Peter says, not mentioning anything about Magneto's involvement. He would keep that quiet until their first meeting as councilmen, which Peter is sure will be an interesting encounter to deal with, to say the least.
All right, do you want to do this interview today?
Charles asks, totally on board with this.
Sure, we can film it on my phone.
Peter says as he pulls out his ghost phone.
Do you have anyone here that would be interested in this? 3 metahumans is probably the best, so we need 2 more people. Storm is a bit camera shy, and Logan can't be in the same room as you.
Charles thinks out loud.
Then Kurt and someone else. Kurt will make a good addition. His appearance will shock some, but that will help show the physical differences metahumans can have as well. Anyone else, or should we recruit one of the children?
Peter asked.
I don't know if we should involve the younger children.
Professor Xavier comments with a thoughtful look.
I saw some teenagers out there. We can ask them.
Peter offers. After a moment of thought, Professor X agreed and they got to work. After getting Kurt's agreement, which was hard as the blue man is self-conscious about his looks, Charles called one of the older students to his office, who agreed instantly to be in the video. Who wouldn't agree to be in a Spider-Man YouTube video? He would be mad to say no. Surprisingly, this boy turned out to be a young 13-year-old Scott Summers, otherwise known as Cyclops. Before he came inside, Charles gave Peter a brief description of Scott and his powers. Scott Summers is a mutant with the ability to fire destructive optic beams, meaning he shoots lasers from his eyeballs, which is a pretty inconvenient power for the boy. He has to wear special glasses made with ruby quartz lenses to keep the laser beams from destroying everything Scott looks at. Otherwise, the boy would have to keep his eyes closed constantly and live as a blind man. When Charles found Scott, he was an orphan living on the streets and either doesn't remember much of his life or refused to speak about it. As soon as he walked in the door, Scott dashed straight to Peter and started firing off questions. The boy was obviously a fan, which was flattering for Peter. Though he didn't really like Cyclops' character in the movies from his past life, Peter wouldn't hold that against the boy. He only wished the character wasn't such an annoying simp. Calming the boy down from his fanboy state, they started the interviews with him. After setting up his phone with a makeshift stand Peter put together with some web, he started the interview on the couch in the office. Once the easy questions were out of the way, like his name, age, grade, and powers, Peter got into the interesting stuff.
How do you feel about having superpowers?
He asks.
Well,
Scott goes silent for a few moments before answering.
I think my power would be cool if I could control it. Professor X said that I could get it under control with enough time and effort, though. Professor X?
Peter asked, as that's the first time he's heard that nickname out loud.
Do you mean Professor Xavier? A lot of the kids call him that. It's hard for them to say his name. Everyone calls him that now.
Scott explains as Charles smiles heartwarmingly from the other side of the room.
I see. How was your life before you met Professor X?
Peter asked. Charles didn't look pleased with Peter's question, as this was a big part of their therapy sessions, though he never told Peter not to ask this, so he couldn't blame him.
I was in an orphanage for a while.
Scott starts talking reluctantly.
I don't remember my parents or any time before then. The orphanage was...
Peter asked, not knowing the backstory for Cyclops.
There were a lot of doctors there.
Scott says, shocking everyone in the room as they knew what this meant.
They would stick me with needles and connect these wires to me. I didn't like it there, so I left. They let you leave?
Peter asked.
No, I escaped.
Scott says with a shake of his head.
They didn't let me leave my room, so I used my eyes to cut a hole in the walls at night. What happened after that?
Peter asked.
I lived in an alley for a while.
Scott says as he turns to look toward Professor Xavier.
That's where Professor X found me.
Chapter 57, C-59 Avengers Initiative Debut. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 13 chapters ahead at Chapter 72. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Once the first interview was completed, Scott was sent off to play with the other children. They would need him to film his powers later, but they could find him at that time. As soon as he left the room, Charles looked at Peter disapprovingly.
Did you have to ask such personal questions?
The professor asks with a tired sigh.
People need to know what has been happening to metahumans. Without an interview like that, they won't believe these things happen. At least not fully.
Peter explains his train of thought.
What I want to know is where was this orphanage and who ran the place? You're right.
Charles mutters as he thinks carefully.
I'll try speaking with him about it when you leave. Good, they've most likely moved since he escaped, but we may be able to follow some clues left behind. That is if he can remember where it was.
Peter says as he motions toward the couch.
Until then, let's finish this video.
Peter spent the next few hours doing the interviews for Charles and Kurt. Kurt's interview was kind of sad, as Peter could tell right away that he didn't feel comfortable in his own skin. The man said as much himself in the interview, but it's good to show that to the viewers. They need to see that behind the more monstrous-looking metahumans is just your average self-conscious, insecure human being. Just like everybody else. Professor Xavier's interview was all about the school and his mission to safely integrate metahumans into normal society. It was pretty much the same as his presentation to the United Nations. After the interviews were handled, they all went out to the huge backyard, including Scott. Peter recorded each of them using their powers, and that was it. Kurt teleported a bit. Charles telekinetically lifted some fist-sized rocks as if he were juggling them. Scott was the most interesting and dangerous of the bunch. He took off his glasses for just a moment and shot a pillar of red energy into the sky. Superman's heat vision had nothing on Scott's eye power. It was truly impressive and powerful. Cyclops is 100% a glass cannon though. He has extreme firepower, yet his body is the same as any other normal human on this earth. As long as someone can dodge his attack, winning a fight against him would be fairly simple. Once the recording was over, Peter hung around the soon-to-be Xavier Institute, or whatever he'll call the school. Instead of returning home, Peter edited the video on his laptop while spending some time with Charles and Kurt. While he was editing the video, Logan woke from his second consecutive knockout, which definitely ruined some of the man's confidence in taking on Spider-Man. Though that did mean he gave up. No, for the third time, Wolverine attacked Peter like a wild animal. While dodging Logan's attacks once again, Peter's phone rang and the name
Bold Cyclops
appeared on the screen.
Sorry, it seems I'll be leaving early. My friend is calling.
Peter says as he dips away from some sharp metal claws.
I'll see you guys another time. Expect the video to be up tomorrow.
After easily knocking out Wolverine for the third time, Peter left the mansion and portaled home before answering the phone.
What's up?
Peter asks.
Get to Stark's, we need to talk.
Fury says and hangs up the phone immediately.
Can't even greet people properly.
Peter mutters as he opens yet another portal and appears in Tony's mansion, where he found the man himself sitting on the couch with some tiny devices in front of him.
Webhead.
Tony notices Peter's arrival and motions toward the tech in front of him.
You were right about the bugs. I swept the house and this is what I found. Looks about right.
Peter says as he looks them over.
Which ones do you think belong to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Half of them.
A voice says as Fury walks into the room with a stack of folders.
Well, don't leave any more junk in my house. I don't want to clean up again.
Tony says as he throws all of the surveillance equipment into a nearby trash can.
Don't worry, you're moving to New York, so there's no point in bugging this place anymore.
Fury shrugs as he slams down the pile of folders in front of Peter and Tony.
What's this?
Tony asks as he grabs the top folder and opens it up.
This is every encounter S.H.I.E.L.D. has had with Magneto.
Fury says as Peter grabs a file as well. After speed reading through every file, Peter and Tony found some odd recurrences in every single file. They all depict Eric and his team of mutants, attacking shield bases to steal information, technology, and other things. Meanwhile, some of these items either don't exist or were never in these bases to begin with. A good amount of them wouldn't even pique Magneto's interest in the first place. Why would Magneto, a man who commands a team of superpowered individuals, need mundane weapons or tech? Not to mention the fact that Mystique could infiltrate and steal any information or devices listed in these folders. Eric doesn't need to assault shield bases like this unless the real reason for these attacks was different from the reports.
I was right.
Peter says as he throws the last folder onto the coffee table.
Yes, it seems that a high-level member of S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in metahumans.
Tony agrees with a nod.
That interest has drawn Magneto's attention, which then leads to these raids on my facilities.
Fury agrees as he takes a seat on the couch with a tired sigh. He's been inside a mountain bunker all this time, looking for each and every one of these files, which were most definitely filed incorrectly. Probably on purpose as well.
So, which one of your bosses is the shadiest? Because it's definitely at least one of them.
Peter asks.
I don't know.
Fury replies after a moment of thought.
They're all annoying in their own ways. All right, does this mean you agree to accept Charles and Eric as members of the council? Charles is a good egg, and Eric can help your little internal investigation. He knows the truth about these incidents after all.
Peter says as he points to the folders.
He may even know which one of your bosses is behind this. Fine, call a meeting.
Fury says after a moment of thought.
I won't agree until I've sat down with both of them. I'll speak to them tomorrow after the UN meeting.
After editing the metahuman video to completion at Tony's house, Peter returned home, patrolled the city for a few hours, and went right to sleep. When he woke up, Peter uploaded the video and quickly got ready before he portaled over to Japan, where he attended yet another United Nations meeting. Scaffolding was put up by the building, where Magneto ripped his own entrance a couple of days ago. As the meeting was halfway through, Peter stepped up to the podium, surprising those in the room who didn't see the schedule change. He was never supposed to speak like this, but with the help of 6 different countries, getting his name on the list was easy.
Hello, I'm here to speak about the Avengers Initiative.
While Peter was speaking, an army of hand ninjas stand on the rooftop. They've been trying to track Spider-Man for the past couple of days, yet he would always disappear shortly after leaving the UN building. Even the Beast couldn't find him.
Once the meeting comes to an end, we attack and lure Spider-Man to Kaiju-sama's temple as planned.
Alexandra Reed orders as the ninjas scatter into hiding spots amongst the area. Peter says, getting nods of agreement from everyone in the room.
Would this be an American organization?
Someone asks.
No, we would have more of a worldly viewpoint. No country's interests will be put over the interests of another. The Avengers will simply protect the world when normal means fail or wouldn't be able to measure up in the first place.
Peter explains.
So, you would accept heroes from other countries?
Another asks. Of course, they have no heroes as of yet, but with metahumans appearing, they will soon enough.
Gladly.
Peter nods in agreement.
As many countries that wish to be involved are welcome to offer any resident heroes a place in the Avengers. We only care about protecting the world and its people, nothing more. They may have to go through some training, though. We won't send inexperienced or untrained individuals into the field.
Is this not a ploy to ship our heroes to America?
One asks skeptically.
No, they won't have to live in the United States. World-ending situations aren't exactly common. They may need training, but they would return home afterward. We'll simply call upon them when they're needed.
Chapter 58, C60 The Beast. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 72. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Knowing that there's only one group in Japan that he has angered, Peter instantly guessed who this could be.
You all should probably get somewhere safe.
Peter says to the few in the room that haven't left yet. Thankfully, the president left already, as he had some sort of emergency to deal with. Though Peter doubted that the hand would pick a fight with the US government, that would risk outing their millennia-old secret organization to the world. No, they were here for him, at least Peter hoped so. Heeding Spider-Man's advice, everyone in the room froze for only a second before rushing out of the building. As they left, Peter could sense the intruders passing the civilians without attacking and continuing his way. Soon enough, the meeting hall was empty and the army of insurgents made its debut. As Peter guessed, Hand Ninja poured into the room with sharp and pointy weapons in hand.
What do you guys want now?
Peter asked casually, not flustered as he has already defeated the Hand once before.
You've already lost against me once. What's the point? You can't win.
None of them answered as they rushed forward like a tidal wave.
Sigh.
Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked toward the wave of ninjas.
Let's see if any of you have improved since our last encounter.
As the two sides clashed, Peter was surprised to see that they came up with an odd strategy this time around. The last time they fought, Peter was attacked in small, manageable groups, as it's hard for a large group to coordinate without some friendly fire happening here and there. This time, the ninja didn't seem to care and acted like a mob of zombies, not caring for the lives of their own men and women. Within the first push, Peter could already see 3 ninjas get stabbed by their own comrades. As he saw this happening, Peter leaped onto the ceiling and started firing webs from above, dodging the wave of berserker ninja with ease. Since they want to act like a bunch of zombies, making it harder for Peter to handle them at close range, he'll just treat them like zombies and keep his distance. He may not be able to fight close up, but Peter has every advantage at range. Especially since he can walk on the walls and ceiling. This room's ceiling is extremely high as well, so they have no chance of ever getting close to him. As Peter started webbing up the giant clusters of ninja, they began throwing knives and other projectiles at him, which were easily dodged or reflected away with a swipe of his hand. Technically, Peter's spider suit should be able to resist such normal weapons, but it wasn't hard to just dodge and redirect them. Thanks to the Hand's new strategy of rushing in with packed crowds to overwhelm him, Peter found it extremely easy to web them up into big clusters. Within minutes, everyone that rushed inside was tied up in web and squished by the bodies of their own comrades. Peter smelt blood in the air and saw a few ninjas bleeding out because of their strategy.
You guys are really dumb, huh?
Peter commented as he falls from the ceiling and landed on his feet with the poise of a superhuman gymnast.
I guess it's hard to come up with a plan against me, so I'll give you guys a pass for the stupidity.
Using some web to stop the few people from bleeding out, Peter walks out of the room and doesn't encounter a single ninja along the way, which put him even more on guard, as he could still sense many ninjas outside. On his way through the building, Peter saw a few stragglers who didn't make it out in time or decided to hide instead. Thankfully, they were unhurt, or else Peter would have to go a bit harder on the Hand than he already was.
It seems that they don't want to mess with any government officials, which is smart of them.
Peter thought as he opened the front doors of the building and stepped out. The second the door opened and Peter made his appearance, about 1,000 projectiles came flying at him. It was like one of those moments in a movie where the archers fire and the arrows block out the sun.
Hi.
Peter grunted as he took a step backward and closed the door for a brief moment. Do.
Wow, that was cool. I'll give you that.
Peter says as he sees the many ninja on the surrounding rooftops, knocking their bows once again with another arrow.
Oh, no, you don't.
Not giving them another chance, Peter shoots a web at a nearby high-rise building and pulls, launching himself up to one of the many buildings with bow-wielding ninjas perched on top.
Scatter.
One ninja yells, which is repeated by each group on every building. Scatter, scatter, scatter.
Isn't that the woman from Daredevil? What was her name again?
Peter thought as he saw Alexandra Reed, who looked back at him with a stone-like glare. As Peter was thinking this, the helicopter hovered into the air and flew off in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away from Spider-Man as possible.
Where are you going?
Peter thought as he ignored the fleeing ninja and started following the helicopter. He thought that this could be another trap that they were luring him into, but at the end of the day, the hand is pretty weak compared to him, so he just followed along. He could have tried to take down the helicopter or something like that, but they were still in the middle of a very crowded city. Peter didn't want to accidentally send the thing into a building or a crowd of civilians. As Peter left after the helicopter, the ninjas that were running from him stopped in their tracks and returned to the UN building. Entering the building, the ninjas freed their comrades and escaped, with a few of them carrying the wounded on their backs. Their plan was working as expected. The breaching team lost and Spider-Man followed the helicopter instead of the fleeing ninja. Since the hand practically owns Japan, no police or other authorities arrived on the scene until after everyone had left. The only remaining people were those that hid in the building, waiting for the chaos to stop. In a temple on the outskirts of the city, a giant, fat, grayish-black demon with red eyes sat on a stone throne. Its giant hands held a large chalice filled with a thick, blood-colored liquid. Insert picture of the beast here. Red-clad ninjas stand guard at the demon's side, as frightened men, women, and children serve at the monstrous being's every whim. Just moments ago, while pouring the demon's drink, one of the servants spilled a single drop and had her stomach cut open by the demon's sharp fingernail. The poor woman screamed in agony as her insides fell out along with enough blood to kill her within a few seconds. The blood from that incident remains on the stone floor as scared servants were hard at work scrubbing and soaking up the mess. The demon sat on its throne, watching with an amused grin on its face.
You missed a spot.
The demon's dark and deep voice rumbles happily as it splashes its drink on the floor.
Heh.
As the liquid splashed onto the floor and the nearby servants, an iron smell of blood thickened in the air. None of the servants dared to speak out, as they started working harder to clean the floor, ignoring the cackling demon before them. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades could be heard drawing closer to the temple. The demon immediately stopped laughing and looked toward the door expectantly.
Did the spider follow?
AN 1445 words. Don't forget my stones. As king, I look down upon you lowly folk and think.
What would it be like to enter the shoes of such peasants?
Chapter 59, C61 Spidey vs Beast 1. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 72. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After following the helicopter to the outskirts of the city, Peter was planning to finally take it down, as it was safe to do so now. Just as he was about to act, the helicopter began to descend toward a very old but well-kept stone temple.
This is ominous looking.
Peter muttered as he saw the dark torchlit temple. It didn't help that the sun had completely set by now, adding a much more spooky feel to the place. As the helicopter landed, the passengers hopped out and rushed up the long stone steps, disappearing into the ornate entrance. The helicopter blades didn't have a chance to slow to a stop by the time Peter landed and saw the cowardly backsides of those entering the temple. Peter thought as he stopped in his tracks and observed the area.
This is definitely a trap.
Shaking his head at how obvious these millennia-old ninjas were being, Peter ascended the stone stairway, following the trail of his escaped prey. While walking up and into the dark and spooky temple, Peter racked his brain for anything that he could remember from the Daredevil TV series. Sadly, all he could remember from the hand was their use of dragon bone elixir and that they were ninjas. He didn't have any other recollection that could explain the odd, almost supernatural feeling he was receiving from this temple. Walking inside, Peter found nobody as he went from room to room. Each one was in pristine condition and lit by torches, which were hanging on almost every wall. After searching all of the upper floors of the temple, Peter found no one and decided to descend downward, though he hated the thought of it. The only staircase leading down looked like it was straight out of some horror film. It was dark and disheveled, nothing like the pristine quality of the rest of the temple.
God, I hate scary movies.
Peter muttered as he descended with only slight reluctance. Put him up against villains such as Thanos or Dormammu, but the second things start looking like The Ring, then Peter may have some confidence issues. Thankfully, Peter has superhuman senses, so he knew that no one was hiding in the shadows below. Unless, of course, there was a ghost, but through his study in Camertage, Peter learned that he would still be able to see and hear a ghost. After watching some scary movies with MJ, Peter was curious whether ghosts actually existed, so he spoke to a master about them and learned a bit of useful information. Though that can be saved for another time.
Why must they lead me here?
Peter thought as he made it to the bottom of the stairs and walked down a long stone hallway.
Why not a well-lit warehouse or something? Anything but this.
Thankfully, the hall was only dark for a short time as halfway through Peter could see a light at the end of the tunnel, quite literally. Following the tunnel-like hallway, Peter made it to the end without a single trap or attack, which only made him more vigilant about whatever they were planning. It had to be coming soon after all. Stepping out of the hall, Peter's eyes adjusted to the light, and he saw something that he didn't expect. Under the temple was a huge stone throne room, which was being held up by large chiseled pillars. Hand ninjas were posted around the room alongside normal-looking servants. Peter could even see Alexandra Reed, who had just run from him, standing beside the large throne alongside the other fingers of the hand. All of them were here, besides Murakami, who was still trapped in the mirror dimension. Peter stealthily checks on him and Nabu every morning, seeing if he thinks they're ready to speak yet, but sadly neither of them were weak-willed men. It would take some more time to break them into talking. Though maybe he wouldn't need them anymore after this. Sitting on the throne at the back of the room was what truly shocked Peter upon his arrival.
What's a demon doing here?
Peter wondered out loud. Peter has read a few books on demons, and has even had a bit of instruction from the Ancient One on how to handle such beings that make it into their world. Either by their own power or through the help of someone on the planet, usually through some sort of ritual, low-level dimensional beings like this can slip by unnoticed. It's not that they're so strong that they can get in, but that they're so weak that the alarms set in place by the masters of Camertage don't register their breach into the world. Although Peter is most definitely a novice when it comes to fighting demons, he's up for the challenge and happy that it wasn't a ghost. The only question now was how and when did a demon team up with the hand? Was this a recent thing, or are they merely acting together to get rid of him?
Oh, the spider has arrived.
The fat dark demon heard him and spoke from its throne. The grin that spread along the demon's face as it eyed Peter up and down was about as creepy as he expected.
It's Spider-Man, actually.
Peter corrects as he takes out his phone and sends a quick text to the Ancient One with his location and predicament, just in case anything goes wrong. He has never fought a demon before after all.
Hee, such an odd name you've chosen for yourself.
The overweight demon laughs gleefully as it drinks from a big chalice.
Hey, I like it. What's your name, demon guy?
Peter says, buying time as he prepares an important spell.
The Japanese call me Kaiju-sama, but you may call me the Beast.
The beast introduces itself, still looking at Peter's body with an unhealthy amount of interest.
So what's this whole plan about? I mean, you lured me here, right? Now what?
Peter asks as he knows that big villains like to reveal their master plan at the last moment. Peter always thought it was dumb to do, but they always seemed to get a kick out of it. Even some of the criminals he stops would now and then go on tangents about their plan, only to get captured soon after.
Kaiju-sama is interested in using your body as a vessel.
Alexandra Reed reveals as she and the other fingers of the hand watch between Peter and the demon with interest.
We would also like to know where Murakami is.
Madame Gao spoke next. We've searched the entire county by this point and still haven't found a single sign of him.
Oh, forget about that waste for now.
The beast speaks forcefully.
Once I have his body, I'll know whatever the spider knows. We can find him then. Yeah, no thanks.
Peter says as he brings his hand forward, summoning dozens of golden sparks in front of him.
I like my body very much, so I think that I'll keep it.
Spinning his arms, the sparks draw themselves into individual intricate spell circles. As everyone in the room watches in surprise, only one of them knows what's happening, and it frightens them beyond belief. The great beast that has been pulling the strings behind the hand for millennia began shaking in its throne.
A sorcerer.
The demon spoke with a voice laced with fear and anxiety. After thousands of years spent on Earth, the beast knew one thing for certain: never mess with the sorcerers of Earth, as they are far stronger than anyone would expect. Throughout its entire time spent on Earth, it was able to avoid these sorcerers by hiding behind the hand, yet it seems that has backfired now. The beast's shield has brought danger to its front door. Once the spell circles were formed, each of them spread out to every corner of the room, branding its markings on every inch of the throne room.
That should keep you from escaping.
Peter muttered as the beast's body turned into a shadow-like figure, which dashed for one of the side exits.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Bang tzzzzz. As the shadow approached the doorway, a golden force field appeared and blocked the way. The beast slammed into the almost invisible wall, but that wasn't all that happened. Lighting courses through the force field soon after, electrocuting the poor helpless demon.
I told you not to do that.
Peter commented as he watched the whole thing with an amused look. The Ancient One taught him that demons are crafty and good escape artists, so she invented this very spell in order to keep them from constantly running away from her. Back at the side of the throne, the founders of the hand were shocked. Never before have they seen anyone capable of something like this, let alone being able to somehow get one over on the beast.
Maybe we should have stayed away from Spider-Man.
Chapter 59 Part 2, C62 Spidey vs Beast 2. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 72. I took the entire weekend off and now it's time to grind again. I'll be writing 2 chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After a moment of being electrocuted, the beast backed away, keeping a good distance from the walls and doors. Although he was just electrocuted with enough power to kill a herd of elephants, the beast wasn't hurt at all. In fact, all this did was trap and anger the chubby demon.
You won't be able to leave.
Peter says as he sees the beast eyeing the enchanted walls.
This spell was crafted by someone far stronger than me.
Although Peter was fairly confident after trapping this demon, he has never fought something like this before, so this was fairly nerve-wracking for him. Especially since he would have to fight this demon with the mystic arts. His other powers would come in handy, but when fighting dimensional beings, the mystic arts will always have an advantage. This would be his first real fight while using the mystic arts, not counting the portals that he uses for convenience.
I've never personally dealt with a sorcerer before, but I bet that this will disappear once you're dead.
The beast says as it turns its giant form toward Peter, who is psyching himself up mentally.
You got this, it's just a low-level demon. The Ancient One eats guys like this for breakfast.
Peter thought as he heard what the beast said.
Maybe, maybe not.
As he says this, Peter throws his hands up and summons the Tau Mandalas, which appear on his fists with a burst of golden light.
I guess you'll have to find out.
Peter says as he waits for the demon to make the first move. Without a word, the demon morphs into a shadowy figure, which launches toward Peter at lightning speed. Peter blocked with the Tau Mandalas, wanting to test their defensive power early on. As the beast's shadowy form struck the eldritch shields, a grunt of surprise emanated from the shadow, not expecting to be stopped as its shadow form can usually move through anything. When the beast struck the shields with enough force to send Peter sliding backward into the wall, Peter's body touched the golden force field, which sent an electric current into his body. The beast laughs gleefully as its body forms once again.
I'm not the only one trapped here, eh?
The beast's mood instantly brightened. It's heard all about the sorcerers of Earth during its time hiding away, but maybe this one was a weaker sorcerer? If so, then the beast's luck was good. A vessel with the knowledge of a sorcerer is the greatest prize he could ask for.
Oh, here.
Peter grunted as he kicked off the force field he created, no longer feeling the lightning coursing through his body.
That was dumb.
The spider suit mitigated a lot of the shock he felt, but it still hurt like a B*TCH. Although Peter is susceptible to the trap he laid, he wasn't as trapped as the beast believed. Technically, Peter could portal away at any moment, leaving the demon and the hand to rot in the throne room. He wouldn't do that, though. This is the perfect opportunity to test his skills in the mystic arts, as well as fight a strong opponent that he could handle. The strongest opponent Peter has fought so far is Ironman, and he left most of the fight to Tony. Note to self, stay away from the walls and ceiling, Peter thought as he realized that he unknowingly nerfed himself.
Whatever, I got this.
After testing the Tau mandalas, the shield on his right fist disappeared, and in its place appeared a large golden warhammer, which Peter handled one-handed with ease. With a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other, Peter dashed forward and wound back the hammer over his shoulder. As Peter appeared before the huge figure of the beast, he slammed the hammer toward its large, bulging stomach. As the attack was close to hitting, the demon morphed into its shadow form and escaped the hit, remembering how it couldn't phase through the shield from earlier. Normally, the beast would make use of its intangible form instead of physically dodging, but that was impossible against Peter. Swish!
If you're just going to run, I'll try something else.
Peter mutters as the shield and hammer disappear. Waving his hand, multiple spell circles drew themselves around Peter's body. Seeing this as an opening, the beast launches forward, reaching its large hand at Peter's unguarded neck. As the beast was inches away from Peter's throat, the spell circles finished forming and countless tiny hummingbirds made of golden energy come pouring out. The room fills with the sound of birds chirping, as these birds act like homing missiles, each of them locking onto the demon. Flying forward in a huge flock, faster than any normal bird could possibly move.
F***CK.
The beast yelled in anger as its hand was nearly around Peter's neck. Not willing to abandon the attack, the demon dashes forward, hoping to rip Peter's throat out before the birds can get to him. As his hand wrapped around Peter's throat, the flock of birds smashed into the beast's chest, each one exploding upon contact. Boom, boom, boom.
That spell was stronger than I thought.
Peter mutters as the smoke cleared, and he sees his handiwork.
I'll have to thank Master Hamir for showing it to me.
As Peter says this, the blood and chunks of the demon begin to ripple and writhe around. Nobody notices this but Peter, though. The servants begin to cry and cheer for their freedom, while the hands stare in shock and awe. They were frightened as to what Spider-Man had in store for them. Thinking and acting quickly, Alexandra Reed moves forward and bows before Peter.
Black sky.
She mutters, causing the ninja in the room to move forward and bow as well.
We, the hand, submit ourselves to you fully.
She planned to survive by simply switching one master for another. At least this new master was most likely human, stronger than the last, and wouldn't eat or torture them as the beast did.
Black sky.
Peter muttered in confusion as the other three founders of the hand moved forward and bowed as well. They didn't feel like dying today either. Peter didn't watch a lot of the Daredevil show or know a lot about the comics, so he had no clue what
Black sky
meant, though he knew what this old sly woman was doing.
You traitorous scum.
A deep demonic voice fills the throne room as the meat and blood combined, and began to grow into a resident evil monster that only slightly resembled the beast from moments earlier.
You would bend the knee to another so easily.
Chapter 59 Part 3, C63 Spidey vs Beast 3. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 74. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As the even more monstrous version of the beast appeared, Peter looked toward the kneeling ninja and frightened servants, who have frozen in shock mid-celebration.
You may want to get in cover once again,
Peter says as the ninja instantly rush away, back to hide behind the throne. The servants acted a bit slower but still made it behind the pillars, peeking out every now and then to see the monster's new form.
You got a lot uglier.
Peter commented as he looked at the deformed beast in the corner of the room. The demon grew to twice the size and transformed from the fat, glutinous-looking beast to a giant veiny bodybuilder that could give the Hulk a run for his money. Not only did he become muscular, but the proportions were completely off as well. One arm was big, but the other was huge. The rest of its body was all out of whack as well, with some muscles being bigger than others, and the beastly facial features that were once symmetrical are now lopsided. He truly resembled a person that was infected by the T-virus or some other mutant monster from films.
Gia-ra-ra-ra.
The beast growled as it breathed, looking over its new arms and legs.
I like the new look. Well, at least you're healthy now, maybe.
Peter says skeptically as he ponders which body type was worse.
Ha ha ha.
The beast completely ignores Peter as it admired its new body with a gleeful laugh.
This body is amazing.
The beast could feel the power coursing through its veins, far exceeding anything the demon has ever felt before.
Thank you so much, Spider.
It says happily as its new muscles flex every so often as if this was some sort of bodybuilding show.
I didn't really do anything, but you're welcome, I guess.
Peter says as his golden war hammer appears once again.
Why don't I help you test it out as well?
As Peter says this, he dashed forward and leaped into the air, slamming the hammer down onto the beast's open chest. The beast was so preoccupied with admiring its new physique that there was no time for any sort of defense. When the eldritch hammer impacted the demon's chest, the muscles indented slightly and absorbed the blow with ease.
Huh.
The beast grunted in surprise as the attack, which would have sent him flying earlier, did absolutely nothing this time around.
I love this new body.
As the beast says this, a wicked grin forms on its face as a large arm juts forward and grasps Peter by the torso.
As thanks for this new body, I'll make your death a quick one.
The beast says as it tosses Peter across the room and into the wall, where he was electrocuted for the second time today. TZZZZZ**. Knowing this would happen, Peter spun midair and kicked off the wall immediately upon impact, only getting electrocuted for a brief moment.
This is more like it.
Peter says excitedly as his war hammer disappears and two golden brass knuckles form on each of his hands. Without thinking, Peter rushes forward and starts to brawl with the giant beast. Peter would land hit after hit while dancing around the demon, using his agility to duck and dive past every oncoming attack. As the brawl continued, Peter was starting to get a bit hot-headed, but he didn't know why. He felt as though this was the time to finally go all out against an opponent, as he has never done so before. The problem was that Peter wasn't usually like this. Something was stimulating his adrenaline, testosterone, or something, because Peter started feeling like a berserker out of nowhere. Taking some deep breaths, Peter tried calming himself, but it was a hard task to achieve for some reason.
Is he doing this to me?
Peter thought as he danced around the beast, landing hit after hit. All of them doing nothing to the demon. In fact, with every added hit, Peter felt more and more pumped up and angry. Using his enhanced senses, Peter could smell an odd fragrance in the air. It didn't smell good or bad, but it wasn't noticeable unless you had super senses like him.
Is it coming from him?
Peter guesses as he ducks behind the beast and sees something odd on its back. At the back of the demon were a bunch of little volcano-shaped holes. Nothing was coming out of them, but the smell was a lot stronger there. Testing a hypothesis, Peter sent a quick punch to the beast's body and sees the volcano-shaped holes contract and spew out some air before going still once again. Peter thought in revulsion as he dashed away from the beast.
Disgusting.
It seemed to be a new power that the beast got from its transformation. Every time he takes damage, whatever it is gets pumped out, enraging the beast's opponent slowly. An enraged enemy is careless and foolhardy after all. Thankfully, Peter was enhanced so the fumes weren't as effective on him, though if he breathes in much more then it will be hard to calm down.
I need to find a counter to the smell or end this fight before my mind goes crazy.
Peter thought as he started keeping his distance from his opponent, not letting the beast get close to him. As Peter was thinking of ways to counter the rage-inducing fumes, the servants and ninja hiding on the sidelines began to feel the effects themselves. The servants were the first to go berserk as they had less discipline than the heavily trained ninja. Instantly, the once scared men and women started fighting each other out of nowhere. Fear turned to rage as they turned on one another like rabid animals. The ninja noticed this and kept their distance.
Hem.
Madame Gao was the first to notice the odd effect on herself and others. As she was putting the pieces together in her head, the ninjas stationed around them began to get enraged and lashed out at the four founders of the hand. As thousands of years old masters, they weren't easily influenced and kept their sanity. Each finger of the hand wasn't looking at their soldiers, yet dodged the attacks to their back with ease.
What is this?
One of them asks in confusion as they all started becoming aware of the raging feeling boiling inside them. Madame Gao finally puts it together and rips a piece of her clothing, turning it into a makeshift mask for her mouth and nose. Seeing their fellow finger do such a thing, the others figured it out as well, making some makeshift masks for themselves too. As the servants were killing one another, the founders of the hand began slaughtering their own compromised men and women. Peter could sense this happening, but was busy with an angry beast chasing him down.
Stay still, you bug.
The demon exclaims in annoyance as Peter has been keeping his distance.
Spiders are.
Peter says in exasperation, tired of everyone calling him a bug or insect. After some time of thought, Peter knew that he didn't have any spells to counter the fumes, so he would try a spell that he hasn't tested before to end this quickly.
I need a...
Peter mutters as he looks around the room for some sort of container, finding an expensive-looking vase on the steps leading to the throne.
Okay, I'm going to need you to stand still for a bit.
Leaving the vase where it was, for now, Peter lures the beast to the center of the room. Once it was there, Peter started dancing around its huge form, attaching webs all over its body. As the webs took hold, Peter would loop them around the nearby pillars in the room, restricting the beast's movements. Some webs would be ripped apart, but by the time that happens, 3 more would take their place as Peter worked in overdrive. After minutes of doing this, the beast was trapped in the center of the room with its arms and legs spread wide open, completely tied down to the pillars in the room.
Gia-ra-ra-ra.
The beast tugged at the webs, causing them to stretch as cracks began to form on the pillars. Acting quickly before the pillars get destroyed, Peter grabs the vase with a web shot and places it in front of the beast.
Let's hope this works.
Peter mutters as he recalls a spell that he read about from his time in the library of Kamer Taj.
Nox essendi opcatissimum appello hemum coldesser. Offerens sanguinem unici me et corporis inimici me, pasco pro uer signer hanc bestium in vase givis.
As Peter begins to speak, a single yet complicated spell circle forms on the ground under the vase. When the circle was fully formed, Peter took off a single glove and summoned a golden knife, cutting his palm and smearing and dripping it onto the circle. As the blood touches the spell, the room turns a pitch darker and gets many degrees colder than before. Peter could even see his breath in the air.
Oh!
The beast yelled as its muscles flexed and pulled the many pillars apart, freeing itself.
I changed my mind. Your death will be long and painful.
As the beast was about to lash out at Peter, the spell circle levitated off the floor and stuck itself to the vase. Instantly, dark tendrils shoot out of the vase and wrap around the beast's large form. As the tendrils circle around the beast, an icy chill fills the room as the demon's restricted body begins to freeze over.
Arg!
The beast exclaimed in pain as the ice covers its entire body. Soon, the tendrils completely engulf the demon and begin to slowly shrink, retreating back into the vase with ease. As the beast disappears into the pot, a pitch-black lid appears on top, sealing it away completely. Taking a calming breath, Peter turned around, expecting to see the dead bodies of the innocent servants. What he didn't expect to see were the servants sleeping peacefully without any injury and a familiar bald woman standing nearby.
Good work, Peter.
Chapter 60, C64 Take the Hand. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 75. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Good work, Peter.
The Ancient One commends her students' work.
I give you a passing grade. You could have simply sealed the demons sooner, which wouldn't have risked these people's lives. But this is your first encounter with a dimensional being, so I won't hold that against you.
The Ancient One jumps right into teacher mode and begins listing all of the mistakes Peter made in this encounter. From getting electrocuted by his own spell twice, to not noticing the fumes in the room earlier on.
Speaking of that nasty gas,
The Ancient One mutters in disgust as she waves her hand. Instantly, the spell trapping everyone in the room shatters and a powerful gust of wind blows into the throne room, clearing out the rage-inducing fumes.
that should do.
She says as Peter turns to the group of ninjas on the side, who are asleep as well.
You should calm down soon enough.
The Ancient One didn't bother saving the hand ninja as she had no sympathy for them, so a good few of them are either bleeding out or already dead. The servants were innocent, but the hand certainly was not. Of course, the 4 fingers of the hand are alive and untouched, as none of their subordinates were able to land a single hit on them.
How long have you been here?
Peter asks as he conjures a spell circle, which heals the wounded ninja. He didn't watch much of the Daredevil show, but he watched enough to know about the ninja that the hand recruits from dojos all around the world. Indoctrination and brainwashing was the name of the game. Pretty much whatever the hand could do to build their army. Peter felt bad for them after seeing their situation in his past life, so he couldn't just leave them there to die.
Since you sent the text,
The Ancient One replies, not commenting on her students' actions.
I must say that I'm impressed. Obviously, there were some failures, but for someone so new to the mystic arts, your performance was far better than anyone I've seen in a long time.
Thanks.
Peter says as he scratches the back of his head abashedly. Peter doesn't know what to do when he gets complimented like this. He always feels odd and out of place, but he enjoys it nonetheless.
Where have you been?
Peter asks as she hasn't answered any of his texts or calls.
Let's talk about that later. I heard that you were looking for me, something about mind arts.
The Ancient One asks.
Yes, I ran into a telepath. He's friendly, but I'd like to build up some defenses. I've already placed an enchantment.
Peter explains about the enchantment on the back of his head and the metahumans he met.
Turn around.
She instructs and Peter turns as she touches the back of his head, causing the enchantment to glow.
You did well with this. It should be more than enough to keep that telepath out, though a master of the mystic arts could get through with a moderate amount of effort.
Can you teach me how to block them?
Peter asks as he turns back around. Peter says as he scratches the back of his head abashedly. Peter doesn't know what to do when he gets complimented like this. He always feels odd and out of place, but he enjoys it nonetheless. Where have you been? Peter asks as she hasn't answered any of his texts or calls. Let's talk about that later. I heard that you were looking for me, something about mind arts, the Ancient One asks. Yes, I ran into a telepath. He's friendly, but I'd like to build up some defenses. I've already placed an enchantment.
Hey, do you want to join the Avengers?
After asking that question, the Ancient One didn't give Peter a concrete answer, most likely unsure of whether she should involve herself, as she probably has the short rest of her life planned out to the last second. Peter didn't want her to die as she did in the movies, so he would do his best to get her to change her fate, starting with having her taking a more active role than she did in the movies. He's here to change things, so hopefully, he can save those that shouldn't have died. Before leaving the underground chamber, the Ancient One took the sealed demon and the sleeping servants away with her. She would stash the demon pot somewhere safe and return the civilians to their homes. As for the ninja, Peter didn't know what to do with them, so he sent the fingers of the hand to join Murakami and Nabu in the mirror dimension. The other surviving ninjas were a whole other story. Peter was confused as to what he should do with them, not just these few ninjas either, as the whole of the hand was still a thing. Peter didn't want to just allow a new person or persons to take control of such a powerful organization, as they could be worse than the founders. The image of them kneeling towards him and calling him that odd name appeared in his mind at that moment.
Black Sky.
Peter pondered as he woke one of the ninjas with a spell that dumped water on their head.
How?
The ninja shoots up and looks around in confusion, unwrapping his head covering, revealing a man of Japanese descent. Insert picture of MCU scythe here.
Stand up.
Peter orders bossily. They bowed to him before, so Peter thought the best way to get answers was to act like he was in control. It worked. The second this man turned to see who was talking, he jumped to his feet and straightened his back, waiting for Peter's orders.
What's your name?
Peter asks.
Scythe Black Sky.
Scythe answers respectfully.
What is Black Sky?
Peter asks.
The Black Sky is said to be the one to lead the hand. He or she will be the one to accomplish our ultimate goal, immortality. You're the Black Sky, as the founders said.
Scythe answers once again, looking around for the four fingers.
Sir, where are?
Peter interrupts, knowing what he was asking.
Who are the highest-ranking members of the hand? We need to call a meeting. A lot of them are currently in Japan. The founders brought many of their subordinates to deal with.
Scythe stops himself before he could anger Peter.
To deal with me? Okay, wake up everyone that's still alive. We're leaving.
Peter says as his suit turns black and he walks out of the underground chamber.
Don't keep me waiting long. I'll be at the helicopter.
Peter didn't know what he was doing and was truly winging it right now. He knew that he didn't want to leave the hand to itself, as that would be irresponsible, but he also didn't want to run an ancient ninja organization. He's already busy with the Avengers and everything else.
Maybe.
Peter thought as an idea began forming. While waiting for the ninja to come out, Peter pulled out his ghost phone and called Magneto. He planned to call him after the UN meeting, before all of this craziness started. Ring, ring, ring.
Hello.
Eric answers with annoyance clear in his voice.
Yo, it's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Peter says over the phone.
Who are you talking to? Hang up, we're not done here.
A gruff and angry voice is heard on the other side of the call. Suddenly, the call becomes muffled, but Peter could still slightly hear what was said.
Victor, if you don't leave right now, I'm going to impale you to the side of a cliff and leave you there for weeks.
Magneto threatens as some yelling and banging can be heard before he returns to the call.
I apologize for that. What can I do for you? We need to schedule a meeting.
Once the ninjas were woken up, they rushed out of the building to find an all-black Spider-Man waiting by the helicopter that they lured him to the temple with.
Let's go, take me to the hand headquarters, main base, or whatever.
Peter says as he gets into the backseat. Without a second thought, the ninjas jump to Peter's words, following his ever whim without a second thought. The moment four fingers of the hand bowed to him and pretty much named him the Messiah, whatever brainwashing or indoctrination kicked in, making Peter their de facto leader. As the helicopter flew back to the city, the hand ninja in the helicopter didn't know what to say or do. Most of them removed their face coverings and were nervously peeking at Peter, who was on his phone texting Tony. Peter, tell Fury we have a meeting with Magneto tomorrow at 5 p.m. I'll bring him to your house in LA. Tony, why do we have to invite the superpowered maniac to my house? Let's bring him to yours instead. Peter, he isn't a maniac and my house has my family in it. You live alone and you're moving anyway. Stop being a baby. Tony.
Lead the way.
Peter says as a ninja opens the doors for him and he steps out onto the rooftop.
We need to call a meeting.
Chapter 61, C65 Hand HQ. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 76. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord, gg/jhvzn5. As the helicopter that was supposed to return with the four fingers of the hand landed, many ninjas ascended the roof to welcome them back. Though they were surprised to find their comrades holding the helicopter doors open as a man in an all-black combat suit stepped out. They didn't know what to do, so they drew their weapons, readying them with confused looks underneath their masks.
Weapons down!
Scythe commanded with his face showing. Seeing who was speaking, the low-level hand ninja instantly sheathed their weapons.
Scythe, what's this all about?
A beautiful Korean woman steps out of the crowd of ninja.
Where's Bakudo and the rest?
Insert picture of Alessa Giomi, also known as Bride of Nine Spiders. Dr. Alessa Giomi is an entomologist who studies spiders in New York City. She's a very high-ranking member of the Hand and works under Bakudo, which is why she asked about him by name.
The founders angered the Black Sky, so they're currently being punished.
Scythe says as he glances over at Peter.
Be Black Sky.
She mutters in shock as the rest of the ninja freeze in surprise.
Yes, now out of the way.
Peter orders as he waves his hand to the side.
I have a busy schedule and little time to spend here today.
Peter didn't have anything else to do tonight. He just wanted to get this over with so he can sleep. It has been a long day after all.
This bossy persona is hard to keep up.
Peter thought as the ninja parted like the Red Sea, making room for him to pass. Only one stood in his way, and that was Alessa. She didn't believe it and wasn't sure how to handle the situation.
Alessa, move.
Scythe tries to reason with her.
You don't want to anger the Black Sky, trust me.
Peter watched with interest as Alessa stepped aside with great reluctantly. Her hands were gripped tightly as she watched the
Black Sky
enter the building with a herd of ninjas following behind.
Thanks.
Peter says to a ninja that respectfully opened the door for him.
Scythe, take me to a meeting room and go collect the highest level members here.
After escorting Peter to a meeting room with a giant table and many chairs, Scythe ran off to complete the Black Sky's orders. The herd of ninja that was following made themselves useful, guarding the entire floor and waiting on Peter's every whim. Though he didn't ask for anything, that didn't stop them from asking and making sure he was comfortable. The building he's currently in is the top of a huge skyscraper, though the place seems to have been turned into a hand compound. On his way to the meeting room, Peter saw dorms, training areas, and a large cafeteria. This seemed to be the place in Tokyo where they housed the majority of hand members.
This isn't so bad.
Peter thought as he saw the loyal ninja patrolling the halls.
There's only one obstacle to overcome.
Peter wasn't so dumb as to not notice the few that have questioned whether he was truly the Black Sky or not, either not believing in the Black Sky or unwilling to believe without some sort of proof. He knew that this whole Black Sky thing was a plan formulated by Alexandra Reed. She only called him that and
Submit.
to him to save her own skin. Whether the whole Black Sky prophecy was real or not, Peter doubted it, but that didn't mean he can't take advantage of it. His saving grace is the fact that the ninja he arrived with witnessed his fight with the beast and the fingers announcing him as the Black Sky while kneeling. Hopefully they were spreading the word.
Where is my lord?
The scarred African man rushes across the room, ready to torture the man in black that was waiting for their arrival.
Do you mean Soand? That's his name, yes.
Peter asks toward Scythe.
Yes, Black Sky.
He answers with the utmost respect, not worried at all. After all, he just witnessed Peter fight and beat a demon.
He's currently being punished for angering me.
Peter says as he looks up at the towering figure standing before him.
Do you have a problem with that?
A staring contest ensued before the man juts his palm outward toward Peter's windpipe.
Sigh.
Peter casually catches his hand and snaps it backward, breaking his wrist and eliciting a painful grunt from the man, who fell to one knee, clutching his hand in agony.
Now, that wasn't very nice.
As the man tries to stand, Peter places his hand on his shoulder, holding him to the ground with ease.
You know, I have a very sensitive sense of smell.
Peter remarks as everyone else watches their comrades struggle.
Every person in this room smells of blood, but it's the thickest on you. Why is that? Arg!
He answers with a loud yell, still trying to stand but failing spectacularly. Seeing as he wasn't going to answer, Scythe stepped forward for him. "He was just interrogating a member of the chase downstairs, sir. Lord Soand and his men have always been the ones to deal with them." Hearing this, Peter remembered that the chased was the hand's enemy and that Stick was a member. Stick being the man that trained Daredevil. Other than that, Peter didn't know much about them.
Bring them here.
Peter orders. Scythe acts quickly and leaves the room, as Peter looks back down toward his still struggling attacker.
If I let you go, are you going to calm down and act respectfully?
Peter asks as puts more pressure on the kneeling man.
Oh, that.
He yells in pain and crumpled to the floor, unable to handle the weight of Peter's hand any longer.
Why, yes, sir.
Peter says as he gestured to the many chairs around the table. After seeing that show, none of them dared talk back and sat down as ordered. Even Soan's subordinate picked himself up quickly and sat down.
Introduce yourselves.
Peter orders. Swiftly, they all went around the table and respectfully said their names and greeted Peter as the Black Sky, though they were very reluctant about it. The drunk Chinese man is Zhou Cheng, a direct subordinate of Madame Gao and defender of the hand. He isn't just some random alcoholic either. Zhou Cheng is a powerful martial artist that somehow fights better when he's intoxicated. Something about taming his inner dragon.
We have subordinates of 4 of the 5 fingers of the hand here. Where is Murakami's?
Peter asks.
That would be Nabu, sir.
Tessa answers swiftly.
I see.
Peter muttered. Before they could continue, Scythe returned with 2 ninja that were dragging a limp body of an old Japanese woman into the room. Peter could see the trail of blood leading to this room through the glass windows.
Sir, this is the member of the chase you asked for.
Scythe says as the ninja drops the body at Peter's feet. Since the woman was barely alive, Peter waved his hand, healing her with a quick spell circle as he did for the ninja earlier. As the spell circle appeared, those in the room that haven't seen Peter's fight with the beast were shocked, watching in awe as the broken elderly woman healed at a rapid pace. Even her clothes mended as every drop of blood on her body vanished. Once the spell circle finished its job and disappeared, the elderly woman leaped to her feet and started engaging the ninja that dragged her here. She didn't know how she was healed, but this was the time to escape that she has been waiting for. Sadly, Scythe was there to stop her with ease, as she was still weak from the torture and captivity. Peter may have healed her injuries, but that doesn't mean she isn't still exhausted. Scythe grabbed her by the shoulder before kicking her legs, flipping the woman to land at Peter's feet once again.
Please calm down.
Peter says before she can try to attack once again.
I healed you. At least give me some time to speak in return.
Chapter 62, C66 Laying Down to Law. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 77. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
I healed you. At least give me some time to speak in return.
As the woman hears this, she looks around the room, seeing for the first time in days. Her eyes were one of the first things to be destroyed in the torture. As her gaze swept across the room, she saw the man that spent days bringing nothing but suffering to her every waking moment. Though she noticed something odd, the man that made her feel fear and agony was looking behind her with a cautious and almost frightful gaze, cradling what seemed to be a broken wrist. Turning around, she saw a man in all black from head to toe, sitting at the head of the table with his legs crossed.
Hello, please have a seat.
Peter says as he motions toward the open seats.
W it.
She mutters in confusion, her hazy mind unsure of what to do.
If you'd rather leave now, we can schedule a meeting at another time.
Peter asks, shocking her even more.
I.
The elderly woman stutters, but before she could finish speaking, Malik and the rest interrupted.
Sir, I wouldn't advise that.
Tessa was the first to speak.
Yes, the chaste is our enemy.
Malik says, glaring at the woman dangerously.
They should be purged from the earth, not shown mercy like this.
The others voiced their disagreement as well, but Peter didn't allow their words to influence his decision.
The chaste is no longer an enemy of the hand.
Peter says with a shake of his head, shocking everyone in the room.
The hand is under new management, you could say.
Peter says as he takes a piece of paper and writes down the number to his ghost phone.
Here, take this.
Handing over the paper to the woman, Peter waits patiently as she stares at him with a puzzled look.
Sigh.
Leaning forward, Peter grasped her hand, placing the paper inside.
Have whoever is in charge of the chaste call me. You're free to leave. Scythe, escort her out of the building, please.
Peter orders.
Yes, Black Sky.
Scythe bows and opens to door, motioning for the woman to follow along.
Black Sky.
She thought as she leaves the room, robotically following behind Scythe, trying to figure out what the hand was planning.
Are we holding any other chaste members in the building?
Peter asks, not getting a response from anyone.
Well, no, sir.
Tessa answers like a dutiful secretary.
Only one was captured. The rest were killed.
All right.
Peter mutters as he thought about how to handle all of this.
As you can see, things are going to change with me in charge, but let me get our last member before we get into this. Wait here.
As Peter says this, he opens a portal to the mirror dimension, which shows the 5 fingers of the hand and Nabu, who was passed out on the ground on the other side. Peter allowed those in the room to look inside for only a brief moment as he gets up and walks inside. Before they could move or say anything, the portal closed behind him and disappeared.
Is he really the Black Sky?
Tessa mutters what everyone was thinking. After seeing Peter's power and supernatural abilities, the skeptics in the room couldn't help but start to believe. After all, they had no idea what the mystic arts were. Only someone like the Black Sky could have such magical powers after all.
Black Sky, I presume this world is your doing.
Alexandra takes the lead as she's used to, shocking Nabu with the name she called Spiderman.
Yes, this is your punishment until I've figured out what to do with you.
Peter says as he steps around them and towards Nabu, tossing the man over his shoulder.
I'll be taking him. See you next time.
While waving goodbye over his other shoulder, Peter opens a portal back to the conference room and steps through. Only a couple of minutes after the portal closed, an identical one opened in the same exact spot. As Peter stepped through in his red and blue suit with a weak Nabu over his shoulder, everyone in the room could see the founders of the hand in the background, kneeling in Peter's direction. Peter quickly switches his suit back to all black, not wanting others to see Spider-Man in a room with a bunch of killers. The hand already knows he's Spider-Man, as the ninja that returned with him would spread the word amongst their ranks. What Peter worried about was someone else seeing him with members of the hand. Peter needs to finish fixing the hand up into something to be proud of before he would be willing to be seen with them. As the portal closes behind them, Peter drops Nabu onto the floor and looks toward Scythe, who must have returned while he was gone.
Get Nabu some water, please. He hasn't had any since my first encounter with the hand.
Peter says and Scythe orders some ninja that was outside to get it done.
Thank you.
Nabu stutters sincerely as a ninja brings him a tall glass of water.
Take small sips.
Peter advised before Nabu could down the whole glass.
Your stomach isn't used to having anything inside. If you drink too much, you'll throw up.
Listening to Peter's words, Nabu takes small sip after small sip, quenching his unending thirst little by little. Once he had a moment to drink, Nabu sat in a chair and was brought some food from the cafeteria, which he had to eat slowly as well.
Now that you're all here, let's get right into business.
Peter says, drawing the attention back to himself.
I'm in charge from now on, obviously.
As he said this, none of them could find a reason to deny it. They were skeptical at first, but after seeing his powers and then the kneeling figures of their leaders, it was hard to find a reason not to comply. Especially since doing so could mean their swift and imminent death.
Let's start with recruitment.
Peter says, causing everyone to look at Alessa.
Bakito is.
Alessa asks,
Nothing for now. I want a report written up on every recruitment center we have and how that recruitment happens. All recruitment will be halted until further notice as well. Can you do that?
Peter replies. Peter knew that the hand's recruitment wasn't how he wanted it to be, and once he has a full overview of everything, Peter could change it to how he sees fit. If it's as bad as he thinks it is, Peter may close down recruitment for good and implement something else to bolster the ranks when needed.
Yes, sir.
She answers instantly, not wanting to anger him.
This goes without saying, but all offensives on the chaste and any other group are to stop immediately.
Peter moves on to the next subject.
I'll be meeting with the chaste and propose a ceasefire soon enough. If they attack us, you may defend yourselves, but that's it.
Everyone in the room was unhappy with this, especially Merrick, though none of them would voice their opinions on the matter.
Lastly, all illegal activity is to stop as well.
Peter says, remembering that the hand ran heroin in the Daredevil show. Though there has to be other illegal forms of income other than that.
Hic asterisk, how will I afford my booze?
Joe Cheng says in a drunken slur.
The money will run out sooner or later. Hick, we have a lot of expenses.
Peter says thoughtfully.
Until then, the hand is as old as dirt. We should have some money laying around. Figure it out.
They couldn't help but agree. The hand had a good amount of money and valuable items stored away, so they could last at least a couple of years on just that.
The hand of old is dead. Remember that and spread the word. You're all in charge now and you answer to Scythe.
Peter motions toward the shocked man, who straightened his back proudly.
Thank you, sir.
Scythe says respectfully. Peter trusted Scythe more than the rest in the room. The man knew how strong he was from his fight against the beast, so he would think way more than twice before crossing Peter.
You're welcome. Follow Scythe's orders, but most of all, follow my orders and you'll keep your new positions. If you run into any problems, call Scythe and he'll contact me.
Peter says as he writes down his ghost phone number and hands it to Scythe. Standing from his seat, Peter opens a portal to a random rooftop in New York City and steps through.
Don't disappoint me.
Chapter 63, C67 Sabretooth. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 78. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As the portal closed behind Peter, he headed home while thinking of his new plans for the hand. The hand was too troublesome to leave to their own devices, so Peter would take control and find a way to integrate them into the Avengers at some point down the line. They would become the hand of the Avengers and could probably handle the more low-level crimes all around the world. The future Avengers teams would handle the more superpowered situations, while the hand could stop normal crimes like robberies, muggings, murders, etc. Peter could also recruit the weaker heroes out there who have little to no superpowers and place them in the hand. Daredevil, Elektra, Danny Rand, Punisher, Black Widow, and Hawkeye would make good members of the new hand. Though Peter would have to finish the reforms in the hand before any of that could happen.
That's easier said than done.
Peter thought. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to reform the hand. They've been allowed to slaughter an uncountable amount of people for thousands of years, so stopping that kind of mentality that's been ingrained for so long will take some time. In fact, Peter expected at least one of the 5 people that he put in charge to betray him in some way, either by planning his death or not following the new rules that Peter planned to set in place. His money is on Malik, as he seemed to be the most bloodthirsty of the bunch. Nabu is a secondary possibility, as revenge is a good motivator, but he'll have to see what happens. Until then, Peter trusts Scythe to inform him of whatever happens, at least for now. When Peter returned home, he got onto his computer and started structuring how he wants the hand to work from now on. Ranks, rules, guidelines, and the plans Peter has for the future. He couldn't finish everything that night, as he didn't know enough about how the hand was currently structured or their assets.
I need to speak with Scythe soon about this.
Peter thought as he planned to throw all of his ideas at Scythe and have him deal with everything. Scythe can delegate everything to his new subordinates, so he shouldn't have that hard of a time, though Peter would have to look in on them often enough to make sure they are actually doing as he says. Since Peter has a meeting tomorrow with Magneto, he needed to get some sleep before the sun came up. Before bed, Peter sent a text to the president calling out for tomorrow's UN meeting. He didn't need to be there anymore, thankfully. He only had to wait until the end of the week, and the Avengers would be approved. Peter's life has been nothing but meetings lately, but he had a bad feeling that this would continue, especially since the Avengers would become a real thing soon enough.
I'm definitely offloading some of this work onto Tony. He doesn't even run his own company, so he has all the time in the world to help out with Avengers business.
As Peter thought this, Tony Stark felt a chill down his spine from all the way across the country. Fury has his hands filled with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the cancer that is Hydra, so Peter wouldn't give the man many responsibilities. As for Magneto and Professor X, they aren't exactly trusted just yet, so they wouldn't have many responsibilities in the beginning. Curling up in bed, Peter fell asleep swiftly, tired from the long and action-packed day that he had just gone through. The next morning, Peter slept in until noon. After going through his normal morning rituals, Peter wrapped up the many presents he bought for his loved ones and stashed them away so May wouldn't find them. She's the type of person to unwrap them and peek inside just to rewrap them again so he wouldn't find out. After finishing that up, Peter took the subway to Midtown High and met with MJ and Ned just as the school day came to an end. He planned to start attending school again after the winter break, as everything was finished in Japan already. Peter was actually starting to miss school, which was an odd feeling, though what he was really missing was the time in school spent with MJ and Ned. Peter explained everything that happened yesterday to them, and Ned was practically bouncing off the walls when he learned about the hand.
Dude, you're the leader of an ancient ninja clan.
Ned was beyond excited.
Can they teach me ninjutsu?
Don't even get started on his reaction to Peter fighting and sealing away a demon. MJ, on the other hand, was curious about everything. She always had questions and wanted to know more about Peter's life as a superhero. Peter could only answer a few questions about the hand, as he didn't know that much about them yet. She looked worried when Peter mentioned that he fought a demon, but that soon disappeared when she found out that he won and was unharmed. Peter spent an hour and a half hanging out with MJ and Ned, but sadly, he had a meeting with Magneto to get to. As a golden portal opens outside of a waterfront warehouse, Peter steps out, disguised in his spider suit. As the portal closes, Peter enters the warehouse and finds it to be filled with household objects: couches, TV, rugs, a full kitchen, and much more. Before Peter could say or do anything, a bearded and animalistic man dressed in all black come running from the kitchen. He bared his fangs as claws appeared at the tips of each finger. Insert picture of Victor Creed here.
Gia ra 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 ra.
Victor growled as he dashed forward, swinging a clawed hand at Peter's throat.
You look familiar.
Peter comments as he sidesteps, tilting his body out of the way and sends a Spartan kick to Victor's chest.
Arg!
Victor grunts in pain as he's sent flying across the warehouse and smashed into the refrigerator.
Are you related to another angry guy with claws? His are longer though.
Peter says as he watches Victor getting angrier and angrier.
You must be the little brother, am I right?
Peter knew exactly what he was doing. Victor and Logan were easily angered and he started enjoying pulling their strings. Victor Creed, also known as Sabretooth, is an animalistic mutant who possesses superhuman strength, mobility, and cat-like claws and teeth. He is Wolverine's older half-brother. Though Peter was unsure if Logan knew he had a brother. If this world is going by the X-Men movies, which Peter only saw a few of, he remembered that Logan had some sort of memory problem.
Gia ra ra ra.
Victor was pissed off as he dislodged himself from the fridge and torpedoed towards Peter once again. Before Victor could get anywhere near Peter, some metal dumbbells lifted off the ground and soared toward the animalistic man. Each weight wrapped around Victor's wrists and ankles before slamming him onto the concrete floor. pinning the raging animal to the ground.
That's enough, Victor.
Magneto makes himself known as he floats down and steps into the warehouse.
I apologize for him. He's very animalistic and territorial. It's fine, sorry about the fridge.
Peter says as he motions toward the leaking and destroyed kitchen appliance.
No problem, it will be replaced by the end of the day.
Eric says as he lifts the fridge with his powers, crumples it into a ball, and tosses it out of the warehouse.
I had steaks in there, you fucker.
Victor thrashed against the metal weights, failing to make them budge even a single centimeter.
We should probably get going.
Peter says as they were running late, ignoring Victor who was still struggling on the floor.
All right, lead the way.
Eric says, ignoring Victor as well.
Wait, don't you dare leave me here.
Victor yells in fury as Peter opens a portal to Tony's house and steps in.
Huh, are you sure that you aren't a mutant?
Eric asks as he observes the portal with a surprised and impressed look.
Metahuman, and I don't know.
Peter corrects with a shrug and motions for Eric to follow him through. After Magneto stepped through the portal cautiously, Peter closed it while listening to Victor growl and scream at them in anger.
What's all this yelling?
Tony comes walking into his empty living room just in time to see the portal close.
Don't worry about it.
Peter says as he motions between Tony and Magneto.
Tony, this is Eric Laneshare. Eric, this is Tony Stark.
After an awkward handshake, as Tony didn't trust Magneto yet, Tony brought them outside, where Fury was waiting at a table by the infinity pool.
You're late.
Chapter 64, C6810's meeting. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 78. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
You're late.
Fury shouted in annoyance.
Yeah, but we're here now, so relax.
Peter says jokingly as he takes a seat across from the angry pirate.
I'm a busy man, unlike you and Stark. Rearranging my schedule for these meetings is a headache. The least you can do is arrive on time.
Fury starts to rant.
Okay, you're right about Tony.
Peter says as Tony turns to him with a betrayed look on his face.
Hey!
He shouts.
But I've been busy in Japan, setting up everything for the Avengers, performing my heroic duties, and a bunch of other nonsense that I can't disclose just yet. Trust me, I've been busy too, but you don't hear me whining about it.
Peter says as Eric steps forward.
I apologize, my subordinate was causing trouble which slowed us down.
Eric says as he extends his hand toward Fury, but the angry man doesn't accept his handshake.
Take a seat.
Fury practically orders as he leaves Magneto hanging.
Don't mind him.
Peter says as he pulls out a chair for Eric.
He's always grumpy. Where's Professor Xavier? Eric and Charles have a rocky past. I thought it would be best to have their meetings separately, at least for now.
Peter answers.
That's smart of you.
Eric comments from the side.
Charles doesn't trust me anymore, so it would be best to recruit us individually. Exactly, and we can enjoy the drama that unfolds on the first Avengers Council meeting, when he finds out that Eric is with us as well.
Peter says, causing Magneto to smirk in anticipation.
I like the way you think, Spider-Man.
Eric remarks happily. Although Eric gets a kick out of messing with Charles and the X-Men, deep down he does find it appealing to work side by side with them again. Eric finally felt that they were moving in the right direction. For far too long, he and his subordinates have raided countless laboratories or detention centers just for 2 other similar facilities to take their place. Instead of constantly chasing the next bad guy, Eric felt that he was finally getting somewhere with his cause, even if it was still early.
All right, let's get down to business.
Fury cuts in before they could go off topic.
I don't have time to be here all night. Sure, I fully agree with Eric joining the Avengers Council, so it's up to you two to ask the questions you need.
Peter says, getting an appreciative nod from Eric as he sits back, planning to mainly listen through this meeting.
Fine, tell me about S.H.I.E.L.D. and your attacks on their facilities.
Fury gets straight into what he wanted to know.
They held metahumans captive and were experimenting on them, so I did what I always do.
Eric says with an uncaring shrug. Eric didn't know that he was talking to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he answered without a care in the world.
What would that be?
Tony asks.
I killed those that deserved it and took the metahumans to safety.
Eric answers simply. Fury took a folder from his jacket and slapped it down in front of Magneto.
Is this a correct depiction of what happened?
Fury asks as Eric opens the file and begins reading. After a moment of silence, Magneto tosses the file back to Fury with an annoyed look on his face.
No, that's a complete fabrication.
Eric denies it vehemently.
Do you remember this incident?
Fury asks while holding up the folder.
Yes, I have feelers out everywhere, looking for any signs of missing children or other suspicious activity. In this case, a contact of mine was in Austin, Texas, and witnessed some government types abducting a child from his own home. The parents were killed, and the boy was taken to that facility.
Eric explains in distaste as he points to the folder in Fury's hand.
We raided the compound and found a few other metahuman children as well. They were being held captive and experimented on as usual. I see.
Fury mutters as he places the file back inside his jacket.
Is this how all of your encounters with S.H.I.E.L.D. have gone? Yes. Is there a reason or purpose behind these questions?
Magneto asks.
Let me introduce you.
Peter says and gestures toward Fury.
Eric, this is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
When these words left Peter's mouth, Fury's metal chair morphs, locking him into place as a large kitchen knife comes flying over from inside and rests on his neck. While this was happening, Tony stood from his seat as rocket-like objects came flying out of his workshop, destroying any obstacles along the way. The projectiles shoot towards Tony, which surprises Eric, who thought he was being attacked. These objects morph and slow midair as they attach to Tony's body. Within seconds, the Ironman suit forms around him, but instead of the usual red and gold, this suit was black and gray. As Tony raises his hand and charges his palm thruster, which glows in a bright blue light, he aims straight at Magneto's chest.
Release him and remove the knife, or I'll blow a hole in your chest, old man.
Tony threatens dangerously. Acting quickly, Eric tries to use Stark's suit against him, as he knew it was made out of metal, but nothing happens. Seeing Magneto furrow his brow in frustration, Tony smirked as his palm thruster pulses threateningly.
You won't find a single speck of metal in or around my body.
Tony gloats as his helmet snaps closed, and his voice becomes more metallic.
I even had the shrapnel near my heart removed in preparation for you. My suit is made completely of polyamidamide as well. In normal people language, he's saying that his suit is made of plastic.
Peter says as he sees the confused looks on both Fury and Eric's faces.
How do you get it so the thrusters don't melt? Now isn't the time for this.
Fury interrupts angrily as he still feels the blade of a sharp kitchen knife on his neck.
Right, why don't we all just calm down?
Peter relents and tries to mitigate the situation.
This is a bit of a misunderstanding. Fury here may be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he isn't the one behind the facilities you raided. Someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing things behind his back, which is why he was asking you about that situation.
A stressful moment of silence ensued as the air became heavy before Eric let out a sigh. Soon after, the knife fell from Fury's neck and landed on the table.
I apologize for my outburst.
Eric says as he looks toward Tony expectantly.
Fine. Release me.
Fury commands with a dangerous amount of calm in his voice. Fury simply glared at Peter in return as Tony and Magneto took a seat. Where's Professor Xavier?
Now that we all got that out of our systems, let's get back on track. Fury is a busy man after all.
Peter says jokingly.
Shut up, you idiot. You caused all of that.
Fury snaps in annoyance.
True, but it's best to rip the Band-Aid off quickly. Now, do we have any more questions?
Peter says with a shrug.
Yeah, do you know who is running these experiments on metahumans?
Fury gets back on track.
In S.H.I.E.L.D., no, if I knew who it was, they would be dead by now, though one name comes up here and there, Baroness. She seems to be the one to oversee these operations, but it's just a nickname.
Eric gives all the information he knows.
Baroness?
Fury mutters as he thought of possible individuals that fit this name.
I'll look into it. If you find another facility like this, contact me and I can do some investigating before you turn the place upside down.
As he says this, Fury takes a card with a phone number on it from his pocket and hands it over.
I'll see what I can do.
Eric says as he takes the card and pockets it. Peter knew that the card had to have some sort of tracker in it, but he decided to throw Fury a bone and not say anything. If Eric is smart, he'll figure it out.
Tony, any questions from you?
Peter asks.
No, just a warning.
Tony says as he looks toward Magneto.
We're serious about this. I have a lot to make up for, so if you compromise that, you won't like the consequences.
When Tony throws down these threatening words, the thrusters on his palms pulse dangerously once again as his helmet slams shut.
Are we clear?
Crystal.
Chapter 65, C69 Christmas episode. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 79. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. The meeting was fairly simple after Tony's threat. Fury got what he wanted, and Peter was already on board, so everyone agreed with Magneto joining the Avengers Council. Peter knew that Charles wouldn't have nearly as hard of a time as someone like Magneto, so if Professor Xavier is still interested, the next meeting would be far easier and less dramatic and violent. After their talks came to an end, everyone exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. Of course, Peter portaled Eric back to the warehouse, where Victor was nowhere to be found. Peter didn't stick around for longer than necessary, knowing that Victor, like Logan, would probably start another fight when he returns.
See ya!
Peter says over his shoulder as the portal closes. When Peter was gone and it was only Eric left alone in the warehouse, he walked outside and looked out over the water with a small smile on his face. Things were looking bright lately. He didn't know it, but Magneto's future changed drastically with Peter's interference. When once he was on track to become someone that would slaughter thousands, now the future was unclear, but he was certainly on a better path than before, that's for sure.
Eric!
A beautiful blue-skinned woman calls from behind the aged metahuman.
Yes!
Eric turns around and smiles warmly upon seeing who it was.
We have a tip about some missing children.
A couple of days passed since the meeting with Eric and everyone else. Peter was currently in a taxi alongside his Aunt May. They were on the way to MJ's house for Christmas dinner. That's right, it's Christmas Day. They couldn't take the subway like usual as they were traveling with a bunch of wrapped presents. Peter couldn't use a portal either as MJ's mother doesn't know about his powers. Everyone agreed to open presents together, so May and Peter haven't opened anything whatsoever. As they drive through the streets of New York, a light snowfall began and coated everything in this white blanket. By the time they arrived at MJ's house, the snowfall gradually ramped up, becoming heavier and heavier.
Do you want help with the presents?
May asks as Peter paid the driver and started grabbing the packages from the trunk.
No, just head inside. I'll be there soon.
Peter waves her off as he somehow stacks every gift on himself and carries them inside in only a single trip. The second Peter makes it to the door, he's greeted by a very energetic MJ, who held the door for him. Seeing his girlfriend so happy and excited was a bit odd for Peter. Not that she isn't normally energetic every now and then, but this MJ was smiling brightly and practically had a spring in her step.
Someone's excited.
Peter comments with a smile as he sets the presents down by the Christmas tree, careful not to drop anything. The second Peter's arms are free, MJ does a quick scan of the area, making sure the coast is clear, before wrapping Peter in a hug and taking the lead to pull him into a short kiss.
I love Christmas, and I especially love that you're here.
she says and kisses him once again. Peter mutters with a stupid grin on his face.
I'm sure.
Grace comments as she and May entered the room only moments earlier. Instantly, MJ separates from Peter out of embarrassment, practically pushing him away.
Don't mind us.
May says with a smile, as she's used to MJ's shy behavior.
So, are we opening presents first or waiting until after dinner?
Peter asks and gets a thankful look from MJ.
Let's do it now.
Grace says as she motions back toward the kitchen, I still need some time for the chicken to finish cooking.
All right, who's first?
Peter asks.
You.
MJ says excitedly as she walks up to the tree and grabs 2 boxes, handing over the bigger of the 2 first.
Here, start with this one.
Taking his coat off with a smile, Peter grabs the present and starts tearing it open. Inside was a kid's toy Spider-Man mask and web shooters, which shot out silly string with the push of a button.
Wow!
Peter says a bit awkwardly, while giving MJ a look.
MJ said you were a Spider-Man fan, and that you'd love them.
Grace says with a giggle, oblivious to the underlying joke. MJ and May were on the verge of laughter, but Grace just thought that they found the children's toy funny or something.
Thank you!
Peter rolls his eyes at them and sets the gift aside.
Which shameless company is selling stuff with my name on it?
Handing over the smaller box, MJ watched Peter open it up with a nervous look. She didn't care for his reaction to the first one, as that was just a gag gift. This one was a serious gift that she spent days contemplating on.
Holy sh**T.
Peter muttered as he sees a green box with a golden crown emblem on it.
Did you get me a Rolex?
Open it and find out.
Grace says, unwilling to give anything away. Doing as he's told, Peter opens the green box and sees a black Rolex watch inside. He could hear the tiny gears inside moving expertly as the hands of the watch moved with perfect precision.
Is this real?
Peter asks as he admires the gift. He had to ask as anyone could find well-made fakes like this in New York. Purses, shoes, clothing, jewelry. This city had fakes of it all.
Of course.
MJ says proudly.
How did you afford this?
Peter asks.
Well, money hasn't been a problem for a while now, thanks to a certain someone.
Grace says, referring to Peter. Ever since Peter put them on his company's payroll, they've been saving most of the money as they didn't know what to do with it. Neither MJ nor her mother are big spenders, so they put a big chunk of the money they saved into Peter's Christmas present.
Look at the back of it.
MJ instructs.
Okay.
Peter pulls the watch from its padding and turns it around. Engraved on the back of the watch are 2 simple words.
Legally mine.
Am I now?
Peter smiles as he looks over at MJ, who was looking away from him in embarrassment.
I told you he would like it.
Grace says from behind as she laughs at her daughter's reaction.
Do you really like it?
MJ asked, trying her best to ignore her mother and May in the background.
I love it.
Peter pulls her into his lap and smiles teasingly.
Maybe next time you can get me a collar with the same engraving. That way everyone knows as well.
Almost instantaneous, MJ tries to leap out of his lap like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Sadly for her, Peter grasped her waist and kept her securely on top of him.
Wait, you have to put it on for me for the engraving to be official.
Peter says with a smirk as he hands her the watch and holds out his left hand. May and Grace were standing behind them like voyeurs with heavy blushes on their faces.
How come Nick was never like this?
Grace mutters, referring to Fury.
It's just like the Korean dramas.
May was off in her own world as usual.
Fine.
MJ practically whispers as she grabs the watch and carefully placed it on Peter's wrist and clasped it tightly. The second the watch was on, Peter let her go to admire his present, and she practically flew away like a bat out of hell. After that, everyone exchanged gifts with one another. They all seemed to go all out and get some expensive gifts due to their extra revenue from Parker Games. When it came time for MJ to open her presents, Peter waited for her to open everyone else's before finally handing over what he brought for her.
Open these first.
he says as he hands over a stack of boxes.
I.
MJ was shocked by how many presents he got for her.
Yeah, I may have gone a bit overboard.
Peter admits as he scratches the back of his head.
Don't just stare, open them up.
Grace calls out as May nods along beside her. No longer holding back, MJ grabs the nearest gift and tears it open. She got everything from clothes, shoes, chocolates, and games. Peter went all out as he was fairly poor in his past life and never had the chance to buy presents like this for someone else. Grace and May were watching with jealous looks as they never got this sort of treatment in any of their relationships.
Okay, I saved the best for last.
Chapter 66, C70 Daddy's Home. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 80. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Knock knock. As the noise came from the front door, everyone wondered who it could be. After all, the snow was starting to come down fairly heavy, so it would be almost impossible to drive by this point.
Is it a neighbor?
May thought out loud as Grace walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than the man himself, director Nick Fury. He is dressed in all black as usual, but it's far more casual than his usual tactical gear.
Hey!
Fury says awkwardly. Since the day he got that soul-crushing reaction from his daughter a couple of months ago, Nick has been keeping a good distance from his family. Though that became hard when he listened in on the surveillance tape of MJ and her boyfriend, God, he hated that word, and heard what his daughter said while crying.
I just wish he would have showed up tomorrow or something.
Listening to these portions of the recording was hard and punishing for him every time. Especially when he heard that his daughter thought it was her fault that he left, which is just nonsense. In fact, it was the opposite. Fury found it very hard to separate from his family because of MJ and Grace. Just the thought of them makes Fury want to return home, but he knew it wouldn't be a good idea, especially with all of the warnings that Spider-Man has been dropping recently. Sadly, humans are emotional creatures. Even the great Nick Fury feels lonely without his family on Christmas. So, against the man's better judgment, Fury picked up and left last minute, ditching anyone that could have been following him with countless experienced maneuvers. He had to be careful when it came to his family after all. The snow was a killer, but he managed to show up around dinner time with a present for MJ that he picked up at a 24-hour drugstore. Sadly, it was the only place that was open. As he knocked and the door flew open, Fury saw his wife standing there with a puzzled look on her face. However, that puzzled look didn't last long as a shocked and angry look appeared soon after. As Fury was preparing himself to once again face his wife's anger, suddenly, a resigned look appeared on Grace's face as she turned to look over at MJ for a brief moment. Fury wasn't the only one to hear the conversation between Peter and MJ. Her daughter seemed eager for her father's return, even if she didn't want to admit it.
Come inside.
Grace steps aside with a resigned sigh. Nick didn't know what got into his wife, but he knew it had something to do with MJ. Walking inside, Fury got a good look at the holiday decorations, including the tree, and smiled lightly. If anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. saw such a look on their leader's face, they would instantly believe this man to be an imposter. That smile soon morphed into a frown when Nick saw Peter sitting very close to his daughter on the floor by the tree. Peter found all of this interesting and knew that MJ wanted to see her father again, so he didn't mind Fury's bad timing. MJ was silent as she watched her father be invited in by her mother. The last present Peter gave her was tightly grasped in her right hand. Thankfully, the present wasn't fragile, or else she would have crushed whatever was inside by now.
Hello again, Mr. Watson.
Peter greets the man with an awkward smile, which seemed to increase the glare he was receiving.
May, this is Nick Watson, MJ's father.
After flashing a knowing look toward her nephew, May introduced herself to Fury. She knew everything about Nick Fury, as Peter told her. Looking over at MJ, Peter could tell that she was torn between yelling at her father, hugging him, storming out of the room, or flat out ignoring the man. He gave her a comforting side hug, which only made Fury's frown deepen. After a moment of silence, MJ decided on the latter and ignored her father's presence completely, choosing to focus her attention back on Peter.
What were we doing?
MJ asks and Peter taps the present in her hand.
Oh, yeah.
MJ turns her back to Fury and starts opening the present, causing her mother to sigh in relief. She would feel bad if MJ reacted badly, and this ruined her first Christmas with Peter.
Take a seat.
Grace orders Nick as she gestures toward the couch. Not willing to ruin his chance, Fury follows orders, sitting there with a gift bag on his lap, forgetting to take off his coat. Sad divorced dad vibes, Peter thought as he turned to watch MJ open his gift. Unwrapping it fully, MJ found a jewelry box underneath and flipped that open as well. Inside the box was a heart-shaped locket with
P&M.
engraved on it.
Thank you.
MJ mutters as she takes it from the box, revealing the golden necklace attached to it.
Open it up.
Peter instructs. Listening to him, MJ presses a tiny button on the side and the locket pops open. Inside is a picture of them together from the time they had a picnic at the top of a skyscraper. Without a word, MJ bounced off the ground and wrapped her arms around Peter's neck, throwing him to the ground and landing on top of him in the process, the necklace still clasped tightly in her hand.
I'm guessing you like it.
Peter comments with a laugh as he wraps his arms around her waist.
I love it.
MJ answers enthusiastically. MJ isn't the type to like expensive or flashy jewelry, and Peter knew that. This is why he made sure to make this gift as sentimental as possible, because otherwise, MJ would never wear such expensive jewelry. After all, the locket and necklace are high-quality gold and cost around $30,000. Though Peter would never tell her that.
Ahem.
Fury cleared his throat in the background. Instantly, MJ remembered that others were in the room and leaped off of him, glancing at her father in embarrassment before swiftly ignoring him once again.
Well, put it on.
Grace encourages from the background.
Want some help?
Peter asks as MJ tries to clasp the necklace, but has a hard time getting it on.
Please.
MJ nods and hands over the necklace. While he was clasping the necklace around her neck, Peter could feel the glare from Fury the whole time.
There you go.
Peter says as he backs up and takes a look. After getting ambushed by Grace and May, who wanted a closer look at the locket, MJ ran off to the bathroom to look at the necklace in the mirror. While she was gone, Grace and May ran off to the kitchen, leaving Peter and Nick behind in the living room.
So how have you been?
Peter tried to make some small talk, but Fury just looked at him in annoyance without answering. Silence filled the room once again as they waited for the girls to return. Peter was actually enjoying this, as he knew Fury well enough as Spider-Man to find this whole situation fairly amusing.
You should take off your jacket.
Peter tries to help the guy out a little.
You're giving off sad divorced dad vibes.
Looking down at himself, Fury sighed in annoyance, reluctantly agreeing with Peter's words. Once he took the jacket off, he looked a bit better, but the cheap gift bag still made him look like a divorced dad. Though it wasn't as bad as before. When MJ returned from the bathroom with a smile on her face, Fury stood up and handed over the gift bag.
I wasn't planning on coming, so I picked this up on the way here. If you don't like it, that's okay. You can re-gift or return it.
Fury says, knowing that his gift wouldn't measure up to the necklace or anything else that's sitting by the tree. Fighting her own instincts, which wanted to continue ignoring her father, MJ reluctantly took the present and sat beside Peter once again.
Go ahead, open it up. Don't you already have one of those in your room?
Peter voices his thought, causing Fury's eyes to widen.
What were you doing in my daughter's bedroom?
He asks with a dangerous look. Before Peter could answer, a savior arrived from the kitchen. Dinner's ready, everyone to the kitchen. Chapter 67, C71 Chaste Calls. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 81. I'll be writing one or two more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. The entire dinner with Fury was awkward. He never got his answer as to what Peter was doing in his daughter's bedroom, and Peter wasn't going to volunteer an answer. While they were eating, MJ continued to ignore her father, but that got harder and harder as she thought of the gift she received from him. Fury didn't think his gift could compete with Peter's, yet it's the one that occupied her mind the most. Though Peter didn't mind. He hoped MJ and Fury could repair their relationship after all. When the night came to an end, Peter and May took a cab home, leaving Fury alone with his family. Thankfully, the snow stopped and the streets were being cleared. MJ and Grace wanted them to stay longer, but it was getting late and they wanted to give the family of three some alone time together. It was Christmas, and that's how it should be. Fury seemed to pick up on this and gave Peter and May a thankful look before returning to his usual scowl. He would never admit it, but he was grateful to his daughter's boyfriend.
Maybe I should have him killed painlessly.
Fury thought jokingly, as he hated the word.
Boyfriend!
When their taxi arrived, MJ walked out with Peter and May, taking any moment to stay away from her father that she could get. As they finished loading up the car with their gifts, May hopped in first to give Peter and MJ some privacy for their goodbyes.
You should stay.
MJ says for the fifth time now.
I don't know what to do with him.
You mean your dad?
Peter asks with a smile.
Yeah.
She answers reluctantly.
You should go in there and yell at him. Isn't that what you wanted? To go right up to him and say how you feel, make him understand what you and your mother felt when he left.
Peter says some words of encouragement.
You'll never be able to have a relationship with your father again if you don't let all of your grievances out. You need to sit him down and open the floodgates. Your mother should probably do the same. Just don't let him run off until you've both finished.
Peter continues as he looks over her shoulder at Fury in pity.
You're right.
MJ says as she goes from sad and quiet to angry and determined.
Good.
Peter says as he grabs MJ by the waist and pecks her on the lips.
Now get in there and give him hell.
Turning around, MJ walks inside like a lion stalking her prey. She was ready to tear into her father, and Peter was all for it. As she walked inside, Fury was still glaring at Peter. He didn't like seeing his daughter kiss someone, so if glares could kill, Peter would be dead over 1,000 times already.
Good luck.
Shrugging off the look he's getting, Peter says some quick words to Fury before hopping in the car and driving off.
Good luck.
Fury was confused as to what that meant, as he can easily read lips. That confusion didn't last long as MJ stormed into the house and slammed the door closed, locking it behind her. Screams filled the house as Fury was enlightened as to what Peter meant by good luck. As the car was pulling away from MJ's house, Peter smirked as he could hear the yelling from down the block with his enhanced senses. When he and May returned home, Peter relaxed with his aunt and watched some old Christmas movies. While they were watching Home Alone in the living room, Peter's ghost phone started ringing. At first, Peter thought that it was MJ calling him, as he expected her to give him the details about what happened with her father, but when he checked the caller ID, it was just a random number.
Pinky's Porno Palace.
Peter answers the phone, shocking May with his stupid joke.
Is this the man that released Tsubaki?
A gruff voice speaks over the phone, ignoring Peter's dumb line.
I don't know any Tsubaki.
Peter replies and thinks for a moment.
Do you mean that woman from the Chaste?
Peter only gave his phone number to a select few people, so it was easy to figure out who was calling.
Yes, now what do you want?
The man on the other end asks gruffly.
Well, the hand is currently under new leadership. So, I thought it would be best to call a meeting between two age-old enemies and come to a ceasefire, so to speak.
Peter says as May pauses the movie to listen in. Peter didn't have anything to hide, so he just smirked at her and put the phone on speaker, so she could hear better.
What do you mean when you say under new leadership?
The man on the phone asks.
What about Alexandra and the other scum? Well, I'm currently at the top of the top when it comes to the hand. They tried to attack me, so I took over. The 5 founders are currently imprisoned. I'm not sure what to do with them yet.
Peter says, causing the man on the other end to go quiet for a moment. He says after a moment of silence.
Maybe.
Peter answered thoughtfully.
So, is the chaste interested in making peace with the new hand? I'd like to have a meeting with you and whoever else is in charge. Prove it.
The man states simply.
How would you like me to do that?
Peter asks back.
Hand over the 5 fingers, and I'll believe you.
The man answers. If this was a trap, then he would never hand over the supposedly imprisoned founders, but if it's not.
Let me call you back.
Peter didn't know how to answer just yet.
I need to think. I'll call this number again with an answer.
Without giving the man any time to answer, Peter hung up the phone and looked out the window in thought. Should he just hand them over?
What are you going to do?
May asks, breaking Peter from his inner thoughts.
I'm not sure.
In order to clear his mind and think about what to do, Peter went out to patrol as Spider-Man once May went off to bed. While swinging through the city, Peter was lost in thought. On one hand, he could just hand over the founders of the hand and be done with them. On the other hand, he could try to turn them to his side and have some fairly strong subordinates. Though, is it really worth having people who have probably murdered thousands of people as his subordinates? Peter has nothing against killing when it's deserved, especially after his experience in Afghanistan with Tony, but he knew that they didn't follow the same thought pattern as him. The 5 fingers of the hand were cold-blooded murderers who would slaughter children if it would get them one step closer to completing their goal.
Can people like that change for the better?
Peter thought questioningly. The answer was that it's not likely. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, and these dogs might as well be ancient by this point. Peter could work with people like Charles and Eric, as they aren't nearly as old and were once the best of friends, but these people may just be a lost cause. Not to mention the many enemies that would become his should they work under him. The Chaste and Kay Unlun are the 2 major problems here, but there have to be others that Peter doesn't know of yet.
They just aren't worth it.
Peter came to this conclusion fairly quickly. The problem now is the fact that they know Spider-Man is in charge of the hand, though everyone in the hand knows that. Of course, Peter ordered Scythe to make sure that knowledge stays in-house. Though he knew that it may leak at some point, the hand is a very secretive organization, so the chances are incredibly slim. If he were to hand them over to the Chaste, they would most likely be interrogated about the new hand leader's identity and powers. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but Peter would rather keep his involvement with the hand under wraps, at least for the time being.
I can't hand them over alive.
Chapter 68, C72 Stick. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 81. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After texting MJ for a couple of hours, Peter went off to sleep. He had to deal with the former leaders of the hand and the Chaste tomorrow, so he needed his sleep. MJ gave him every last detail as to what happened with her father. Apparently, he tried to leave after MJ started yelling at him, but she blocked the door and just kept letting the words fly. By the time MJ ran out of words to speak, Fury was holding her and apologizing, yet he still refused to say why he left. That didn't matter to MJ, though. She knew all about Nick Fury thanks to Peter. Sadly for Fury, the second he thought that the storm was over, another brewed on the horizon. Once MJ was finished yelling, his wife opened up the floodgates as well thanks to some encouragement from her daughter. Fury's emotional damage was at nuclear levels by this point. During all of this, MJ guarded the door so her father couldn't run off. When even her mother got it all out, the whole house was silent. In the end, Fury wound up shedding a few tears, which surprised Peter as he never thought a character like Nick Fury even had the ability to cry in the first place.
Maybe I should have stayed.
Peter thought as he would pay big money to see Nick Fury cry. Fury had apologized to each of them 100 times and was speechless by this point as well. The family of three didn't know what to do after this, so they just sat on the couch in the living room and watched whatever was on the TV, which was Frosty the Snowman. MJ and Grace didn't want Fury to leave, and the man himself didn't have the heart to walk out the door after hearing all of that, so they just sat there quietly. When it got late and everyone was tired, Fury ended up sleeping on the couch. MJ was happily surprised that he would be spending the night, but she knew that he would be gone by the morning. He may not want to leave, but his job would sadly require it, which ruined her mood as she lay in bed that night texting Peter. Peter did his best to cheer her up though, reminding her that her father would have to come back after tonight's festivities. He may not stay to live there, but there's no way he has the heart to ditch them for a long period of time again. Peter guessed that Fury would visit them at least once a month from now on, which is good for someone as busy and cautious as he is. Though they would have to wait and see. The next day, Peter woke up to a text from MJ saying that her father left. What was surprising is the fact that he stayed for breakfast but left soon after. Peter didn't expect that, as Fury seemed more like the kind of guy to slip out before anyone woke up.
I guess they really got through to him.
Peter was happy for MJ, as she seemed to be in a good mood. After texting MJ for a few minutes, Peter got ready for what will probably be a very long day. Once he was clean and dressed, Peter called back the same number that called him last night. Ring ring.
What?
The man on the other end answered in an annoyed tone.
I'll hand them over.
Peter gets straight to the point.
What part of the world are you in right now? I'm in Japan still.
The man answered easily.
Tokyo. All right, hold on.
Peter says as he looks up an address in Tokyo.
I just texted you an address. I'll meet you there at midnight. Don't keep me waiting.
Before he could get an answer, Peter hung up the phone. Switching to his spider suit and turning it black, he opens a portal and walks through to find the 5 fingers of the hand sitting around with contemplative and defeated looks on their faces. As soon as they heard some foreign footsteps, each of the 5 founders launched to their feet and turned to see Peter and the portal behind him closing.
Hello, how have you all been?
Peter greets them as he notices Murakami's condition. Murakami has been here the longest and hasn't drank or eaten anything for far longer than what's healthy. His clothes were disheveled and he looked noticeably weaker compared to the other 4 around him.
This place is.
Alexandra was the first to speak.
We hope to be released soon, my lord. I know this is a punishment, but we've sworn ourselves to you. Please allow us to serve.
Alexandra uses her silky words to persuade Peter and kneeled on the ground. The others followed her lead, hoping to get the hell out of this desolate dimension.
Okay, I'll take you all out.
Peter says as he waves his hand. Instantly, a spell circle is drawn in the air and splits off into 5 smaller symbols. These symbols split off toward the 5 kneeling fingers and smack them on the forehead. As the symbols appeared on their foreheads, each of them fell to the floor like puppets with their strings cut.
Sigh.
Peter sighs as he checks the time on his phone. 9:57 a.m.
1 hour until midnight in Tokyo.
Peter thought as he opened a portal. As every working clock in Tokyo struck 12, an aged blind man with white hair walks down a dark and empty street with his walking stick tapping along the ground the entire way. Insert picture of MCU stick here.
I told you to leave, Tsubaki.
Stick stops in the middle of the road and yells out. Suddenly, the same woman that Peter freed from the hand walks out from behind a building.
This could be a trap, and I refuse to leave you to die alone.
Tsubaki says as she walks over.
It's my fault if you die, so I might as well be there alongside you.
Stick took this mission upon himself alone for a reason. If it is a trap, then he would be the only casualty, as the chased can't afford to lose anyone. At one point, the chased was an equal enemy to the hand, but these days that's all changed. The hand recruits with any means necessary, and use those recruits to hunt any chased member and location with no mercy, so they have been on the losing end of this war for about 10 years now. This is why Stick is so willing to walk into a trap. If the 5 fingers can be eliminated, then a ceasefire with the new hand would do wonders for their organization. The chaste could use that time of peace to bolster their ranks in case the new hand takes after the old. After all, the hand, no matter who was in charge, will always be an enemy of the chaste. Whether this new leader would turn the hand into something good was impossible in their minds.
Fine.
Stick grumbles and starts walking down the street once again, tapping his walking cane along the road. Following behind him, Tsubaki and Stick arrive at the front of a closed morgue. The building was locked up and all workers were gone for the night as working hours ended 5 hours ago.
How foreboding.
Tsubaki mutters as Stick ignores her and walks inside after somehow picking the lock while blind. Walking the halls of the empty morgue, Stick uses his enhanced hearing to navigate straight toward Peter, who was waiting in the incinerator room, where the dead bodies are cremated.
Hello.
Peter greets as the two elderly chaste members enter the room to see him in his blacked-out suit.
Oh, it's Stick.
Peter was a fan of Stick and just realized that's who he was talking to over the phone. He liked the man's grumpy personality and always thought he was one of the cooler characters in Daredevil. On the floor beside Peter are the unconscious former leaders of the hand. Each of them has a small mark on their foreheads from the spell that's keeping them from waking up. As soon as Tsubaki saw the bodies in the room, she froze in shock. This sudden action caused Stick to freeze as well. It would be impossible for him to identify the bodies, as he's blind, which was a big reason why Tsubaki was so adamant about joining him.
You weren't lying, huh?
Stick reads the room with his advanced senses and speaks.
Of course, I have no reason to lie.
Peter answers as Tsubaki walks forward to inspect the bodies more closely.
It's really them.
She says excitedly.
Yup, it's good to see you again, by the way.
Peter nods as she looks up at him in shock.
Wait, what's this mark on their foreheads?
Tsubaki asks in confusion.
I don't know.
Peter says with a shrug.
They had it when I met them. We'll take them and be on our way.
Stick says, ready to get out of here and interrogate his enemies.
I'm afraid not.
Peter interrupts before they could move the bodies.
We'll be incinerating them here. After all, isn't that what you told me to do on the phone yesterday?
Chapter 69, C73 Dust to Dust. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 82. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
We'll be incinerating them here. After all, isn't that what you told me to do on the phone yesterday?
Peter says, surprising the two chaste members.
That wasn't what you told me over the phone.
Stick says, sounding more grumpy than usual.
Well, plans change.
Peter says with an uncaring shrug.
Let's be honest here, you're going to interrogate them and I'd rather that not happen. They know a bit about me and a lot about the hand. I'd rather that information stay hidden, at least for now. Fine, as long as they're dead, I'm happy.
Stick was the first to break the silence.
Thank you for understanding.
Peter says gratefully. Loading the bodies up one by one, Peter allowed the chaste members to do the honors and press the ignition button for each finger's death, burning their unconscious bodies one at a time. Peter didn't feel bad as he watched them burn. If they were innocent, things would be different and Peter would have never handed them over like this. Sadly for them, this wasn't the case. When the last founder of the hand burned into nothing but ashes, Stick turned to Peter and motioned to the piles of ash that they collected from each body.
Can we at least take the ashes with us?
He asks.
No, I'll be spreading those ashes in some undisclosed locations. After all, the world is more mystical than many would believe. When I choose to kill someone, I'd like them to stay that way.
Peter says, not trusting them with the ashes. The chaste follows Lun, and he doesn't know what either of them is willing or capable of doing. For all Peters knows, resurrecting someone from just their ashes is something that Lun has the power to do. Peter didn't even know if the dragon bone elixir could be used to resurrect someone from ashes, so it was best to stay safe and carefully dispose of his enemy's ashes, especially since he now lives in a comic book world. Comic book villains and heroes tend to come back from the dead, as writers can't just leave the good characters dead forever. Sometimes they even get a nice power-up after their death as well. A staring contest somehow began between Stick and Peter, even though one of them couldn't see. Stick couldn't sense a single person in or around the building besides Peter and Tsubaki, so he wondered where this man's confidence came from. He would be lying if he said the idea of simply killing Peter and taking the 5 fingers alive didn't cross his mind, though a bad feeling tingled down his spine after thinking that. Stick has enhanced senses thanks to his blindness and training, so he tended to trust those senses instinctively. Something told him that he and Tsubaki would die if they tried anything against this man, which caused him to look in Peter's direction with a bit more caution than he originally had. Fine, as long as they're dead, I'm happy. Stick was the first to break the silence. Thank you for understanding, Peter says gratefully. Loading the bodies up one by one, Peter allowed the chaste members to do the honors and press the ignition button for each finger's death, burning their unconscious bodies one at a time. Peter didn't feel bad as he watched them burn. If they were innocent, things would be different and Peter would have never handed them over like this. Sadly for them, this wasn't the case. When the last founder of the hand burned into nothing but ashes, Stick turned to Peter and motioned to the piles of ash that they collected from each body. Can we at least take the ashes with us? He asks. No, I'll be spreading those ashes in some undisclosed locations. After all, the world is more mystical than many would believe. When I choose to kill someone, I'd like them to stay that way, Peter says, not trusting them with the ashes. The chaste follows Lun, and he doesn't know what either of them is willing or capable of doing. For all Peters knows, resurrecting someone from just their ashes is something that Lun has the power to do. Peter didn't even know if the dragon bone elixir could be used to resurrect someone from ashes, so it was best to stay safe and carefully dispose of his enemy's ashes, especially since he now lives in a comic book world. Comic book villains and heroes tend to come back from the dead, as writers can't just leave the good characters dead forever. Sometimes they even get a nice power-up after their death as well. Yeah, no thanks.
I guess that we'll take our leave then.
Stick says as he starts walking toward the door.
Wait, we aren't finished yet.
Peter says, stopping Stick in his tracks.
What?
He asks in annoyance.
We need to talk about our ceasefire. We don't want more deaths on either side, do we?
Peter asks.
What's there to talk about?
Stick asks back grumpily.
We won't attack you, you won't attack us. There, it's done. No, it's not that easy and you know it. We have to talk if we want to keep this peace for a long period of time. Communication is key.
Peter says, causing Stick to sigh in annoyance. He knew that Peter was right, but he wasn't sure the peace would last long either way. Once the chaste has its numbers replenished, the leaders may decide to attack the hand once again. After all, it's all they know. For thousands of years, they've fought the hand. Making peace with their enemy isn't something anyone in the chaste is remotely interested in.
Well, I'll start then.
Peter says, seeing as neither of them had anything to say.
The hand will be going through some major changes in the years to come. One of the most important is that we will be acting as a sort of vigilante group across the world. Sort of like Spider-Man minus the superpowers, of course.
Both Stick and Tsubaki were shocked and beyond surprised by Peter's words.
The hand is going to fight crime and save people.
Tsubaki mutters in surprise.
Yes, like I said, this is a new hand.
Peter says with a shrug.
I don't care for Lun or immortality. The hand made a grave mistake when they attacked me, which most definitely ruined all of their plans.
Hearing Peter's words, Stick refused to believe that this man wasn't at least interested in immortality. Why take over an organization such as the Hand if you didn't want their dragon bone elixir? He would be correct too. Peter was interested in studying the dragon bone elixir, but that doesn't mean he's interested in taking it. At least not until he studies it enough to learn the consequences or the possible alterations he can make to it. I should really speak to Scythe soon.
That's hard to believe.
Stick voices his inner thoughts.
Truthfully, it sounds like bullshit. Well, I guess the new hand will just have to prove it to you over time.
There wasn't much more to talk about after that, as neither Stick nor Tsubaki could believe the words that Peter was saying. A good hand is something that nobody could comprehend. When they left the morgue empty-handed, Peter bagged up the ashes of each founder and opened a portal to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Using some wind magic, Peter spread each person's ashes in a different direction. After floating for a while, the ashes descended into the salty water below and dissolved into nothing within seconds, marking the end of the ancient founders of the hand. Time skip sophomore year. Many months passed since the deaths of the Five Fingers. Peter's freshman year came to a close and the summer flew by quickly. Since then, a lot has happened. The Avengers was approved by the United Nations on the day after Peter met with the Chaste, which was a happy day as Peter and Fury put a lot of work into the Avengers initiative. Tony didn't do much to help, but he was excited as well. Speaking of Tony, he moved to NY a couple of weeks after and hasn't regretted it ever since. The top of Avengers Tower became his home. That's right, the Stark Industries Tower was renamed earlier than in the movies as Tony became excited about their new organization. Pepper had some complaints as the building was used for Stark Industries, but sadly for her, she lost in the end and the sign was changed to the iconic Avengers logo. In the past months, the Avengers has completed its council as well. The meeting with Charles was far easier than the one with Eric, just as Peter thought it would be. The more interesting meeting was the one between Charles and Eric during the first official council gathering of the Avengers. Flashback. For the first Avengers Council assembly, they used the new Avengers Tower in New York City. Tony especially had a meeting room made for their gathering, which Peter was ecstatic about. It felt like everything was coming together. Seated at the head of the table, Peter, who was dressed in his spider suit, waited for the arrival of everyone but Tony, who was drinking a glass of liquor in the chair next to him.
Do you think they'll fight?
Tony asks as he takes a swig of his dark-aged liquor.
No, I think they're old enough to hold themselves back.
Peter says thoughtfully. 10 minutes later. Yelling filled the room as Charles and Eric were in a heated argument. The second Charles rolled into the room and saw Eric sitting beside Tony, Peter, and Fury, a look of realization filled his face.
Please tell me this is a joke.
Charles said as his first words. It didn't take long for Charles and Eric to begin arguing and throwing barbed words at one another, but soon enough Fury stepped in.
Shut the F***ck up.
Fury yelled in frustration, and the room goes silent.
We're here to talk about official business, not squabble like temperamental children. Get over yourselves and get your heads in the game. We have work to do.
Fury was already annoyed before the meeting started, as the World Security Council has been on his *S ever since they found out about the Avengers initiative being separated from S.H.I.E.L.D. He has had to deal with enough lately, and this just threw him over the edge.
That's right, we have much to speak about, so table your childish behavior and act like the elderly men you are.
Chapter 70, C74 Recap. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 84. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After the first meeting of the Avengers Council, Professor Xavier didn't speak to Peter for a week. Peter tried to contact him but later decided to give the man some space to think for a while. That didn't last long as Peter noticed that this plan was going nowhere and decided to be persistent. He bothered the hell out of Charles, who cracked after a couple of weeks and returned to the Avengers Tower for a much more calm and orderly meeting than the last. During the time that he was annoying Professor X into coming back to the council, Peter had about 10 more encounters with Logan, who attacked him instantly for the first 5 of them. After beating Logan into unconsciousness 5 more times, Peter decided to deploy a new strategy for dealing with him. Flashback. After beating Logan for the sixth time that week, instead of knocking him out, as usual, Peter tied him up in web and forced Wolverine to hang out with him. Once Wolverine was tied up, Peter dragged him to the living room and dropped Logan on the couch.
What do you want to watch?
Peter asks as sits next to him and kicks his feet up, grabbing the remote to flip through the channels.
Let me go.
Logan shouts as he shakes side to side, trying to break free.
I'll just pick.
Peter mutters as he ignores the angry man beside him and puts on Jerry Springer, which seemed to only anger the man further.
I knew he was the father.
Half an hour in, Peter started making small talk with Logan. They watched TV for almost 2 hours before Peter had to get home, leaving an angry Wolverine tied down on the couch with Wheel of Fortune on the flat screen. Peter repeated this treatment for his next few visits to Professor Xavier's mansion. It got to a point where Logan started avoiding him because watching TV with Peter was worse than losing a fight. At least he enjoyed fighting, losing, or not. Of course, Peter wouldn't allow him to get away. After he was done bothering Charles about rejoining the council, Peter would hunt down Logan and force him to hang out and watch TV. This got to a point where a sort of friendship formed between the two.
He has to be the father.
Logan says as he and Peter watch another episode of Jerry Springer.
No, look at the baby's eyes. Neither of the parents has blue eyes, it's not his.
Peter points out with a shake of his head.
Look at the nose, you idiot. They're exactly the same.
Logan yells and gestures to the TV with his free hand. By this point, Peter didn't need to tie Wolverine up in order to watch TV anymore. He would still have to find him, but after that, Logan would reluctantly come to hang out.
In the case of baby Stacy, Nick, you are.
The host of the show announced, causing Peter to smirk victoriously in Logan's direction.
Told you.
Flashback end. Peter didn't expect to become friends with Wolverine, as their past meetings have been filled with nothing but fights. At some point, Peter thought that this world's Logan was a lot more animalistic than his movie counterpart, but that wasn't the case. They just seemed to have a bad first encounter, which devolved into a grudge that Logan formed against him. Peter didn't help either as he goaded Wolverine on during almost every encounter. Back to the Avengers, Peter delayed their first meeting until Charles returned. When he finally did return, they mainly talked about future plans and recruits. Those future plans unfolded in the many months that passed since then. The Avengers Tower was renovated and the bottom half was allocated towards Stark Industries, while the top half became the official headquarters of the Avengers. Since they were a fairly small organization, they didn't bother expanding further than the Avengers Tower, at least for now. The Avengers headquarters has a bunch of sections that were perfectly planned out by Peter and Tony. First, there are the apartments that take up multiple floors. These apartments are about normal size, but they come with the latest in home tech, design, and a view that anyone would pay millions for in this city. The apartments are for those that join the Avengers and are either visiting from out of town or simply have no home of their own. Though after the first month's paycheck, any Avenger could easily afford to rent a high-end apartment. They're also for the future Avengers that come to America for training. They would be given an apartment for the duration of that training before heading back to their home country upon completion. Every council member currently has their own penthouse apartment as well, so they could come live in the tower whenever they wanted to. However, the only one to move in beside Tony was Magneto. Fury was all over the place with his shield duties. Peter has Aunt May to live with and a secret identity to keep, and Charles had a school to run. Other than the apartments, the tower has a giant cafeteria with some very well-trained and accomplished chefs running the show. Only the best for Tony Stark after all. Then we have some meeting rooms followed by the council room, where the Avengers Council has their important assemblies. Followed by that is the training floors. Since Peter emphasizes how important it would be to properly train their members before allowing them into the field, Tony took that seriously and went all out when purchasing training equipment and allocating space. Tony made sure to add some fun and leisure areas as well. The Avengers have their own bowling alley, basketball quarter, Olympic swimming pool, game rooms, and more. Since all of this would have to be maintained, Tony and Peter spent some spare time creating specific robots to clean and fix things should they be needed. An army of Roomba-like machines to both vacuum, mop, and polish the floors. Self-cleaning windows, sort of like how windshield wipers on cars work, but far more effective and complicated. If it needed cleaning, Peter and Tony found the perfect robot or machine to get the job done. They did this to avoid the need for a staff of employees to maintain everything, as at least 1% of that staff would most definitely be there to spy on them. As the tower was being renovated, Fury brought in the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that he talked about wanting in the Avengers. Those being Natasha and Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. These were some of the few members of S.H.I.E.L.D. that Fury still trusted, and he wanted to keep them close by. During their first appearance together, Tony had a rude awakening. Flashback.
You can't be serious.
Tony mutters in dread.
I'm afraid that training is mandatory for all Avengers that want to do field work.
Peter says, getting a nod from every council member in the room.
Don't worry.
A handsome white man with brown hair and eyes says with a disarming smile.
I'll go easy on you.
He stands next to Natasha with black combat clothes and a bow and arrow draped over his shoulder. Insert picture of MCU Hawkeye here. Clinton Barton is an extremely skilled marksman and a special agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's known for his use of the bow and arrow as his primary weapon and an extremely keen eyesight and accuracy that earned him the codename Hawkeye.
Why am I the only one getting forced to do this? What about you guys?
Tony points the finger at his fellow council members.
Well, I'm already being trained by Natasha here.
Peter says as he gestures toward his beautiful trainer.
As for the rest, Fury has more training than he needs, and the other two are a bit old for combat training. Charles can't even walk after all.
Tony couldn't find a single word to argue against Peter's logic, so he just stood there brooding about his impending muscle ache.
Don't bother using your Iron Man suit as an excuse either.
Peter says, not giving Tony a single inch to form an argument.
Without it, you're nothing but a smart walking meat bag. You need to know how to defend yourself without the suit just in case. Yeah, don't worry, it won't be that bad.
Clint says with an excited look on his face. He gets to train the famous Tony Stark personally, so Clint was looking forward to seeing the spoiled billionaire go through his hellish boot camp.
Webhead, I don't like the look on his face.
Tony says as a frightening shiver runs down his spine.
You'll be fine.
Chapter 71, C75 Recap 2 Electric Boogaloo. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 85. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Once the Avengers Tower was fully renovated, the council started its first round of recruitment. Sadly, the only person on Fury's list of people to recruit that they didn't already know about is Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. Thor hasn't been banished to Earth yet. Captain Marvel is off-planet, most likely fighting the Kree. Captain America hasn't been found in the ice yet, though that should be happening soon. Scarlet Witch and her brother Quicksilver haven't unlocked their powers yet. Vision hasn't been built yet. Ant-Man, Falcon, and War Machine haven't received the tech that makes them into heroes either. Thankfully, the X-Men exist in this world as well, or the Avengers wouldn't have much to recruit from this early on. Saving Hulk for later, as Bruce Banner's alter ego would be hard to deal with, they all decide to start with metahumans instead. They first started with the teachers at Xavier's school, as they were the easiest to deal with. Wolverine, Nightcrawler, and Storm were all brought in and put on the payroll. Though that wasn't all, Peter met someone that he didn't encounter during his many trips to Xavier's school. Flashback. As the members of the X-Men were arriving at a meeting room in Avengers Tower for the first time, Peter noticed another blue animalistic man besides Nightcrawler. The new metahuman looked like a big blue hairy gorilla. Of course, he was clothed in a normal human outfit and even had glasses, which made him look like a gorilla that someone stole from the zoo, painted blue, and dressed up in nice clothes. Insert picture of Dr. Henry McCoy or Beast here.
Who this? I thought that I met everyone from your school.
Peter asks Charles, who sat with all of the other council members around Peter.
This is Dr. Henry McCoy, but we like to call him Beast. He's, in my humble opinion, one of the smartest people in the world and has 6 PhDs, including one in biophysics, and happens to be a world-renowned biochemist, making him a leading expert in the X gene, far superior to even me.
Charles introduces the man, who became a bit self-conscious due to the attention suddenly being shifted on himself. As a founding member of the X-Men, the intelligently gifted Dr. Henry
Hank!
McCoy has been fighting for the peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans for most of his life. Born with a physique, strength, and muscular structure greatly resembling an ape, giving him the nickname Beast.
The reason you haven't seen him until now is that Hank here practically lives in his lab. If we didn't deliver him food every day, he'd probably starve to death before coming out.
Charles explains with a laugh.
Hey, I'm not that bad.
Henry says with a deep British accent,
Yeah.
causing Henry to scratch his hairy neck embarrassedly. Flashback end. Beast wasn't the only new face that Peter met during the recruitment process for the Avengers. After taking in the X-Men, who were pleasantly surprised by the new paycheck they would be receiving every month from now on, and scheduling their training, the next group of metahumans was a bit more unruly than the last. Flashback. On the day after the X-Men signed their contracts and were accepted into the Avengers, the Council welcomed the members of the former Brotherhood of Mutants as well. Magneto threw away that name after Peter introduced the metahuman name into the world. At first, he didn't know what to rename themselves, but that problem disappeared with his appointment to the Avengers Council. Now he can just say that they're Avengers. As every subordinate of Magneto strolled into the meeting room, they all looked like the typical villains they were once meant to be.
They're gonna need a higher level of training than the rest will get. I have a feeling that the rule book won't be enough for this group.
Peter thought as he watched what appeared to be a group of delinquents enter the room. The other members of the council had these thoughts as well. Charles was especially doubtful about having them join the Avengers, though he did smile warmly upon seeing a certain blue woman with orange hair. 6 people walked into the room and Peter only recognized 2 of them, those being Mystique and Sabretooth. The other 4 happened to be a group of young teenagers that were probably around the age of Cyclops. One was a green and slimy-looking kid, who saw a fly in the room and caught it with his extremely long tongue, eating it in front of everyone without an ounce of shame. Insert picture of Toad here. As his name implies, Toad possesses almost all of the traits and abilities of a common toad, most notably his superhuman jumping and leaping abilities. Next was a big, obese-looking boy that seemed to have been overworked for every waking moment of his life. Insert picture of Blob here. Blob's mutant physiology grants him several abilities, such as incredible superhuman strength, endurance, and invulnerability. After that was a dark-haired kid dressed in all black with a scowl on his face. He certainly gives off a very edgy vibe. Insert picture of Avalanche here. Avalanche has the power to generate powerful seismic waves from his hands, which he can use to highly destructive effects. These seismic waves can cause any form of inorganic matter to shatter or crumble to dust. Lastly is a blonde kid with a cocky smile plastered on his smug little face. He eyed all of the flammable items in the room with an almost manic look on his face. Insert picture of Pyro here. Pyro is a mutant with the psionic ability to manipulate fire to increase or decrease its size, intensity, and heat. He can then control and mold that fire to take on any form he can imagine, even living creatures.
What are we doing here?
The edgy teenager amongst the group speaks up first.
Yeah, I have games to play.
The fatty spoke next.
Can I burn this place, boss?
Lastly, the pyromaniac of the group speaks and takes out a lighter from his pocket. The green boy just stood behind them and continued eyeing every inch of the room for any more flies or other bugs to eat.
As I've explained multiple times already, you're here to join the Avengers, the new group I've taken a leadership role in. If you listened to the last 5 times I've told you this, then you'd know.
Eric was already fed up with these unruly kids.
Sigh, this is worse than I thought.
Peter mutters and gets nods of agreement from everyone in the room beside the kids, Magneto and Sabretooth, who just didn't care. Shooting a web at the fire-happy kid, Peter snatches the lighter before the tower was set on fire.
Hey, that's mine.
The angry blonde kid yells.
Well, it's mine now. You're far too young to be allowed something like this.
Peter says as he puts the lighter aside.
Now, please be quiet while the adults are speaking.
None of the teenagers liked hearing this and sent dagger-like glares in Spider-Man's direction, as if Peter isn't only a few years older than them. Though no one in the room knows that.
Eric, we can't have children joining the Avengers.
Peter says what everyone else was thinking.
Yeah, they can join when they're older, but maybe a psyche evaluation will be needed as well.
Tony whispered the last part so the kids couldn't hear what he said.
I agree, these children need to be in school, not whatever you've had them doing, Eric. I agree, which is why they will be enrolled in Xavier's school.
Peter says and gets a nod of agreement from the man himself.
I'll gladly take them.
Charles says.
You want us to go to school?
The pyromaniac of the bunch yells questioningly.
F***ck that.
He was already P***s said off about his lighter getting taken away, so this just launched him over the edge. After all, he can't start a fire with his ability and needs his lighter for that very reason. The other children were going to join in, but they all noticed a very threatening glare coming from the man that they fear more than anyone else, Magneto. Each of them was rescued from different facilities that exploited them for their mutations, but they all had something in common. The last day in those facilities was accompanied by agonizing screams and the blood and guts of every person that held them captive. All of this was done with ease by the man himself, Magneto. Even the loudmouth Pyro shut his mouth and hid behind Blob's huge form upon seeing Eric's displeased face. Avalanche spoke for the group that was cowering from their leader's pointed glare.
Good, then that's settled.
Chapter 72, see 76 hand recap. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 85. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Although Charles wasn't allowed to recruit for his school in foreign countries, the American government happily encouraged him to do so within their borders. When both groups of metahumans were getting settled into their Avengers training, Peter and the rest of the council started the second half of recruitment, if you could even call it that. That being the enrollment campaign for Xavier's school. Ever since the UN meetings in Japan came to an end, the contents of those meetings became public knowledge, so everyone now knew about metahumans and the start of the Avengers. Peter's video with the interview showcasing Charles, Kurt, and Scott's stories and powers certainly helped spread the word as well. They could have gone a more SHIELD-like route when it came to forming the Avengers, hiding it away from the world and acting in the shadows, but that just sounded like a lot of work for no good reason. The Avengers would be found out anyways, so why hide it? All of the fans of Spider-Man were abuzz with excitement after finding out that he would be starting a superhero organization. Every news channels had the best month of their lives. When they run stories about Spider-Man or Iron Man, ratings would go through the roof. Big Spider-Man news and information about new superpowered people entering the world brought them hundreds of millions of views in only days. While the news was at its peak at this time, Peter released a YouTube video alongside Professor Xavier regarding his school. Flashback.
Hello, everyone.
Peter says to the camera with a casual wave. He and Charles were in the backyard of the school. In the background of the two, the camera recorded happy metahuman children playing on jungle gyms, slides, swings, etc.
This is Professor Charles Xavier.
Peter motions toward Charles and continues speaking.
You all know him from the last video I put out, What you don't know, however, is that Charles here is a high-level member of the Avengers, an organization built by me and few others to protect the world in times of need. Hello!
Charles says, not knowing what else to say.
I've brought him in again because this school is open for enrollment to all metahuman children. I'll let him talk about that.
Peter shuts his mouth and lets Charles do the rest of the talking. Charles went through all of the normal talking points as to why these children need to attend his school, but the main focus was safety. Safety for the child and those around them. Any child that unlocks their X gene doesn't know how to control that power yet. They could easily hurt themselves, their parents, friends, pets, teachers, and the list goes on and on. The fact that it was completely free enroll was probably fairly tempting as well. Though his main selling point was that he and the teachers of the school know from experience what it's like to wake up one day with crazy powers. They've been through it all before and can guide the students through the transition process. Charles says with the utmost sincerity.
Speaking of that,
Peter finally speaks.
Tony Stark happens to be another high-level member of the Avengers, so we're very well funded. I've spoken with him and we're currently planning to build an apartment complex close to the school for parents. Once your child has a good grasp of their powers, you can move into an apartment and your child can live with you instead of the school dorms.
Charles nodded in agreement alongside Peter and they both closed out the video. Peter would upload it the next day. After that video went out, the large majority of people supported the idea while some had other things to say. J. Jonah Jameson was certainly the leader of every anti-Spider-Man campaign that has ever existed, so why not jump on this too? What's sad is the fact that he has even been saying some anti-metahuman speech lately as well. Peter got a pretty good laugh out of that one, but it doesn't help that he and all of his followers now exclusively refer to metahumans as mutants. Moving on from the crazy clout chaser, Charles was invited on multiple news broadcasts after the video went out. He didn't want to attend all of them, but the publicity for his school was too tempting. In the months after these interviews, Xavier's school would welcome almost 50 new students ranging from ages 7 to 15. Many of these children's parents were waiting for the apartment building to be built, so they could be closer to their kids. Some of the more wealthy families simply bought a house in the area and moved in, waiting for their sons or daughters to control their powers so they can live together. Everyone, especially Charles, was more than happy with how this portion of the recruitment went. The majority of the public also seemed to favor metahumans, though that didn't mean they didn't have any opposition. Religious groups, racist groups, and other organizations such as the Friends of Humanity began to rear their ugly heads. Luckily, Peter's interference has caused these groups to not have as much influence as they would have had originally. Tony has these groups on a watch list that Jarvis overlooks, so the Avengers will step in if they try anything funny. While all of this was going on, Peter was dealing with his newly acquired ancient ninja clan, the Hand. Scythe, the person Peter put in charge, constantly supplied him with information through texts, calls, and face-to-face meetings when Peter had the time. Firstly, some people in the Hand didn't like this new leadership coming out of nowhere and the rules that came with it. They didn't believe in the Black Sky or didn't believe that Peter was the Black Sky. So before these people could cause trouble or leave the Hand, Peter had Scythe arrange a death match between himself and every person that wished to oust him. 1 versus 1,000. Peter would fight however many showed up at the same time. They could use any weapons as well. Once it was set up, Peter arrived at a very large dojo and found around 600 ninjas, give or take, waiting with weapons ready. Surrounding these ninjas were those that wanted to watch the spectacle, either rooting for the Black Sky or the hundreds of deadly ninjas. Shocking everyone in attendance, Peter slaughtered all of them mercilessly. He knew that people like this would cause trouble later on if he kept them alive and wanted to make a statement as well. That statement was extremely clear to those watching the blood, guts, and screams fill the air.
The Black Sky doesn't like people questioning him.
Once every ninja that Peter faced was dead on the ground, he turns to the crowd that surround him.
This is a new Hand.
Peter shouts without an ounce of blood on his blacked-out suit.
The sooner you understand that, the better.
As Peter finished speaking, each ninja fell to a knee and bowed in his direction.
Good, because things are going to change a lot from now on.
Chapter 73, C77 Dragon Bones and Elixir. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 87. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. The next arc starts soon. This is the last recap sort of chapter. I know some of you are getting impatient and want some action. I'll give you a hint to the next arc, Green. With red-garbed ninjas appearing in every major city around the world, the news picked up on this fairly quickly and began broadcasting any information they could gather. That information being groups of ninjas that patrol the streets, stopping crime and saving those in need. The whole world was divided on their opinion of this new group of vigilantes. Some loved them and others hated them. A few cities mobilized their entire police force trying to catch them, but the Hand is just too skilled and slippery to be caught by some undertrained police officers. It certainly didn't help that the Hand isn't afraid to kill the more hardened and unredeemable criminals, and steal money from all of their victims as well, which would only fuel the opinions of those that hated them. Though Peter didn't mind. He has the Hand in these cities to stop crime, not win over public support or anything of the sort. As long as his subordinates stick to the rules and do their jobs, Peter is happy. Speaking of the rules, Peter knows that although he killed many who opposed him, there are still some in the Hand that are unhappy with the new regime, so to speak. Malik and those that followed the now deceased Soend being one group of them. Peter has scythed keeping these people watched and listed down. They may not rebel as Peter thinks, but it's always best to keep a lookout. Who knows, maybe after some time passes they would come to like the new Hand. He'll just have to wait and see. Other than the Avengers and Hand business, nothing much has changed in Peter's personal life. He's still dating MJ, friends with Ned, and lives with his Aunt May. MJ has been seeing her dad a lot after that Christmas night. Fury comes to visit her and her mother Grace a couple of times a month now, which they were happy about. MJ knows that her father has a very busy and secretive job, so she was just happy to see him. Their relationship improved enough in the past months to where she calls him dad, and he gets a hug every time he shows up now. Peter sees him every now and then, but he usually likes to give Fury some space when he's with his family. He has all the time in the world to spend with MJ, but Fury doesn't. Not to mention the fact that Peter sees Fury a lot as Spider-Man already, so he didn't need to spend more time with the man. Especially since Fury doesn't exactly like Peter as he's dating his daughter.
When he finds out that it's actually Spider-Man that's dating his daughter, I wonder how he'll react.
Peter thought. As for Ned, he's still working on that video game that he started making shortly after they released Candy Crush. Peter offered to help multiple times, but Ned refuses to allow anyone to even look at it, as he wants it to be a surprise. Peter didn't mind not being involved. He was busy with the Avengers and the Hand anyway. May was the same as always. She still worked part-time at the hospital, thanks to the millions Peter is now making from Parker Games. Something big that happened to May and Peter was moving out of their old apartment. Their landlord saw the news clips about Peter making Candy Crush and being the sleazy man that he and many landlords are. He raised the rent by almost double, which is illegal by the way. May was the first to find out and freaked out, cursing the man's name for hours. When Peter found out as well, he just shrugged and said,
"Why don't we just move?"
And so they did. May found a nice house nearby for a bit less than $1 million. They bought it after some inspections and moved in a month later. They had to wait about a month for a couple of repairs and redesigns to be completed. If they were going to have their own house, it had to be perfect, especially since they now had the money to make it that way. Their old landlord was swiftly reported to the police after the move. If he would do this now, he has likely done it before, so the police simply asked the residents of the building and found multiple cases of this happening. The landlord was arrested shortly after their move, which was good news for all of the other residents. Peter's spare time after the move was mainly spent on building his AI and studying the dragon bones and resurrection elixir that the hand had stashed away. He made sure to have Scythe gather all of the bones and elixir the hand had, not trusting it in the hands of others. The AI was something Peter started working on before the United Nations meetings started. Peter has high requirements for his artificial intelligence, so it's going to take longer than a few months to finish making it. Peter wants his AI to not only help him with his company, heroic duties, and side projects, but also watch over and assist the Avengers and the Hand. As a watchful eye, keeping Peter informed about any wrongdoings, as well as a way to assist both separate organizations during their duties as well. There are so many ideas and expectations in Peter's mind when it comes to this AI, like the ability to access millions of cameras around the world and use that to report crimes, but making something with that kind of power will take time. As for the dragon bones and elixir, Peter found that he was out of his depth when he received them. When studying the bones, all he saw was an old dinosaur-looking bone. He could feel some energy in them, which he thought was probably Kai, but no technology that he had access to was useful when it came to mystical energies. Using modern science and technology, Peter found that these bones were old and fossilized. Other than that, he couldn't study the energy inside them, so he went to Kamer Taj to find a solution. Peter had a similar problem when it came to the resurrection elixir as well. The black substance had large amounts of the same energy the bones had, but none of his equipment could get a read on it. All he found out was that it was a mixture of fossilized bone dust and human blood. Looking at the manufacturing process that Scythe gave him, Peter confirmed his findings. The hand would use both the bones of dragons as well as human blood to make the black liquid that would keep their former leaders alive. They would often force human subjects to provide most if not all of their blood reserves to create the substance, killing them in the process. The combination of the two elements was done so in almost a ritualistic manner, which Peter wasn't sure was necessary. Peter didn't plan on kidnapping and sacrificing people for more power, so he would need to figure out a way to alter the recipe, so to speak. Yeah, he could get unlimited longevity, an upgrade in his powers, and the means to return from death, but at what cost? He wouldn't sacrifice his morals for something so little. Especially when Peter could use the mystic arts to alter and maybe even enhance the elixir. When he returned to Kamer Taj for help with his studies into the dragon bones and elixir, Peter was once again told that the Ancient One was busy. Ever since he brought up her possibly joining the Avengers, the Ancient One became distant all of the sudden. He knew that she was torn between the plan she formed for her future with the Time Stone's help, or saying,
F***ck it.
Chapter 74, C78 Green Arc begins. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 87. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Every spell he found in the library of Camertage was helpful, but sadly, Peter hasn't had enough time to alter the resurrection elixir to his liking. Though that doesn't mean that Peter didn't figure some things out about the elixir. In fact, he knows everything about it now. With the help of the spells that could scan things magically, Peter could finally get a read on what the dragon bones supply to the blood that somehow gives the resurrection elixir all of its amazing properties. After using the spells on the dragon bones and resurrection elixir, he knew way more than what today's technology could tell him. First, the dragon bones not only have the overwhelming amount of Kai left behind from the dragons they once belonged to, but also a small portion of their life force. Dragons could live for thousands and thousands of years, so it stands to reason that an elixir with their bones as the main ingredient would give effects such as resurrection and unlimited longevity, though that longevity would run out after a while if the elixir isn't taken every few hundred years or so. The physical enhancement that's seen in those that take the elixir can also be explained now. Dragons are naturally far stronger than humans, so a very minuscule amount of that power is being transferred from the bones as well.
If I had some muscles or other parts of a dragon, then I could probably make the strength enhancement far stronger.
Peter thought, but sadly all dragons are long dead beside Shulao in K'un-Lun. Though Peter would never go and kill such a majestic creature, especially since he's that last of his kind. Maybe some bartering can be done later down the line.
I could offer him something and get some blood in exchange. That should be enough to boost the elixir's properties by a lot.
Peter thought hopefully. The fossilized bones of a dragon simply mixed with blood could already do so much. Peter was excited to see what the blood from a living dragon could do instead of human blood. His chances are slim, but he could always try. Being the leader of K'un-Lun's biggest enemy, the hand, certainly won't help his chances, but he could always visit as Spider-Man instead. There should be no line connecting the hand to Spider-Man after all. Unless someone from the hand has loose lips, but he can always worry about that if and when it happens. Until then, Peter can only do his best to keep it quiet. After testing the bones, Peter moved on to the already created elixir. Once that was tested, Peter found something odd, to say the least. The elixir contained everything the bones and normal human blood would have, but it also contained human life force, which proved Peter wrong about the ritual. He thought that the ritual to create the elixir was just some old-fashioned tradition or something, but it seems to have a purpose. That is to extract some of the life energy from those who
Give
their blood for the ritual. Peter would have never found anything like this without his mystic arts powers. In order to figure this out, Peter went over the ritual that the hand used and found no runes, spell circles, or other markings that could explain this. They simply had their walking blood bags restrained and slowly bled them into something that held the ground-up dragon bone dust. Other than mixing it every so often, Peter didn't see anything that explained the life force being present in the blood. Upon running some tests, Peter found what was happening. Using the other spell he found, Peter was able to separate the elixir into two parts, the blood and bone dust. Upon scanning each of them separately, Peter found that both ingredients contained exactly what they were supposed to, but that changed in a matter of minutes. Testing both ingredients again after 10 minutes' time, Peter found none of the human life force left in the blood whatsoever. It was all gone. Finding this odd, Peter tested a small amount of his own freshly extracted blood. His fresh blood had a very high level of life force in it, far more than the blood he tested earlier, but that's probably because of his enhancements compared to normal human. After waiting another 10 minutes, the amount of life force in his blood sample halved. Better than normal human blood, but still a lot for only 10 minutes. Why was this? Well, Peter concluded that all living creatures have life force in their blood, bones, organs, etc., but that life force dissipates over time after these things disconnect from the body. This probably happens to dragons as well, but they have so much life force that it takes far longer for it to dissipate, or maybe the bones hold life energy better than blood. Peter wasn't taking out his bones to test that theory though. He could look into it in another way and at another time. This does make sense for the hand's ritual though. They needed the blood to be fresh when it was mixed with the dragon bone dust. The human life force in the blood seems to stick around after mixing with the dragon life force in the bone dust. Peter doesn't know why, but the two seem to reinforce each other in a way.
Maybe a mix of dragon blood and human blood with the bone dust would be better than using just dragon blood.
Peter thought as he planned to enhance the elixir before taking it himself.
My blood seems to have far more life force than a normal human, so I should use mine somehow.
Peter could also give this enhancement to his loved ones as well. They would be better equipped to protect themselves, which would lift a huge weight from Peter's shoulders. They may have the protections he gave them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. He would just have to make sure the elixir is 100% safe before even bringing it up to anyone, especially MJ. She would be impatient and want the elixir as soon as possible. Peter knew that she wants to help him, but he would only allow that if she was safe about it. As for Ned, he would be happy to get a power-up for sure. May, on the other hand, wouldn't really care much. She hasn't shown any signs of wanting any power-up, unlike Ned and MJ. Once Peter knew how the elixir worked, He ran a few more tests but didn't find a way to enhance the elixir without a new ingredient. With the power to separate the ingredients back to their base form, Peter could constantly test the dragon bones and blood without fear of running out, but soon enough the blood ran out of life energy. Though he didn't use all of the elixir for his tests, as he wanted to keep some for emergencies. It's not like he had to use any more anyway. Peter knew exactly how the elixir was made and worked by this point. He only needed to find a way to enhance it. Using his own blood was his best bet. Sadly, the ritual needs a lot of blood. When you take the elixir, it's not a drink, lotion, or whatever. No, you're unconscious and submerged in the black substance for a long period of time. Therefore, a huge amount of blood is needed for every batch. Peter may be enhanced, but losing that amount of blood in one sitting would kill him long before the elixir was finished. Thinking that he could make it in small batches, Peter tried mixing a small amount of his freshly extracted blood with a small pinch of bone dust, but that didn't work as he hoped it would. Even to this very day, he didn't know why this was the case. It should have worked, yet it didn't. Peter's only guess was that the mixture needs to be done in large batches for some reason. Possibly because only a portion of a dragon bone won't do the trick and the whole thing is needed. He has no idea, but that was the best answer.
Maybe I can use the mystic arts to solve this.
Peter thought as he saw the time. It was almost morning and he had his first day as a sophomore in high school tomorrow. Packing away everything safely, Peter hopped into bed and called it a night. Near the landing strip of a military airfield, two men can be seen discussing something. One of them is a blond man with blue eyes dressed in military garb. He seemed to be in his 50s, and from the markings on his clothes, a very high-ranking man in the military. Insert picture of Lieutenant General Thaddeus E.
Thunderbolt!
Ross. The man standing across from General Ross was a dark-skinned, bald man with even more markings on his military clothing. Insert picture of 4-star General Joseph.
Joe!
Greller here.
I got you who I could. Short notice, but they're all quality. I pulled you one ace, though. Emil Blonsky. Born in Russia, raised in England, and on loan to SOCOM from the Royal Marines.
Greller says as he hands over a file.
I know you cashed in some chips for this, Joe. Thank you.
Ross says as he accepts the file.
Glad I could help, but this scientist better be as good as you say.
Greller says as he walks off. Seeing the higher-ranked general off, Ross' face squints in discomfort for just a moment. He lied to his superior about the purpose of this mission and felt bad about it. Pushing those feelings away and steeling his resolve, Ross walks over to a waiting military plane, which soon takes off with him aboard. Hours later.
This is the target and the location. Snatch and grab, live capture. You'll have your dart clips and suppression ordnance, but live fire is for backup only. We got locals out there, but we want it tight and quiet.
A soldier on board the plane says as he hands out photos of a man in a white lab coat. Insert picture of Bruce Banner here.
Is he a fighter?
An experienced soldier with brown slicked back hair asks as he accepts the photo. Insert picture of Emil Blonsky here.
Your target is a fugitive from the U.S. government who stole military secrets. He is also implicated in the deaths of 2 scientists, a military officer, an Idaho state trooper, and possibly 2 Canadian hunters. So don't wait to see if he's a fighter, trank him and bring him back.
Chapter 75, C-79 Hulk. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 89. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Dressing nicely for his first day of school, Peter ate breakfast with May in the kitchen of their new house before heading off to school. Although he's a fairly wealthy person now, Peter still takes the subway to school every day. He's used to it and enjoys the walk by this point. Though that doesn't mean he won't get a car sooner or later. In fact, he has his learner's permit, meaning Peter could drive a car with the supervision of someone with a license. He has been practicing for his driver's test with May every so often. May still has her car from before they were rich and refuses to get an upgrade, so Peter has been practicing in her old Toyota Corolla. He'll convince her to buy a new car someday. On the subway, Peter scrolled through his phone, looking at cars that he would possibly buy upon getting his license. The more Peter looked at cars on his phone, the more he wanted to buy an old car and completely upgrade it into something almost futuristic. He had the capabilities and the money to do so after all. That would be more fun than buying some random sedan or SUV, and Peter would have something fun to work on in his spare time. After looking through all of the possible cars, Peter was torn between either the 1965 Ford Mustang or the 1963 Chevrolet Corvette. Insert car pictures if you want person mail. Both cars are aesthetically pleasing in Peter's opinion. The engine, brakes, handling, and other specs didn't really matter to him. Whichever car he gets would be gutted and turned into a futuristic Tesla powered by magic anyway. His choice was solely on which looked better. While contemplating this, Peter arrived at school and strolled in with all eyes glued to his figure. Ever since Candy Crush became one of the most popular mobile games all around the world, Peter's status in school has risen dramatically. Before, Peter was a sort of loner that would be bullied, but now he's considered one of the
Popular.
kids, though that doesn't mean he hangs around anyone other than MJ and Ned, so he's still a bit of a loner. A popular loner. The fact that Peter would give out free in-game currency to the people in his school probably helped his rise. Even the teachers and staff of the school looked at him differently now. After all, he gets perfect grades and makes enough money for his schooling to be pointless at this point. Though Peter enjoys school as it gives him time to spend with MJ and Ned, so he wouldn't drop out or skip grades. As for being popular now, he doesn't care one bit. Nothing has changed besides the way his peers treat him, which didn't bother Peter at this point in his life. After happily spending the school day with Ned and MJ, Peter was going to invite them over to shop for cars online with him, but suddenly his phone buzzed. Bald Pirate Code Green. As Peter checks his phone, the expression on his face morphs into that of surprise, excitement, and worry.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Peter says as he pecks MJ on the cheek and waves to Ned.
I'll explain later. Let's look at cars tomorrow.
Before either of them could reply, Peter ran off to a secluded location and portaled to the council room in Avengers Tower. After landing the plane in Brazil, General Ross and his small army of soldiers geared up and entered a small town.
Camera.
Ross orders over the radio as a soldier pushes a wire with a camera on its tip underneath a house's front door.
Here we go.
Being the high-ranking general he is, Ross is currently outside of the town in a safe location, excitedly watching this all play out through body cameras. Sadly for him, the general's excitement was ruined by a dog that noticed the camera and bites it.
Get rid of the damn dog.
Ross orders in annoyance. The soldiers retrieve the now broken camera and begin putting explosive charges around the door.
Take him.
Ross orders and the charges blow. Boom! The soldiers, who are being led by Blonsky, enter the house. They shoot tranquilizer darts at a small bed, only to find that it was empty with just a pillow and another blanket underneath.
Target's on the move.
Blonsky calls out over the radio as he shoots a dart at the poor dog that wouldn't stop barking at them.
Where is he?
The general asks over the radio.
He's on the ground.
Blonsky replies as he catches sight of Bruce Banner ducking into a nearby alley from the window.
Let's go, move.
As the soldiers give chase, searching the entire town for their target, said target was racing through the street in a sweatshirt with the hood up, trying his best to blend into the surrounding crowd. Sadly, Bruce is a scientist and not a spy. His movements are easily readable to a trained soldier like Blonsky, who instantly notices him.
There he is, go.
He says, and the chase begins once again.
Do not lose him.
General Ross eagerly says over the radio. A messy chase ensues, where Bruce has the upper hand as he has lived in this small town for a while now. He knows all the side alleys and back doors to slip through. Every time Banner would lose one group of soldiers, another group would catch sight of him, starting the whole chase over again and again. It certainly didn't help that his watch was beeping, signaling that his blood pressure was rising to dangerous levels. Taking a chance as he doesn't want to change and hurt anyone, Banner hides quickly to lower his heart rate, catching his breath before he continues running again. After running for a while, Banner manages to lose the soldiers hunting him, but sadly that luck doesn't last long. While running, Bruce bumped into a few local gang members and didn't have the time to apologize for such disrespect. Not that they would have let him go with a simple. The general asks over the radio. "He's on the ground," Blonsky replies as he catches sight of Bruce Banner ducking into a nearby alley from the window. "Let's go, go, move, move." As the soldiers give chase, searching the entire town for their target, said target was racing through the street in a sweatshirt with the hood up, trying his best to blend into the surrounding crowd. Sadly, Bruce is a scientist and not a spy. His movements are easily readable to a trained soldier like Blonsky, who instantly notices him. "There he is, go, go, go," he says, and the chase begins once again. "Do not lose him," General Ross eagerly says over the radio. A messy chase ensues, where Bruce has the upper hand as he has lived in this small town for a while now. He knows all the side alleys and back doors to slip through. Every time Banner would lose one group of soldiers, another group would catch sight of him, starting the whole chase over again and again. It certainly didn't help that his watch was beeping, signaling that his blood pressure was rising to dangerous levels. Taking a chance as he doesn't want to change and hurt anyone, Banner hides quickly to lower his heart rate, catching his breath before he continues running again. After running for a while, Banner manages to lose the soldiers hunting him, but sadly that luck doesn't last long. While running, Bruce bumped into a few local gang members and didn't have the time to apologize for such disrespect. Not that they would have let him go with a simple, "I'm sorry," anyway. While he may have lost the soldiers, for now, Banner was currently being followed by a whole separate unsavory group. "Where is he?" Ross calls out over the radio.
Target acquired.
Blonsky answers after seeing Banner run into an abandoned building with at least 6 men on his tail. Bruce intended to hide here for a moment and calm down as his watch was beeping rapidly by this point, but that was soon interrupted.
Gringo.
The lead gangster yells as he and his men enter the building. Cornered by the tough guys that came out of nowhere, Banner was confused as they snatched his laptop from him like the criminals they are.
Please, no, not the computer. I need that for my research.
Bruce calls out pitifully as he's pinned up against the wall.
Not so tough now, huh?
The leader calls out as they all start wailing on Banner. It started with punches but soon devolved to stomping as Bruce fell to the floor, taking each hit with gritted teeth as an angry expression slowly morphed onto his face.
Stop, please, me.
Banner tries to reason with them, but they didn't understand, nor did they care to.
Yeah, well, I very bad angry too.
One of them jokes as they all laugh and continue beating him.
Oh no, you don't understand.
Bruce says as his skin begins to turn green, shocking the gang members around him.
What the?
Is he sick?
What's wrong with him?
Yua.
This shock didn't last long as silenced darts are shot from the windows of the building and hit each of the gang members. They all fall to the floor and pass out at the same time, but sadly, it was too late. Banner's watch was beeping crazily by this point. As he lay on the floor covered in bruises, his BPM hits 200, causing a loud, angry roar to escape his lips.
ARGH.
After the earth-shaking roar is heard, Bruce's body expands and grows into a giant, muscle-bound green monster, destroying every bit of clothes he was wearing besides the pants, which turned into tight underwear that barely covered his privates. Insert a picture of the Hulk here.
Anyone else seeing this?
One soldier asks in fear. Not even bothering with the soldiers yet, the Hulk picks up the unconscious gang members one by one and throws them across the room, killing them as they impact the hard wall.
We've got a bogey of some kind. Please advise.
A soldier asks fearfully over the radio, unsure of what to call the monster before him.
That is the target. Use every trank you've got. Do it now.
Ross orders without a care for his men's safety. Following orders as they've been trained to do, the commandos opened fire on the Hulk, only for their darts to bounce off of his skin. Feeling his skin itch, Hulk turns to see the soldiers with weapons drawn and charges at them in anger.
Go live, go live, go live. Get out of the way. Move!
The commandos begin to panic as the giant green monster closes in on them. Grabbing a soldier in his giant hand, Hulk squeezes him like a tube of toothpaste, killing him instantly and tossing him aside like a used toy. After seeing this, the frightened commandos open fire with actual rounds, causing him to only grow angrier and stronger with every bullet that impacts his skin.
It's behind us, move, move, get him, shoot, shoot.
The soldiers spread out in and around the building and try their best, but nothing seems to break through the Hulk's skin. Seeing that bullets were of no use, Blonsky throws a grenade at the Hulk, temporarily stopping him for only a moment.
Leave me alone.
Hulk yells like an oversized and angry child. That grenade was the last straw. With an angry grunt, Hulk rushed around the building, slaughtering the many soldiers with the ease of a child playing with their dolls. Wherever the Hulk would appear, blood and screams would soon follow close behind.
No, no.
Chapter 76, C80 The Council Convenes. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 10 chapters ahead at chapter 90. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Walking through a portal into the council room at the top of the Avengers Tower, Peter and Professor Xavier were met by Fury, Tony, and Magneto, who were sitting around waiting for their arrival. Peter always has to pick up Charles for meetings like this. He is the only one that doesn't live in the city, and the X-Men don't have their cool jet just yet.
Yo!
Peter calls out as the portal closes behind him and the professor.
Good, you're both here.
Fury says as he plugs a flash drive into the table and taps a few buttons. Instantly, a hologram appeared in the center of the table. Videos begin to play, showing body cam footage of a battle between heavily armed soldiers and a giant green monster. The massive muscle-bound green giant was decimating the soldiers with ease. It was more of a massacre than anything else. The soldiers were either torn apart, clobbered to death, or thrown away at speeds that would surely kill them upon impact. Suddenly, the video froze on a close-up picture of the green monster, and a window popped up next to it. This window showed a picture of Bruce Banner with a lot of text below. For those that don't know, this is Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. He's a renowned scientist who is highly respected for his work in biochemistry, nuclear physics, and gamma radiation. Fury starts, but Peter picks up where he left off after taking a seat.
Banner was commissioned by the United States General Thaddeus Ross to recreate the super soldier serum that created Captain America. However, Ross elected not to inform Banner about what he was creating. During the experiment, Banner was exposed to dangerous levels of gamma radiation. As a result, the mild-mannered scientist found that when angered, provoked, or excited, his body and brain would transform into a huge, rage-fueled, primitive-minded creature known as Hulk. For 5 years, Banner remained on the run from the United States Army with the Hulk under control, though it seems that they clashed recently based on this video.
Peter says, shocking Charles and Eric, who knew nothing of this.
You would be correct. Ross lied to his superior and went down to Brazil to capture Banner. As you can see, that operation failed horribly, like many that involve Thaddeus.
Fury throws a small dig at the general's history.
It sounds like you knew about this for a while. Why haven't we dealt with this yet?
Charles asks and gets a nod of agreement from Eric.
The Hulk is a strong opponent to face, and the Avengers was still new.
Peter says with a shrug. He seemed to have the Hulk under control as well. It wasn't like he was in Brazil rampaging or something. This incident only occurred because Ross and his men tried to capture Banner, Fury clarifies.
Should we mobilize some Avengers to take care of it?
Eric asks, thinking this was a strategy meeting to kill Banner.
No, Banner is a future member of the Avengers.
Peter puts a stop to this line of conversation.
Why?
Charles asks confusedly.
You said it yourself. When in this state, he's a rage-fueled and primitive-minded creature. Just look at the footage. I'm not saying we have to kill the man, but recruiting someone like this seems like a liability to me.
No one could argue with Professor Xavier's words, especially after watching the slaughter from the body cams of the soldiers so easily defeated.
So, how should we handle this?
Tony asks with a glass of dark liquor in his hand.
Maybe sedate the guy before he can turn and bring him back for testing. With enough time, I could probably come up with some type of cure. I say we just kill the thing, but I know none of you would agree. Well, Fury might, but he's surprisingly sentimental at times.
Eric says defeatedly.
Oh,
Fury grunts in confusion.
how about this?
Peter says with a sigh, as he knows that none of them see things his way.
I admit that Banner's power is unpredictable and possibly uncontrollable, but I believe that Hulk can be reasoned with.
Eric rolled his eyes at this, while everyone else in the room looked at Peter doubtfully. Even Fury was doubtful, and it was his idea for the Hulk to be an Avenger in the first place. Ignoring the looks from his colleagues, Peter continues speaking.
We'll approach Banner and try our best to speak to him without the Hulk appearing. Though, if the Hulk comes out, give me time to talk to him too before we start fighting. That's all I ask.
Peter says, and no one had it in them to turn him down.
Do we even know where he is now? There's no way he's still in Brazil after this.
Tony asks as he gestures to the hologram.
His current location is unknown, but we know that his last heading was north.
Fury says as he presses a button, and a video of the Hulk leaping off the ground and launching over a jungle plays.
I have a lot of resources looking for Banner as we speak. Do we know where General Ross's daughter lives?
Peter asks, confusing everyone but Fury. Tony taps the table, and a holographic keyboard appears for him to use.
Betty Ross currently lives in Virginia. Why? Then that's where we'll find Banner.
Peter says with a nod.
Fury, send Natasha and Clint to watch her. Banner will show up soon enough.
Without asking any questions, Fury took out his phone and sent out 2 separate text messages.
Done!
He says and stashed his phone away once again.
Why do we believe he'll show up for this girl? Revenge against the general, perhaps?
Eric asks curiously.
No, Banner isn't the type.
Fury says with a shake of the head.
They were dating before the accident that made the Hulk, so it stands to reason that there's still somewhat of an emotional attachment. Not only that,
Peter says as he sees the doubtful looks on everyone's faces.
she also worked with him on the super soldier serum, so Betty could help him find a cure for the green guy. As a scientist, I'm positive that Banner has tirelessly spent these 5 years trying everything to fix himself. Her input on that would be invaluable to him. Okay, I'm convinced.
Charles says as he and everyone else see their reasoning now.
Who should we send when he's found? That's right.
Tony exclaims as he jumps to his feet excitedly.
This will be the Avengers' first real mission. Did you just figure that out?
Fury mutters with a roll of his singular eye.
Oh, shut up. This is exciting.
Tony responds with a grin. Even Fury's snide comments couldn't bring his mood down right now.
This seems like something that Charles would excel at.
Eric says as he looks toward his old rival.
How so?
Charles asks back.
Can't you simply put this Hulk to sleep with your telepathy? If it truly has a primitive mind, then putting the thing to bed should be child's play for you.
Magneto says as if it would be the easiest thing in the world.
That could work, but we shouldn't count on it.
Peter says, knowing it won't be that easy.
Let's call that Plan B. Plan A is me speaking to Banner or Hulk. Plan C will be fighting. I don't think that many of the Avengers will be able to handle something like this.
Tony says after a moment of thought.
Storm is the only one that comes to mind. Kurt can act as support, but that's about it. We may have to handle this ourselves.
Chapter 77, C81 found. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 90. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Before leaving the council room, Peter and everyone decided that the Avengers weren't ready to deal with someone of Hulk's caliber. He might as well be the living personification of rage-given form in this universe, so people like Sabretooth, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, and Mystique would never stand a chance. Sorry, but it's just the truth. Even if they were to fight well in the beginning, the Hulk will only grow stronger with time. Anger and rage fuel his strength constantly after all. The anger from a drawn-out fight would be more than enough for the Hulk to beat them, which is why Peter and everyone else decided that the Avengers Council and a select few others will be the only people involved in this mission. The Avengers' first mission, that is. Iron Man, Magneto, Professor X, Storm, Nightcrawler, and last but certainly not least, Spider-Man. Obviously, Fury wouldn't be anywhere near this. He may be an amazing spy or secret agent, but he would have even less of a chance than the Avengers they're leaving out of the mission. Storm was an easy pick for the team as she's an Omega-level metahuman and could simply attack from a distance using her flight ability and lightning. Nightcrawler isn't nearly strong enough to deal with the Hulk, but he has a very valuable ability, teleportation. He won't get involved with any of the fighting, should it ever come to that, and simply use his teleportation to assist the team when needed. The rest were chosen because they're strong enough to deal with this. It was that simple. Well, all except for Tony. Most of the council didn't think that Tony's suit would hold up against the Hulk, but he managed to convince everyone that he had something planned for this. After all, Tony knew about the Hulk for a while now, so he has had time to cook something up for the Green Giant. Tony refused to say anything about it when they asked, but Peter thought it was probably the big Hulkbuster suit, though he didn't know that for sure. The world has changed with his influence, so Peter tries not to expect anything anymore. Not to mention the inclusion of the X-Men, which didn't even exist in the MCU. Peter just has to be prepared for anything and remain watchful for things that may stay the same. He hoped that a lot would stay the same, but rarely is anyone that lucky. After the game plan was formulated and the council meeting was finished, Peter returned home to spend some time with his Aunt May before heading out that night to patrol the streets. His crime-fighting schedule has lessened greatly due to the cell-of-hand ninja in the city, but Peter still likes to get out of the house for a few times a week and swing around saving people. Speaking of the hand, Peter swung to a nearby brick building and entered the place through the door on the roof. The door was locked by a keypad, which Peter easily accessed before entering the building. The outside and inside of the building were completely different. On the outside, the building looked like an old, not-so-tall skyscraper. On the inside, the place looked brand new and modern. Stepping inside, Peter was instantly greeted by a small group of red-clad ninjas who guarded the door in shifts. As soon as they saw his entrance, the ninja straightened up and bowed.
Keep up the good work,
Peter called out as he descended the stairway. This building is the headquarters of the Hand, not just for New York City but the whole world. The Hand never had a true headquarters before Peter's arrival. Each finger of the Hand had their own home base, which usually changed frequently based on their whims or plans. The closest thing that they had to a headquarters was the temple where Peter fought the beast, but that doesn't really fit the description. Peter had the Hand move here about a month ago. He could technically portal to any location, but having his subordinates close by feels more comforting in a way. As Peter descended the stairs, he was met by his trusted second-in-command, Scythe, who rushed over as soon as Peter's code was used to enter the building.
Good evening, Black Sky.
Scythe says as he bows similarly to the ninjas that were guarding the roof's door.
Do you require any assistance? Yeah.
Peter nods as he takes out a flash drive and hands it over.
This contains the information of a man named Bruce Banner. He should be trying to enter the country from South America. He doesn't have a passport or any identification, so he'll most likely cross the border illegally. I want everyone looking for him, discreetly of course. Of course.
Scythe agrees instantly, and tucks the flash drive into his pocket.
Would you like him killed?
Hearing this from his second-in-command reminded Peter that he still has a long way to go with the hand. Their first line of thought is always killing.
No, I want him located and surveilled. That's it.
Peter says as he thinks for a moment.
If he's having trouble crossing the border, maybe lend a hand, but other than that, keep a wide distance from this one. He's far more dangerous than he looks. You'll see from the drive I gave you. Understood. Anything else, sir?
Scythe asks respectfully.
Yes, have we had any problems since our last talk? Anyone stepping out of line or planning behind my back?
Peter asks, knowing that Scythe has been monitoring the troublesome members of the hand closely for him.
Nothing that I can't handle.
Scythe says with a shake of his head.
Malik and his men have been fairly quiet, which is odd for them, but the new rules don't give them room to act as they used to. How are the cities he's in charge of? Have his men followed the rules? How are the crime rates?
Peter asks.
Crime rates are down, and the reports say everyone is following the rules. So far, everything points to Malik and his men adapting to the new hand structure.
Scythe says with a shrug.
Stay vigilant.
Peter says as he turns to head back up the stairs.
I hope they adapt and thrive, but some people have a hard time changing. I'm going to call it a night. Be sure to get some sleep, Scythe. Yes, sir.
With the hand and shield both looking for Banner, it didn't take long for Peter to be informed of the man's location. The hand was the first to inform Peter of his location, which made Peter feel a bit of pride. Shield, which has satellites and technology that has never been seen in the public before, couldn't find one man, while his ninja could. A few days after Peter gave Scythe the flash drive, he was messaged with the exact location of Bruce Banner. He was already in Virginia and would soon arrive at Culver University, where Betty Ross works as a scientist and professor.
Damn, the guy moves fast.
Peter thought. Barely an hour after Peter was informed of this by the hand, Natasha texted everyone about the same exact thing. Natasha, he's here. Culver Campus, Virginia. Outside of a pizza shop on the outskirts of campus, an elderly man waved off a group of children as he begins to close up for the night. As he's locking up, a disheveled man appears in his view, scaring him half to death.
What?
He jumps and freezes as a look of recognition forms on his face.
Bruce! Stan, I give you my word, whatever you've heard about me, it's not true.
Banner says as he holds his hands up on the other side of the glass door.
Oh, I know, I always knew. I mean, you and Betty used to live up above me. Have you seen her?
Stan says as he opens the door and pulls Bruce inside, hoping that no one saw him.
No, she doesn't know that I'm here. She's with somebody.
Banner asks as the old man locks the door and puts down the blinds one by one.
Yeah, he's a head shrink.
Stan replies.
I see.
Bruce mutters dejectedly.
Hopefully she's happy.
What can I do to help?
The man asks, ready to help in any way he can.
I could use a bed for a few nights.
Banner answers hopefully, eager to sleep in a nice warm bed.
You can have your old apartment upstairs.
Stan agrees easily.
That'd be great, thank you.
Chapter 78, C82 Making Contact. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 91. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Natasha, he's here. Upon receiving this text, the Avengers Council convened once again, but by this time they were informed that Banner was sound asleep in an apartment above some pizza place. Knowing that it isn't best to wake him up, as nobody is happy when someone wakes them from their sleep, they all agreed to give Banner his beauty sleep, as he may turn green without it. They would rely on Clint and Natasha to inform them when he's awake, and head over together at that time. Next day.
Is this guy a bear or something? I didn't know humans could hibernate.
Clint comments from his position in an empty shop across the street from Stanley's Pizza Parlor. It was already midday, and there has been zero sign of Banner leaving the building. The shop had some traffic from customers coming to buy food, but there was no sign of their sleepy scientist. The second floor's curtains were shut tightly, so they couldn't see inside, not even a shadow was visible. Though this wasn't some trained agent that they were dealing with, so neither Natasha nor Clint were worried about Banner giving them the slip. Especially with Clint keeping watch of the building, they don't call him Hawkeye for nothing after all.
From what I can guess, he most likely didn't sleep during the entire trip here. He's being hunted by a United States general. I'm sure the nerves have been hell for someone so untrained.
Natasha answers from across the room, polishing one of her many pistols.
Yeah, well, hopefully he wakes up soon. I promised Laura and the kids that I'd be on a plane back by tonight.
Clint says as he keeps his eyes trained across the street.
Well, our job will be finished when the bosses arrive, so you could just leave as soon as they get here.
Natasha says with a shrug.
Are you sticking around?
Clint asks with a raised brow.
Yes, I'll stay in the area just in case they need some help.
Natasha nods as she holsters her gun.
Sigh, then I'll stay as well.
Clint sighs defeatedly. Clint didn't have it in him to leave the mission when his partner would stay behind without him. If something happened to her after he left, then Clint would never forgive himself. His family would understand. After all, this isn't the first time that he would return home late. It certainly wouldn't be the last either, that's for sure.
You don't have to. I doubt that they'll need my help.
Natasha started speaking, but she was soon cut off.
Oh, we got movement.
Clint practically jumps as he sees a much cleaner Bruce Banner walk out of the pizza shop with a couple of pizza boxes in hand.
Where's he going?
Natasha asks as she sees Banner walking toward campus buildings.
I don't know, to deliver some pizzas. Let Fury and them know he's up and moving.
Clint says, and they slip out of the building, following Banner at a safe distance as not to cause suspicion. Culver University Science Building.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
Banner maneuvered his way through a crowded entrance and towards the security desk.
Hey, pal, I got a delivery on the 5th floor. I don't think there's anybody up there right now.
A fat security guard replies in confusion.
Look, I'm going to catch hell from my boss if I don't collect. You have to let me at least check it out. I'll tell you what, I got an extra medium, take it on the house.
Banner holds out a pizza box toward the guard.
Hey,
The guy snatches the free pizza and shoos Bruce inside.
you're the man.
Banner says thankfully as he walks past the guard. Both Natasha and Clint watched this interaction from close by, but out of sight, and were shocked.
Did he just bribe a security guard with a pizza?
Clint asks as he watches the sad excuse of a guard start inhaling pizza slices.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked.
Natasha says with a shake of her head. Navigating his way through the building, Banner finds a computer lab of sorts, and he signs into one of the many PCs as Betty Ross. He still knew her login and password after 5 years apart. Thankfully, she didn't change anything. Unfortunately, any and all work associated with the project that turned him into a monster was gone without a trace left behind. When he ran from the soldiers in Brazil a few days ago, he had a laptop with all of the research data from the Super Soldier Serum Recreation Project. Bruce saved that data and even added to it over these many years, hoping to use it to cure his green skin condition. Sadly, that laptop was completely destroyed during the escape, so his only hope to recover some of it was this. But sadly, either the government or his old girlfriend deleted all of the data from that time. Sighing in defeat as he was hunched over the computer, Banner loads up a message board and instantly a line of text appears. Mr. Blue, Mr. Green, how goes your meditation? Bruce Banner, the data is gone. They found me and my laptop was destroyed during my escape. Mr. Blue, without that data, I don't know how to help you. What now? Bruce Banner, I've gotta keep moving, I guess.
Mr. Blue and Mr. Green.
A voice sounds over Bruce's shoulder, causing him to jump from his seat and onto his feet.
How secretive.
Turning around, Banner saw someone that he definitely didn't think would be there. He expected a guard or a professor perhaps, but not this. Surely not this.
As Spider-Man.
Banner mutters in shock.
Hello.
Peter waves from his position, leaning on a nearby desk.
What?
Bruce asks in confusion.
I'm here to speak with you and help if that's what you're asking.
Peter says as he pulls up a chair and takes a seat.
Help, you want to help me?
Banner was confused. After all, in his mind, the Hulk is a killer that would warrant Spider-Man's assistance in subduing, not helping. It would be easier for Bruce to believe that Peter was here to attack him than anything else.
Yep, you've been on the Avengers' radar for a while now, but we decided to wait. We were still building and recruiting at the time, so we gave you some space.
Peter says as Banner tries his best to control his emotions and blood pressure.
Okay.
Bruce wasn't sure what to say.
Technically, we would have left you alone a bit longer, but General Ross decided to pull his shenanigans, so we had to move up our schedule. After all, we can't have that idiot provoking you into destroying a city or something.
Peter says, showing his clear distaste for Banner's most hated enemy.
I see.
Bruce says as he starts to slowly calm down.
Good, you're taking this well.
Peter says with a smile and stands up.
We shouldn't stay here for too long. Get back to that pizza place. I'll meet you there. How do you?
Bruce asks, but Peter jumped out of the window and disappeared before he could finish speaking.
Sigh.
Chapter 79, C83 Lovers Reunion. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 9 chapters ahead at chapter 92. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Thankfully, when Banner returned to Stanley's pizza parlor, Stan was already closing up without a customer in sight.
You're back.
The old man greeted Bruce warmly.
Did you get what you needed? No.
Banner answered as he looked outside the windows for any sign of Spider-Man.
What's the matter? Were you followed?
Stan asks as he stops what he was doing and checks the windows as well.
Probably.
Bruce answers as the kitchen door swings open behind them, causing the two to swing their heads around.
Hello again.
Peter says as he waves to them and inspects the pizza that was still left out.
Hey, this looks okay. Are you from New York?
Too shocked to answer the question, the old man turned to look towards Bruce, wordlessly asking what was happening with his eyes.
Don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on today.
Banner said as he watched the Spider-Man carefully inspecting the leftover pizzas.
I ask because usually the pizza outside of New York is subpar at best, with a few exceptions of course. This looks like something I could get in the city. There's no way you're from Virginia.
Peter says but soon loses interest in the pizza, as the old man didn't seem very talkative.
Should we talk upstairs?
Peter turned back toward Bruce and gestured toward the passing civilians outside.
Yeah.
Banner replies, not wanting to draw attention to himself.
Are you gonna be okay, kid?
Stan finally speaks.
Yeah, I think so.
Banner says as he follows Peter toward the kitchen, where they went upstairs to his apartment. As the kitchen door was closing behind Banner, the door to the shop opened, and in came a dark-haired woman with blue eyes and a middle-aged man with dark hair and eyes. Insert picture of Betty Ross here. As Betty entered the shop with her boyfriend, Leonard, she saw a very familiar backside of a man heading to the back room. She instinctively knew who it was but wasn't sure if her eyes weren't deceiving her.
Bruce.
She thought as Stan turned to see her with a look of worry on his face.
We're pretty well closed here, Bets, I'm sorry.
The old man says as he glances at the door, only increasing Betty's suspicion.
Oh, come on, Stan. It's Friday night.
She responded while studying Stan's odd behavior.
Who just went in the back?
Just a plumber.
Stan lies, but sadly she could see right through it. Toilet's broken.
Bruce is fixing toilets now.
Betty says with a raised brow, causing Stan's eyes to widen, which proves her suspicions right instantly. Stan was lost for words for the second time today.
Bruce.
Leonard questions with a confused look.
Isn't he dead? Listen, you kids should really get going.
Stan tried his best, but Betty simply ignores him and marches into the kitchen.
Wait!
The old man calls out, but she was already gone. Standing frozen with the old pizza shop owner, Betty's boyfriend's face slowly morphed into one of concern and jealousy. He always hoped that Betty's missing ex was dead, not because he hated the man, but because he loves Betty and knows how she feels for the other man. While Stan started muttering to himself about how he did his best and that this wasn't his problem anymore, Leonard walked out of the shop and took out his cell phone, making a quick call. Climbing the stairs to his temporary apartment, Bruce lets Peter inside and turns on the lights. The blinds were still shut tight, so they simply took a seat in the living room without worry.
How can you help me?
Banner asks skeptically. In his mind, the Avengers may be strong, but they can't face the might of the United States military.
First, the military isn't after you. Thaddeus Ross is.
Peter says, confusing Banner.
Ross is a general. If he's after me, the military is too.
Bruce corrects Peter with a shake of his head.
No, he lied to his superior about the reason for his trip to Brazil. The government thought that he was simply going to extract a scientist, nothing more. They didn't even know you were there. Most people think that you're dead.
Peter said, causing Banner to raise an eyebrow.
So, does that mean he's in trouble now?
He asks hopefully.
No, not yet.
Peter said with a shake of his head.
So you're telling me that after lying to his superiors and that whole mess in Brazil, Ross hasn't even been reprimanded and is probably still out there hunting for me?
Banner raises his voice angrily.
Say the word and we'll move in, webhead.
Peter could hear Tony's voice through his earpiece, but didn't reply.
Well, his superiors don't know just yet. Ross has become very adept at hiding his misdeeds over the years, but that doesn't mean they won't find out. After all, the Avengers are involved now.
Peter says as he turns his head, sensing someone coming up the stairs.
Right.
Banner says, but before he could continue, the door to the stairway flies open and hits the wall. Bang!
Bruce.
Betty exclaims as she marches into the room, determined to find out what was going on.
Betty.
Bruce practically jumps out of his seat in surprise as their eyes meet.
Well, this just got complicated.
Peter says, causing Betty to turn towards him next.
Spiderman.
She mutters in shock.
Yeah, hello.
Pete says with a wave.
I'm here to help Bruce. Help with what?
After a long explanation, where Peter sat back and watched the two reunited lovers speak, Betty was finally up to speed on what's been going on.
What is it like? When it happens, what do you experience?
Betty asks curiously, completely forgetting her boyfriend is waiting downstairs for her.
Remember those experiments we volunteered for at Harvard? The induced hallucinations? It's a lot like that, just 1,000 times worse. It's like someone poured a liter of acid into my brain.
Bruce explains.
Do you remember anything?
She asks again.
Just fragments, images mostly. There's too much noise, I can never derive anything out of it.
He says.
But then, it's still you, inside of it.
Betty says, but was soon cut off.
No, it's not.
Bruce says resolutely.
Okay, this is touching and all, but it's getting late, so let's get this show on the road. The Avengers are willing to help and shelter you. We can deal with the military and help you research your condition. Are you interested?
Bruce, I don't understand why we can't just walk in and talk to my father.
Betty ignores Peter and speaks, trusting her father as she was raised by the man.
No, he told me what he was gonna do. He wants it out of me. He wants to dissect it so he can replicate it. He wants to make it a weapon. I can't let that happen. It's too dangerous.
Banner says, knowing just how scary the beast inside of himself was. Betty didn't know what to say. In her eyes, her father is a bit stern, but he was still her father and she loved him, not some power-hungry general that would do anything for results. Though if what Bruce said is true, then how could she ever look at her father the same way again?
So,
Peter says, feeling like a third wheel somehow.
you want our help? Yes, anything to get Ross off my back, but I need the research from the super soldier recreation experiment. That's why I came here, but it's all been deleted. I'll never be able to cure myself without that data.
Bruce says dejectedly.
No, it's not.
Betty says, causing Banner's head to snap toward her.
I have all the data from the project at home. I knew something was fishy when you disappeared, so I copied it all and hid it away.
Their problem solved. Where is it?
Chapter 80, C-84 Enemies Seek Power. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 8 chapters ahead at chapter 92. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Outside of Stanley's Pizza Parlor, Betty's boyfriend, Leonard was speaking in hushed tones over his cell phone.
Yeah, you told me to call you if he ever shows up, so this is me doing that.
Leonard practically whispered into the phone as he paced back and forth outside of the building.
This guy is a weaselly little sh*T, isn't he?
Across the street, inside the same building that Natasha and Clint previously occupied, Tony comments to his fellow Avengers. Just as they planned, Tony, Charles, Eric, Storm, and Nightcrawler tagged along for this mission. They followed Peter and Banner at a distance and sneakily hid in the building, listening to the conversation thanks to the microphone that they placed on Peter's suit beforehand. Though that wasn't the most interesting conversation going on across the street. When Betty Ross showed up with what appeared to be her boyfriend, all of them instantly knew that this could get complicated, as love tends to complicate just about everything. As soon as her boyfriend left the shop without her, they all knew that Betty caught on somehow, but what surprised them was the little rodent's actions upon stepping outside. He made a call almost instantly. Using one of the many abilities he added to his Iron Man suit, Tony was able to listen in on the call and was shocked to hear Betty Ross' boyfriend calling her father and ratting out Bruce without a shred of shame.
What should we do?
Charles asks, knowing that the military would rush over.
Let's see what Webhead wants to do.
Tony says as he opens communications to Peter once again.
Hey, we got a problem.
Peter asks after hearing that Betty has the research that Bruce needs. As soon as Betty was about to answer him, Peter's earpiece goes off.
Hey, we got a problem.
Tony's voice came through.
Betty's boyfriend just called the general and ratted Banner out.
Furrowing his brows and going silent for a moment, Peter puts his hand on his ear, tapping the earpiece so he can speak back to Tony.
Did he say that I'm here as well?
Peter asks, confusing both Bruce and Betty, who wondered what was going on.
Who are you talking to?
Banner asks a bit anxiously. Waiting for a reply from Tony, Peter holds up his hand briefly, non-verbally telling the two to give him a minute.
No, he didn't seem to know.
Stark replies.
Good, when he's off the phone, send Black Widow to sweep him up. We can't have the general know that we're involved just yet. He'll start backtracking and maybe go into hiding.
Peter says and takes his hand off the earpiece.
You got it.
Stark says and the line goes quiet again.
Who's Black Widow? What's going on?
Betty starts asking as she saw that Peter was done speaking.
Why did you mention the general?
Banner asks suspiciously.
Calm down.
Peter says to Banner and looks toward Betty.
Your boyfriend just called your father and snitched on Bruce, so now General Ross is on the way. I need to leave.
Banner mutters as he instantly jumps to his feet and starts heading toward the door. As he reaches for the doorknob, Peter shoots a web at the door, sealing it shut and causing Bruce to whirl around and look at him dangerously.
Oh, calm down.
Peter rolled his eyes at Banner's behavior.
He only just found out and he's definitely not even in the state. It'll most likely take him hours to get here at the least. We have time, so relax.
Taking a deep breath, Banner paces around the room and tries to calm himself down as he can feel his pulse was rising. Betty, on the other hand, was shocked and didn't want to believe that Leonard would do such a thing. Then she remembers what Peter said about sweeping him up and rushed to the door. Sadly, the door was blocked by webs and a normal human would never be able to pull them off.
If you're worried about your boyfriend, he'll be fine. We're just going to detain him until this is all wrapped up. He won't be harmed, you have my word.
Peter says as he walks to one of the windows and peeked out just in time to see Natasha luring the man into an alleyway. As soon as they were out of the public eye, Natasha used a needle to inject him with something, causing the little rat to fall unconscious almost instantly.
Target detained.
Peter heard Natasha's voice over the comms.
Since that's taken care of, let's go and get that research data. Then Banner can leave before the general arrives.
Peter says, breaking the two from their thoughts.
It's in my basement.
She says, scared for Leonard.
Relax, we're the good guys. Your boyfriend will be released by tomorrow night at the latest. Now let's go and get that data.
Peter says as he walks over to the door and rips the webs off easily. As Peter walks down the stairs, both Bruce and Betty lock eyes and stare at each other for a brief moment before following after him. At an undisclosed military base, a middle-aged man in a blue shirt showed up out of nowhere and asked to speak to General Ross. He was almost turned away at the gates, but then he mentioned Bruce Banner's name, which immediately grabbed the general's attention. Insert picture of Samuel Stearns or Mr. Blue here. Dr. Samuel Stearns is a world-class cellular biologist who has been using his connection with Bruce Banner to study what happened to him, hoping to do something similar but more controlled to himself.
Dr. Stearns, are you telling me that you've been in contact with Banner and can make more like him?
Ross asks after hearing what the man had to say. As soon as Banner didn't have the research data anymore, his helpful
Friend!
Mr. Blue gave up on him and went straight to a different source, General Ross.
No, not yet. I've sorted out a few pieces, but it's not like I can put the same Humpty Dumpty back together if that's what you're asking. He was a freak accident. The goal is to do it better.
The eccentric scientist explains.
I like the sound of that.
A new voice echoes into the room as Blonsky comes strolling in.
Blonsky, I don't believe that I called for you.
General Ross didn't like his subordinate acting so open in his presence.
Sorry, sir.
Blonsky says respectfully.
But I would like to volunteer as Dr. Stern's test subject. Why, you're already enhanced.
Ross asks in confusion. After being the one and only soldier to escape the Hulk's clutches back in Brazil, Blonsky was enhanced with a knockoff version of the super soldier serum, which was still being tested by Ross scientists. Sadly, even compared to the original serum, the recreation used on him was about 50% weaker than the original, while the Hulk is well over 10,000% stronger than Captain America.
Yeah, well, I want more. You've seen what he becomes, right? I can never measure up to that with just my current strength.
Blonsky says, getting nods from both Ross and Stearns.
I have.
Dr. Stearns comments with a far-off fanatical look.
Make me that. It's the only way we can beat the green bee *starred.
Blonsky says pleadingly. He wanted nothing more than to be a titan like the Hulk, a man that could move mountains with his strength alone.
I don't know what you've got inside of you already. The mixture could become.
Stearns comments after a moment's thought. Hearing this seems to anger Blonsky, who grabs Dr. Stearns by the collar and raises him into the air with ease.
Stand down, Blonsky.
General Ross orders with a threatening glare.
Tusk, yes, sir.
Blonsky reluctantly dropped the scientist, who didn't expect it and fell on his backside.
Good.
The general says as he turns to Stearns and offers him a hand, pulling the scientist onto his feet once again.
Abomination or not, we need all the help we can get. I never said that I was unwilling.
Dr. Stearns looks over at Blonsky in fear.
I just needed informed consent. I can get to work on him immediately.
Ring, ring, ring.
Get to work, I need to take this.
General Ross shoos them out of his office and picks up his phone after seeing the caller ID.
Leonard, is there an emergency with my daughter?
Chapter 81, C85 Stepping In. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 92. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. By the time they exited the pizza shop, Betty's boyfriend was nowhere to be seen. She peeked around for him but soon gave up as she knew that the Avengers had kidnapped him.
Did you drive here?
Peter asked as he gestured to the only car parked outside the shop.
Why, yeah, that's mine.
She stutters, still shaken up by how quickly Leonard disappeared.
Good, let's take your car then.
Shaking off her piling emotions, Betty unlocked the car and they soon drove off. The whole car was silent as they made their way out of town and toward Betty's house. Betty was dealing with the return of a man she loved even to this day and the abduction of her current lover. On top of all of that, her father may not be the man she thought he was. It's safe to say that she's having a very emotionally conflicting day. Banner sat in the passenger seat, staring at Betty as she drove the car. He loved this woman, and he never forget that love even through the 5 years that he spent running and hiding from the US government. Sadly, she was already with another man, which is a bit crushing, but it's been 5 years so he can't blame her. Though that doesn't stop the grudge that was forming toward her new lover. After all, he ratted Bruce out to his most hated enemy. Peter, on the other hand, sat in the backseat quietly listening to Fury on the radio. My people in General Ross' circle say that he's currently in New York. His men are gearing up and a plane is being readied for his departure. It will take about 5 hours for him to get here. Give or take, Fury informs everyone. Based on that time frame, Ross and his army would arrive by the morning.
Should we send Banner away and stick around to capture the general? I see no reason to allow him free rein anymore.
Charles says over the comms next. Hearing Charles' question, Peter remained silent for a moment. When it came to Iron Man, Peter allowed Tony to deal with Ironmonger, as it was his debut as a superhero in a way. Tony needed that first bad guy to beat in order to become who he was meant to be. In this case, the bad guy is a monster that is stronger than the base-level Hulk. The Hulk would have to get pretty angry to beat the powerhouse that is Abomination. Emil Blonsky would become a terrifying creature, but to Peter's knowledge that hasn't happened yet. He only gains that level of power after this run-in with Banner in Virginia, which means that Peter may have a chance to stop the Abomination before it's made.
Maybe I should step in this time.
Peter thought.
Do we have all of the evidence to justify his detainment?
Peter holds his earpiece and speaks, catching the attention of the two in the front seats.
I have all kinds of damning evidence on Ross going all the back to the 70s, to his recent excursion to Brazil.
Fury replies.
Once we get the data Banner needs, we'll send him to the Avengers Tower and stick around to greet our guests in the morning. Fury, can you get transport ready for our green friend?
Peter says over the comms.
Will do.
Fury replies curtly, knowing that Peter wants to hide his portal ability from Banner for the time being.
Are you staying to capture my father?
Betty asks, torn between whether she believes everything she has heard about her father today.
Yes, he won't be harmed, I promise.
Peter tries to comfort her.
He needs to stand trial for his actions, so if you don't believe what we've told you today, then your father can be proven innocent in court.
It's not that I don't believe you.
Betty goes quiet for a moment as her hands grip the steering wheel tightly. It's not that I don't believe you.
I've never seen that before.
Betty comments as she's been around the military all her life, yet this jet was something new to her.
Yeah, it belongs to a friend.
Peter says as they park the car and step out.
Maybe you should come with me, Betty.
Banner says as he glances at the jet.
I don't think it's going to be safe here in the morning.
I'm sorry, Bruce, but I need to see if my dad is really the man you told me about. I can't just.
Chub. Before Betty could finish what she was saying, Peter karate chopped her in the neck from behind. Instantly, Betty lost consciousness as her whole body went limp. Thankfully, Banner already had her in his arms, so he supported her before she could collapse onto the cold, hard ground.
What? Why?
Banner reacted with surprise, but slowly anger started to show on his face as he cradled Betty's body.
She'll be going with you.
Peter replies calmly.
She can speak to her father in a safer setting, not just for her safety but everyone else's as well. I have a feeling that you would get very angry should anything happen to her.
Banner couldn't find a single word to argue back with, and soon his anger washed away. He didn't want her staying as well, and this solved that problem. Betty would be angry with them when she wakes up, but that can be handled at that time.
You're right.
Banner admits as he looks down at the woman in his arms.
Though you could have been gentler. Maybe now get on the jet. I'll see you at the tower when we're finished here.
Peter says and shoos him away.
I think you're forgetting something.
Banner says as he gestures toward the hard drive in Peter's hand.
No, I don't think that I did.
Peter answers simply, not willing to hand over the data just yet.
You, Bruce, are a man that thinks he's a lone wolf. I have not a single doubt in my mind that you'll go back into hiding upon landing.
Turning around, Peter gets in Betty's car and rolls down the window, holding up the hard drive for Banner to see.
This will be your incentive to stick around.
Peter says as he starts the car.
See you in New York, Bruce.
As Peter drives off, Banner couldn't help but curse Spider-Man's name. The guy had him pegged perfectly, though. He planned to get the data and slip away into hiding, preferably to a less populated area where he would contact his good friend Mr. Blue for help. Sadly for him, Peter already knew Banner's character from the movies and wouldn't let that happen. While General Ross was rushing to Virginia on a military plane, Blonsky and Dr. Stearns were in a lab unpacking supplies.
What's that?
Blonsky asked curiously as he watched Dr. Stearns organize his things. General Ross had this lab made in New York City after the incident that created the Hulk 5 years ago. Many scientists still work on the super soldier serum here to this very day, but none have come as close to completing it as Banner had.
This
Stearns holds up a vial of what appeared to be blood.
is a blood sample from Banner. I had him send me this a year ago. It took months of persuasion to get him to mail this tiny amount to me.
Chapter 82, C86 Ross arrives. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 93. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. I heard about web novel making fanfic readers download the app. It doesn't affect me much because I've been using the app for a while now. I don't mind also uploading this on another site for PC readers though. Just leave comments here about which site you guys want, and the most liked one is what I'll upload on.
Are they gone?
Peter asked over the radio as he drove Betty's car on the dark highway.
Yes, I'm following them back as planned.
Storm speaks over the radio.
Thank you. I apologize for giving you the boring job.
Peter says, feeling bad for sending her away on the first mission.
No problem. I don't relish in fighting, and this is an important job.
Storm replies without care.
Good, just keep us updated. If anything happens, I'll portal over to assist you.
Peter says as he opens a portal in the road, which swallows the car, leaving behind an empty highway. Betty's mansion comes into view as the portal closes behind him. Pulling into the driveway, Peter is met by the remaining Avengers members.
That went well.
Tony says with a smile.
Yes, Mr. Banner has good control over his emotions. I could feel every fluctuation in his emotional state, and he was constantly working to keep himself calm and together. Though there's a wave of constant anger in him that is concerning, to say the least.
Professor X rolls over and shares his findings as well.
Odd, maybe it's just the way he is. We can look into that later, though. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with us helping in his research.
Peter comments. Peter didn't think that there will ever be a cure for the Hulk. The Hulk, in Peter's opinion, is a physical manifestation of Bruce Banner's rage and anger. As long as Bruce has these feelings, then the Hulk will always exist. Seeing as Bruce tried to kill himself and failed due to the Hulk, Peter wasn't even sure if Banner could take any drugs to dull those emotions either. Would they even be effective?
No, if there was a cure that could get rid of the Hulk, Bruce would have found it in the movies.
Peter thought. The best option is for Bruce to accept and reconcile with the Hulk as he did in Avengers Endgame. At least then they can merge into a singular being, negating each other weaknesses. A Hulk with the brains of Bruce Banner.
The general should be arriving in a few hours.
Peter says as he checks the time on his phone.
Do we know where he's landing?
-4 hours later. At an undisclosed airstrip in Virginia, only a handful of miles away from Culver University, the sun rose only moments ago as one large military transport plane landed on the strip. Though it wasn't the only one. One after another, 4 planes landed in total, each of them carrying able-bodied soldiers, vehicles, and equipment. When every plane landed, the soldiers from each plane hustled and bustled to get to their respective duties. Whether they be moving crates, driving vehicles, or simply securing the perimeter, these soldiers moved with purpose as they executed their orders perfectly.
Was that the last plane?
Peter asks over the comms from his hiding spot in a nearby tree line.
Yup, no other planes are in the area.
Tony answers him.
Good, who wants to take the lead?
Peter asks, but no one speaks up. Well, Magneto seemed eager, but the man was a bit too hot-headed, so everyone ignored him in this instance. Though he has been calming down as of late, it just takes time for someone that had a villain mentality to adjust to the hero's gig, but he has been adapting well so far.
I guess I'll take lead then.
Peter says with a sigh. Everyone wants the feeling and power of being in charge, but they don't want any of the responsibility, which is something Peter has learned in the many months since making the Avengers. Even seasoned veterans like those on the Avengers Council would rather offload the work and responsibilities onto another capable person. Sadly or luckily, depending on how you look at it, this person was Peter. This made Peter a sort of leader in the Avengers. He still couldn't make decisions on his own or anything like that, but his words carried more weight than the others did for sure. After all, he does most of the work. Though he couldn't blame anyone for this. Tony is a lazy playboy, Fury is busy with S.H.I.E.L.D., Charles is busy with his school, and Eric is a bit extreme for a leadership role. Peter was the only option really, and he didn't mind being the one to take control in a way.
I'll head down there and speak to them.
Peter says as he uses his webs to catapult himself out of the tree line and straight toward the airstrip.
You guys get into position and be ready for a fight. Remember, no killing or maiming as long as you can help it. This is our first mission, and we don't need the media freaking out about the Avengers killing American soldiers. Yeah, we got it, just be quick, I haven't slept yet.
Tony says crankily, getting some words of agreement from everyone else. They did stay up for the whole night waiting for General Ross to arrive, so he couldn't blame them for being tired. Peter wasn't all that tired, but that was probably because of his age. He is the youngest one here after all, though they didn't know that.
I thought you'd be used to all-nighters at this point, Tony.
Peter jokes over the comms as he flew closer to the airstrip.
That's different. Those all-nighters are spent in air conditioning, preferably drunk and with some lovely women.
Tony banters back.
I'm so jealous.
Nightcrawler mutters, probably forgetting that they could hear him. As Peter soared closer to the airstrip, it didn't take long for the soldiers to notice his arrival. At first, they just saw a blurry blue and red figure in the air, but as he got closer, the men and woman with good eyesight immediately knew who was visiting them.
Spider-Man!
One muttered, which caused a chain reaction amongst the soldiers.
It can't be. Hello, I'm here to speak to General Ross. What's going on here?
Not knowing exactly what's happening, General Ross exits the car and sees his men standing around with dumb looks on their faces.
There better be a good reason for.
Before any more words could leave his mouth, the general turned to see a man dressed as Spider-Man standing next to one of his planes.
Is this a joke?
Ross muttered questioningly.
I'm afraid not.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
General Ross, you're under arrest.
As Peter says this, he shoots some webs in the general's direction, wrapping the old man's arms and legs tightly together and knocking him to the ground.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights I have just read to you?
Peter says as if he were a police officer, as Ross wiggles on the floor like an angry worm.
What's the meaning of this?
General Ross shouts angrily.
Do you know who you're attacking? I'm a United States general. Yeah, I know.
Peter says uncaringly.
Sadly for you, the Avengers have been watching your movements. You may be able to hide your mistakes and misdeeds from your superiors, but not us.
General Ross instantly became alarmed as he stopped struggling and looked up at Peter in shock. As the shock wore off, the general's mind went into overdrive, trying to figure out a way to overcome this situation. It took only a split second for the general to make up his mind.
Weapons ready.
He shouts, causing every soldier in hearing distance to train their guns on Peter without a second thought. They were trained to follow orders, and so they did.
I'll warn you once.
Ross says as he glares in Peter's direction.
Leave and stay out of my business. You don't want me as an enemy. No thanks, I think I'll stay.
Peter answers challengingly.
Fire!
The general ordered without a shred of remorse. Bang, bang, bang.
When you said no killing, I never thought that I would have to stop them from killing each other as well.
Chapter 83, C-87 Tussling the Army. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 94. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. I think Scribblehub 1. I'll upload chapters on there when I wake up and put a link in the next chapter. Of course, I'll continue uploading on Webnovel as the main place for my writing. I use and like the app, so the weird change Webnovel decided to do doesn't affect me much, and I know many of you are in similar situations as me, so don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
When you said no killing, I never thought that I would have to stop them from killing each other as well.
Magneto comments as he floats over and flicks his hand, which causes all of the bullets to fall out of the air. Each soldier watched the bullets that would have torn them apart fall to the ground with frightened looks on their faces.
Thanks, Eric.
Peter says to Magneto as he lands on the ground beside General Ross, who is still tied up on the floor.
No problem.
Eric says as he stays floating in the air, looking down at the soldiers menacingly. Before the army could make another move, Iron Man and Professor X made their entrances next. Using his telekinesis, Charles landed his chair beside Peter, while Tony stayed in the air with Eric, ready to fight at any moment.
I advise you all to stand down.
Peter takes the lead once again.
You may have the numerical advantage in some military hardware, but we came here expecting to possibly fight an angry green monster. Compared to that guy, the bunch of you are nothing special. Now, put your weapons down and surrender. I promise that none of you will be treated harshly.
The soldiers paused and looked around at their comrades, each of them contemplating how to handle the situation. Shooting Spider-Man was hard for them to do in the first place, as he's a hero that many of these soldiers respect, but one person held more respect in the military than even Peter. Tony Stark. The majority of these soldiers looked up at the Iron Man armor with awe and respect in their eyes. The Starks have always had the respect of the military ever since World War II. Hearing Peter's words and seeing the arrival of Tony Stark, many of the soldiers lowered their weapons, ready to peacefully cooperate with the Avengers.
Don't listen to him and fire.
Those that didn't lower their weapons instantly took aim at the nearest Avenger and fired. Thankfully, they have Magneto on their side, who once again stopped all bullets in midair with ease. Especially since the majority of soldiers weren't shooting this time, which made his job even easier. This time the shooting lasted longer, as each soldier that shot emptied their clip, hoping that more bullets would solve their problem. Sadly, it didn't. Magneto is an old Omega-level metahuman. He has had many years to train his powers, and this certainly isn't the first time he has encountered automatic assault rifles.
Jarvis, lock on to those that are shooting.
Tony commands from his place in the sky. As Tony looks down at the many soldiers, his heads-up display gets to work and marks each hostile soldier with a glowing square.
Good, now set weapon systems to stun and let him loose.
Tony says, and many compartments all over his suit open up. From these compartments appeared all kinds of different weapons. Stun guns, tranquilizer guns, there was even a futuristic-looking blaster that popped out of his shoulder. It glowed in a pale blue light as it seemed to charge up. Within seconds, Tony resembled Farah from Overwatch, as non-lethal weaponry were fired down from the sky at each of the previously marked soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. Justice reigns from above, Peter thought as he saw the whole thing.
I played too much Overwatch in my last life.
As the soldiers were hit by the darts and stun weapons, the soldiers that didn't shoot watched as those that did were swiftly taken care of. Some were hit by stun darts that electrocuted them, some were drugged into unconsciousness by tranquilizer darts, and some were hit by what seemed to be a laser that instantly made them collapse. When the hostile soldiers were all on the floor and unconscious, Peter acted quickly before anyone else could get any funny ideas.
Don't worry, your friends are all alive and well.
Peter says as he can see the remaining soldiers growing antsy after seeing their comrades taken down like that.
Feel free to move them for treatment if their condition worries you. We're only here for General Ross, so although you and your comrades here attacked us, we'll overlook that with the excuse of following orders. Don't listen to this idiot.
General Ross starts yelling in anger once again.
Use those weapons and cut me loose now, you incompetent foo.
As the general was screaming more orders at his soldiers, who had no idea what to do at this point, a tranquilizer dart shoots out of nowhere and pierces into his neck.
God, you never know when to shut your mouth, do you, Thaddeus?
Before General Ross fell into sweet unconsciousness, he remained awake just long enough to see who was speaking.
F. Fury.
Ross stuttered before his willpower gave out and he fell asleep on the cold, hard ground. Said person walked out from behind one of the military planes with a recently fired tranquilizer gun in hand, causing every soldier to turn their heads in his direction with dumb looks on their faces.
What are you waiting for?
Fury snaps at them instantly.
You heard the man. Get your comrades treated and cleaned up now.
Peter didn't know if it was because Fury spent a lot of time in the army or because he has been leading people for longer, but these soldiers followed his orders instantly. As the soldiers were scrambling to do as they were told, one of the more high-ranking grunts belonging to Ross walked off into a secluded area and made a phone call. With General Ross in custody, Peter looked around for Emil Blonsky but didn't find the guy anywhere on the airstrip. Asking around, he soon found out that Blonsky stayed behind in New York for some reason. Sadly, no one here knew why, and the only man that could give him answers was currently in a drug-induced sleep.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Peter thought as he and the Avengers left the area with the unconscious general in tow.
Though I knew this would happen sooner or later.
Asshole.
Betty yelled in anger as she kicked the door of the Quinjet from the inside. They were almost to New York, where they would land at the top of Avengers Tower. Bruce hoped that the whole ride would be peaceful, but that hope was crushed as his ex-girlfriend sprung up from her sleep. Once he explained to her what happened, Betty started cursing Spider-Man's name as she let out her anger on their poor transport.
You know, I know a few techniques that could help you manage that anger effectively.
Banner offers, but that seemed to only bring himself into the crosshairs.
You zip it.
She snaps her head in his direction and hisses angrily. In a fully stocked lab, both Dr. Stearns and Emil Blonsky could be seen sitting at a table by a phone. A female voice says over speakerphone.
Yes, understood.
Dr. Stearns answered.
Blonsky.
She asks as only one person answered her. He answers her through gritted teeth.
Good, I'll see you too soon.
She says and swiftly ends the call.
Ah, she's an annoying B*TCH, isn't she?
Blonsky comments hatefully toward Major Kathleen Spar, who is a high-level aide to General Ross.
Why must you use such language constantly?
Stearns asks as Blonsky pulls out his pistol and rests the barrel on the scientist's forehead.
Now what?
Blonsky mumbles agitatedly, causing Dr. Stearns to raise his head in interest.
I want what you've got off banner. I want that.
Blonsky points to the blood sample in the glass fridge.
Okay.
Stearns agrees with a glimmer of interest in his eyes.
Good.
Blonsky says, slightly surprised by the doctor's quick agreement.
Now load me up.
Holding out his arm expectantly, Blonsky waits as Dr. Stearns walks over to the fridge and pours Banner's blood into a syringe with a long needle attached to it.
Are you sure about this?
Stearns asks as he holds the needle centimeters from Blonsky's skin. Chapter 84, see 88 Avengers Assemble. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 95. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Apparently the problem was solved, so I won't be uploading anything on ScribbleHub. Yay party popper.
Finally.
Betty comments as the Quinjet lands on the helipad at the top of Avengers Tower.
Yeah, I could use some food right about now.
Banner says as they just spent hours on a jet without any food or water.
Same, let's hope that they have something to eat.
Betty replies as they see a door on the roof, but soon find that it's locked tight with a keypad on the side.
Okay.
While Betty was having her realization of hatred, Banner tried to punch in some random codes on the keypad, but nothing worked. They were stuck on the roof.
I can help with that.
A voice calls out from above as the former lovers turn to see a white-haired and dark-skinned woman descend onto the roof behind them. Meanwhile,
Elger.
as the blood was injected into Blonsky's arm, the reaction was almost instant. His body began to swell and turn a sickly green color. His skin resembled that of a lizard but also looked slimy and wet like a frog.
Elger.
Spiky bones grew out of his back where the spine was as his body grew to a size even bigger than the Hulk, breaking the ceiling and equipment around him.
You see, this is what.
Dr. Stearns says as the abomination grows and begins to tower over him.
I didn't know what you were already enhanced with.
Blonsky's hair fell off as if he were a cancer patient, as odd-looking fish fin ears formed on the sides of his head.
I mean, clearly it worked.
Stearns cowers in fear as Blonsky's transformation was complete.
Let's assume that you don't know what I'm saying, but if you'll just calm down.
Insert picture of abomination here. All sense of reason seems to have left Blonsky, as he menacingly looks down at Stearns, who was practically huddled up in the corner.
Elger.
Abomination growls as he backhands Dr. Stearns across the face. Instantly, a big gash opens up in the doctor's forehead as his body flies over to the glass fridge. As he smashes into the fridge, causing it to shatter, the vial that held only a few leftover drops of Banner's blood broke, and a single drop managed to find its way into Stearns' open wound on his head. As the blood was absorbed into the open gash, Stearns' head seemed to morph and grow as a sickening smile formed on his face. Bang boom! With its creator out of the way, Abomination rushes across the room and smashes through the wall, breaking out of the building. Even at night, the roads and sidewalks of New York City were packed with cars and people. As soon as a bang was heard, everyone turned to see a giant lizard-like monster man fall from a nearby building, barreling down toward the packed street below.
What the?
Someone muttered as the monster crashed down onto a taxi, flattening it with its giant body and most certainly killing whoever was inside.
Elger.
The abomination roared so loudly that it could be heard from multiple city blocks. When the shock of what they were seeing wore off, the people on the sidewalk ran and screamed as they do their best to just get the hell away from the thing that fell onto the road. Those in their cars tried to drive off at first, but with the New York City traffic, that was impossible. Everyone trying to drive off at once somehow only made it worse, so they all gave up on their cars and ran away just like the people on the sidewalk. Luckily for these people, Abomination didn't even have them in his eyes. No, he turned his head and looked toward a tall skyscraper in the distance. The big glowing sign at the top of the building was like a beacon pointing him in the right direction to go. Avengers! Without giving the fleeing civilians a second glance, Abomination kicks off the ground and starts making its way toward the tower. In his drug and power-addled mind, Blonsky was looking for a fight and saw it in the Avengers. He even hoped that the Hulk would be there as well.
This is the cafeteria.
Storm acted like a good host and showed Bruce and Betty around the key spots of the Avengers Tower.
Yes, finally.
Betty says as she walks up to the counter and starts ordering some food from the chefs.
Sorry, I don't think either of us has eaten anything in the past 10 hours.
Bruce says as he joins his ex-lover in getting some long-awaited food.
Ms. Monroe, there seems to be a disturbance in Harlem.
The voice of Jarvis fills the room for all to hear.
What is it?
She asks.
One moment, please.
Jarvis says as the room goes silent.
What's going on?
Betty asks as she and Banner walk over. Their orders were already made, so now they were just waiting for the food to be done.
It appears to be a big green monster, ma'am.
Jarvis reports back after searching social media and other sources for information.
What? That's impossible. I'm right here.
Banner says in confusion.
Have a look, sir.
Jarvis says as a nearby TV lights up, showing surveillance footage of Abomination squashing a car with its entire body.
What the F***CK?
Banner was confused but soon remembered that General Ross flew from New York to Virginia.
Is this his doing? Jarvis, inform Stark about what's going on.
Storm says as clouds begin to form around the Avengers Tower.
Already done.
Jarvis says as the video on the TV shows the monster running in a certain direction.
Ma'am, it seems to be headed in our direction.
Good.
Storm says as she walks to a nearby balcony with Betty and Bruce following after her.
What should we do?
Betty asks in fear.
Stay here.
Storm says as she turns to look Bruce square in the eyes.
And stay calm. We'll take care of this.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Storm ascends into the air and shoots off toward the sounds of roaring and destruction, lighting dances along the clouds and the sound of thunder fills the night air. Oddly enough, the stormy clouds seem to follow her as she flies off.
Sir, there seems to be a problem in New York.
Jarvis' voice echoes from Tony's suit. After capturing General Ross, the Avengers team let the soldiers off for their attacks against them and carted off their captive to a secluded area. They planned to take a portal back to Avengers Tower without any prying eyes watching them.
What's the problem?
Peter asks as he and everyone else heard Jarvis speak.
Did Blonsky do it, or did Banner lose his cool? A big green monster appeared in Harlem. Ms. Monroe is on her way to deal with it, but backup may be needed.
Jarvis answers as a hologram appears from Tony's suit, showing exactly what Storm saw before heading out.
Is it Banner?
Charles asks in worry. After all, they just sent a man that could topple a city if angered to one of the biggest cities in the world.
No, Mr. Banner and Ms. Ross are currently in the cafeteria of Avengers Tower.
Jarvis answers negatively.
Whoever or whatever it is, let's just get back and deal with it quickly before anyone gets hurt.
Peter says as he opens a portal to the hallway outside said cafeteria, still trying to keep that power secret from the Hulk.
Let's go.
Peter says as he walks through with the webbed U-General on his shoulder. Tossing Ross onto the hallway floors, Peter turns towards Fury as he steps inside.
Get him to a secure location. We'll go and back up Storm.
Peter says as he walks into the cafeteria, followed by the whole team.
Bruce, Betty, good to see you both again.
Chapter 85, C-89 Thunderous Battle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 96. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Storm says as she flies off into the distance, leaving behind both Betty and Bruce. She didn't know which direction the monster was coming from, but she didn't need that information in the first place. It only took Storm moments to find Abomination, as it was hard not to notice where the animalistic roars and sounds of destruction were coming from. Heading that way and bringing the thunderous weather with her, Storm caught sight of a towering green figure barreling down the street toward the Avengers Tower, crushing cars and destroying anything in its wake. As she isn't a close-quarters fighter, Storm didn't bother landing or getting too close, simply deciding to follow Abomination from above. Closing her eye for a brief moment, Aurora seemed to exert herself for just a brief moment as the sounds of thunder intensified. Opening her eyes a moment later, an unnaturally bright blue light illuminated from her eye sockets. Hearing the intense thunderstorm going on above, Abomination stops for a moment and looks up to see the tiny figure of a woman with glowing eyes floating in the clouds.
Huh.
Blonsky grunts in a deep and monstrous tone. Before he could understand what was happening, countless strands of lightning filled the sky, seeming to almost dance around the woman. Mesmerized by what he was seeing, Abomination stood in awe as every strand of lightning converged to form a giant blue bolt of energy. Fear set in as the glowing eyes of the flying woman lock onto him. Instantly, Blonsky knew that he was in danger, as his brain was telling every nerve in his body to move. Thanks to his training as a soldier and the enhancements his body has gone through, Abomination was able to push past the fear and run for cover. Sadly, his enhancements didn't make him faster than lightning, which moves at 270,000 miles per hour. Even with a moving target, Storm controlled the lightning around her like a pro and swing her hand down, causing the giant blue bolt of lightning to strike downward with it. Pang! With such a big target to hit, it was almost impossible for Aurora to miss as the lightning crashed down onto the fleeing form of the Abomination. When the lightning made contact, it caused a small explosion that broke open the tough green skin of Abomination, blowing off a chunk of its chest. Blonsky yelled in pain as over 200 million volts of lightning coursed through his body. While being electrocuted, Blonsky's body convulsed and collapsed onto a nearby taxi, which was thankfully empty this time. Seeing that the beast collapsed and her attack had ended, Storm descended to get a better look at the odd appearance of the monster. Taking a look, she finds it passed out with smoke coming from the hole in its chest and the smell of charred meat circulating in the air.
Disgusting.
Aurora mutters as she covers her nose to block the smell. Descending lower to the ground, Storm didn't notice the hole in the thing's chest begin to close and heal at a rapid pace as she got closer and closer to striking distance.
B*TCH.
Taking the chance, Abomination sprung up off the ground and reached out towards Storm with its giant hand, grabbing her out of the air. Abomination laughed as he watched Storm struggle and fail to get out of his grip.
What a godlike power you have.
Blonsky's voice rumbles.
Is that all you can do, little lady? Why don't you give me a real fight?
Abomination laughed as he watched Storm struggle and fail to get out of his grip. What a godlike power you have, Blonsky's voice rumbles. Is that all you can do, little lady? Why don't you give me a real fight? Bang, 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 bang.
Get out of here, boys. The Avengers will handle this.
A familiar-looking man in a red and blue spider-themed suit lands in front of them.
Focus on getting civilians out of harm's way. Why, yes, Spider-Man, sir.
A new recruit answers with a stutter. Sending a nod their way, Peter doesn't wait long to go and join the fight. The lightning strike that hit Abomination's arm caused his grip to loosen, which gave Storm the perfect chance to escape. As she did so, Aurora instantly noticed something wrong with her right leg and left arm. Both hurt like hell and were turned in an odd direction, most likely broken from Abomination's grip. As she painfully flew from the monster's grasp, Abomination seemed to grow used to the pain and electricity coursing through him. This time, instead of toppling over on the ground, he fought through the pain and went to slap Storm out of the air like a fly. Just as the giant green hand was about to make contact, a nearby Prius flew through the air and smacked Abomination square in the jaw with its front number. This sent the sickly green monster tumbling backward, causing the trajectory of the slap to go off course and miss Storm completely.
Hello, MS Munro. Having a hard time.
Magneto floats over with his trademark smirk, two other cars floating over his shoulders. Storm still didn't have a good opinion of Eric, so she didn't want to answer him, especially when he has that infuriating smile on his face.
What? No, thank you for saving your life.
Eric asks a bit condescendingly.
Be nice, Eric.
Charles says as he floats over on his chair.
I'm always nice.
Eric says as he sees Abomination rising back to his feet and sends the other two cars shooting in its direction.
Right.
Charles says unbelievably as he turns his head to see Nightcrawler on a nearby building.
Kurt, take Aurora back to the tower for treatment. We'll handle this from here. Right, boss?
Kurt says as he disappears from his spot on the building and appears beside Storm.
Let's go.
As he finished talking, both he and Storm disappear in a puff of blue smoke, leaving the battle to the rest of them.
The police are safe.
Peter comes swinging over and lands on a street light between both Eric and Charles.
How are things here? Aurora was hurt, so Kurt took her back to the tower.
Charles explains. Blonsky grunts in a deep and monstrous tone. Before he could understand what was happening, countless strands of lightning filled the sky, seeming to almost dance around the woman. Mesmerized by what he was seeing, Abomination stood in awe as every strand of lightning converged to form a giant blue bolt of energy. Fear set in as the glowing eyes of the flying woman lock onto him. Instantly, Blonsky knew that he was in danger, as his brain was telling every nerve in his body to move. Thanks to his training as a soldier and the enhancements his body has gone through, Abomination was able to push past the fear and run for cover. Sadly, his enhancements didn't make him faster than lightning, which moves at 270,000 miles per hour. Even with a moving target, Storm controlled the lightning around her like a pro and swing her hand down, causing the giant blue bolt of lightning to strike downward with it. Pang! With such a big target to hit, it was almost impossible for Aurora to miss as the lightning crashed down onto the fleeing form of the Abomination. When the lightning made contact, it caused a small explosion that broke open the tough green skin of Abomination, blowing off a chunk of its chest. Ah! Blonsky yelled in pain as over 200 million volts of lightning coursed through his body. While being electrocuted, Blonsky's body convulsed and collapsed onto a nearby taxi, which was thankfully empty this time. Seeing that the beast collapsed and her attack had ended, Storm descended to get a better look at the odd appearance of the monster. Taking a look, she finds it passed out with smoke coming from the hole in its chest and the smell of charred meat circulating in the air. Disgusting.
Hey,
Betty calls out as she follows behind him with worry written all over her face.
where are you going?
To help.
Bruce mutters as he peeks over the edge of the balcony at the world below.
What? You can't control it, remember?
Betty says, referring to the Hulk.
Yeah, but maybe I can aim it.
Banner says as he stares down at the streets below.
What if you can't?
Betty asks, scared of what might happen with two monsters running around the city.
I don't know.
Bruce says as he climbs up on the ledge and looks down.
Wait.
Chapter 86, C90 Hulk Smash. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 97. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As the fourth car comes flying past Peter and the Avengers, smashing into Abomination who was just getting back to his feet from the other 3 cars sent his way, everyone turned to see where it came from.
Hulk smash.
A new voice fills the air as a giant green mass comes barreling past the Avengers. The Hulk didn't slow down for a second as it ran up to Abomination and punted its head, sending its large body flying back and into a nearby building, which causes a good portion of it to crumble.
This isn't good.
Charles mutters as they now have 2 monsters to deal with.
It's like a monster movie.
A metallic voice says from above as Iron Man joins them. Peter says as he watched the Hulk. Hulk came here and immediately started fighting Abomination. Even after Abomination was sent flying into the building, Hulk hasn't started rampaging and destroying everything. No, he simply waited to see what its enemy would do next.
You think it's helping us?
Eric asks skeptically.
I think he's helping us.
Peter corrects as Abomination bursts out of the rubble of the building and turns to see Hulk standing there.
Banner!
Blonsky yells in surprise but also joy.
Yes, ha 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 ha, I've been waiting for this. Let's see which of us is the better monster. Come, ugly lizard.
Hulk says as he motions for Abomination to come at him.
Want help, big guy?
Peter swings over to Hulk, hanging upside down next to his green head.
Bug!
Hulk comments as he turns to see the spider-themed suit Peter was wearing.
Spider!
Peter says as he points to himself.
Don't ignore me.
Abomination yells as he kicks off the ground and sprints toward Hulk.
Incoming!
Peter calls out as he pulls on his web and launches himself out of harm's way. The Hulk was a bit slower to react and took a punch to the jaw, which sent the big guy staggering backward. Capitalizing on his advantage, Blonsky moves forward to hit Hulk again.
Pardon me.
Peter mutters as he shoots a web at Abomination's fist and dives between the giant's legs, pulling the web along the way. The hand that would have hit Hulk for a second time instead was pulled under Abomination's body, causing the giant to almost do a front flip. Thanks to his newfound strength, however, Abomination was able to keep its footing and pull its arm back, yanking Peter back through his legs in the process.
Hey, funny seeing you here.
Peter says as he uses the momentum from the monster, pulling him to kick off the ground and introduce his boot to Blonsky's chin. Peter wasn't as strong as the Hulk or Abomination, but a full power strike from him wasn't something to scoff at. Abomination took the hit directly and stumbled backward a single step, rubbing his jaw with a look of surprise and discomfort.
You're pretty strong for a little guy.
Abomination says as he begins to see Spider-Man in a new light.
Hulk strong too.
Hulk says as he appears beside Blonsky with a car in each hand as if they were boxing gloves. Before Abomination could react, a car-wrapped green fist smashes into the side of its ribs, sending the monster flying away from Peter and Hulk.
That's what I'm talking about.
Peter says as he leaps onto Hulk's shoulder.
Let's go kick his *S. Spider smash.
Hulk asks as he turns his head to Peter.
Yeah, buddy.
Peter says with a thumbs up.
Let's smash the hell out of this guy.
Hulk looks at Peter suspiciously for a moment before reaching up and flicking him off his shoulder with a single finger.
Hey!
Peter says with a look of betrayal as he's sent flying across the street and lands on his feet with ease.
Hulk no trust humans. All puny humans are Hulk enemy and Hulk will smash them all.
Hulk says as he turns away from Peter and toward Abomination.
Go Hulk smash alone.
Tony laughed from above as he watched his best friend get flicked away like a bug.
He doesn't seem to want our help.
Charles says as well.
Should we just sit back and watch?
Eric asked with an amused look on his face.
No, we can't just do nothing while two monsters fight in the middle of the city.
Peter says with a shake of his head as both Hulk and Abomination start exchanging blows once again.
What should we do then?
Tony asks as all three of them turn to Peter.
Charles, see if you can put them to sleep with your telepathy, but be careful.
Peter says as this was the reason he was chosen to join this mission in the first place.
All right.
Charles says as he places his hand on the side of his head and closes his eyes in concentration. Unlucky for him, Charles chose to start with Hulk, and that was just the worst idea he could have had. As he tried to project the feeling of being tired and sleepy into the Hulk's mind, Charles' consciousness touched a small portion of the monumental anger that fuels the Hulk's existence and power. Almost immediately, Charles' face scrunched up in pain and anger as Hulk's anger began to influence and cloud the professor's mind. It didn't take long for Charles to pass out from the weight of all that anger, causing the wheelchair-bound professor to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, Hulk wasn't affected at all.
How?
Eric grunts in surprise as he uses his metal manipulation to hold Charles by his wheelchair. Taking a closer look, they could see that Professor X was bleeding from the nose slightly. But other than that, he was thankfully still breathing and seemed all right.
Okay, that was a failure.
Peter comments as he opens a portal next to Charles.
Send him through, Eric. Sure.
Magneto says as he looks at his friend worriedly. Their time spent together lately has made it hard for Eric to see Charles hurt like this, which is understandable.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Pets say as he hops through the portal with Charles.
Let those two fight for a minute, but keep the civilians safe and destruction at a minimum. I'll be right back.
As the portal closed, Peter used a quick healing spell on Charles before depositing him into a bed at Avengers Tower. They would have time to check on him after the situation was dealt with. By the time Peter returned, only a few minutes had passed, and Hulk seemed to be on the losing end of the fight. Eric and Tony were following the two from above, using anything they could to contain the brawl to the street and away from any people or buildings. Peter thought about sending the two Goliaths to the mirror dimension, where they could fight to their heart's content, but then an idea formed in his head. Hulk was always one of the more controversial Avengers. He is less controlled and caused property damage like no one's business. Not only that, he was also fairly scary to the general public. That can all be changed with this situation. Abomination appeared and scared the hell out of everyone while causing who knows how much damage and casualties, and who comes to save the day? The Avengers. Of course, the Hulk would count as a member of the Avengers in the eyes of the public. After all, they are both fighting the same monster. Peter just has to get Hulk to accept his help and the people would love him, especially after videos are shown of them fighting together. Speaking of video, Peter could hear and see multiple news helicopters in the air. They're all keeping a good distance though, which Peter was thankful for. At this point in the fight, Abomination was straddled on Hulk's chest and raining down punch after punch to the big guy's face, which was cut open in multiple places and swelling by the second. Hulk looked like a man that got into the ring with Mike Tyson.
Oh no, you don't.
Peter mutters as he shoots a couple webs on each side of the street and uses them to catapult himself toward the fight. Soaring through the air, Peter turns his body horizontally and goes in feet first. Just as Blonsky was about to smash Hulk's face in with another devastating hammer fist, Peter launches over like a torpedo and kicks him square in the face with both feet. The hit sends Abomination barreling backward and off of Hulk. Peter lands beside Hulk's head and slaps his bruised cheek a few times.
Wake up, big guy. We got a monster to smash.
Chapter 87, C91 Force Team Up. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 7 chapters ahead at chapter 98. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Feeling some taps on his face, Hulk groggily opens his eyes. The last thing he remembers was losing to the lizard man-looking thing and then getting hit over and over again without the power to retaliate.
Wake up, big guy. We got a monster to smash.
A voice says as Hulk sees the spider that he flicked away only moments ago. Thinking back, maybe he should have taken the spider up on his offer to work together, as only minutes after turning him down, Hulk was getting beaten so badly that he passed out for a brief moment. The only problem with accepting help from a human is the fact that every human Hulk's ever met has either been deathly afraid of him or attacked him with military-grade weaponry. Hulk has a very bad opinion of humans, and that opinion is completely fair and justified. After all, ever since the day he was born, Hulk has had to fight his other half's battles for him, all of those battles against humans. Those that didn't attack him, cowered in fear or ran away, and that type of treatment to a newborn being certainly won't help in their development. It's safe to say that the Hulk has some problems. Not only does he have trust and identity issues, but he was also molded into a racist somehow. Racist toward the human race, to be exact. He's a giant with the mind of a child, but no one has had the opportunity or inclination to ever find all of this out. They were usually too busy running in the other direction or shooting in his direction.
Come on, big guy, don't look at me like that.
Peter says with an unseen pout as he sees Hulk's annoyed face.
Let's be friends, we can beat that monster together and get some pizza afterward. My treat. Hulk has no friends.
Hulk exclaims as he sits up and sees Abomination getting back up to his feet as well.
That's right.
Blonsky yells.
We're practically gods. Friends, family, possessions. All we need is to know who's the strongest, and that's me. Hulk is strongest monster.
Hulk corrects challengingly as he rushes at Abomination.
Fine, let's do this the hard way.
Peter muttered as he watched Hulk and Abomination go at it once again. As the two start throwing fists once again, Peter doesn't sit idly by any longer. Looking for an opening, he slips into the brawl and assists Hulk the best way he can. Using his webs or even his body, Peter redirects attacks that would otherwise hit the Hulk. He didn't need much power to do this, only agility and dexterity, both of which Peter had far more than either Hulk or Abomination.
Annoying insect.
Blonsky yells in fury as Peter kicks his arm at the elbow, causing him to only graze Hulk's chin with his fist.
Go away.
At this point, Peter has made him miss multiple attacks on Hulk, so Abomination had enough and turned towards the annoyance, ready to take care of him before finishing the fight with Hulk.
What, are you mad?
Peter asks condescendingly with a tilt of his head. This had the exact effect that Peter was hoping for. Blonsky looked to get even more P***s said off than he was before as he turned his attacks toward Peter in an instant. Luckily, Peter was faster and smaller, making him hard to catch. That combined with Blonsky's angered state of mind makes every attack thrown Peter's way fairly predictable.
Are you sure you're not mad? You seem angry.
Peter antagonizes Blonsky more as he sidesteps a punch that cracks the concrete street upon impact. Meanwhile, Hulk stood off to the side with a dumb look on his face. All he could think about was how this human wouldn't take no for an answer. He asked Hulk to work together and he refused. He asked to be friends and Hulk refused again. After his many refusals, the same human just kept showing up and helping him, and Hulk didn't like it one bit. In his mind, humans should either run away or attack him. They could do nothing else.
Maybe you should calm down.
Peter says the forbidden words, which makes Abomination's anger skyrocket to the point of no return.
You seeking annoyance, just die already.
Blonsky screams as he picks up a car and throws it at Peter. Using his senses and enhanced body, Peter jumps through the already broken window of the car, completely passing through the car without touching it. The car continues to soar past Peter and straight at Hulk, who was too caught up in his own thoughts to react as the car smashed into his chest.
Oops!
Peter mutters as he landed and saw Hulk get knocked back by the car.
What's with these guys and using cars as weapons? Hulk!
Hulk says angrily as he staggers back while catching the car and tossing it aside. Hulk has had enough of all of this. He only wanted to help and get rid of this monster as his other half wanted, but he was losing and then the spider started getting involved. Not to mention the two flies, Eric/Tony, that were overhead and interfering in his fight constantly. Whenever they would stray too far from the center of the street, they would be attacked from above until they steered closer to the road once again. Neither of the two could fly, so they had to just take it as they slowly grew, used to staying on the road away from buildings. Hulk had enough and it was time to let all of that built-up anger out. What better way to do so other than violence?
Ewg!
Hulk exclaimed and sprinted over to Peter and Blonsky. Feeling the ground shake as Hulk grew closer, Peter does the smart thing and slips away just in time for Hulk to collide with Abomination. Hulk spear-tackled the bigger monster, which sent Abomination tumbling backward and onto a car with Hulk on top of him. Before Abomination could get his bearing back and retaliate, Peter, who was perched at a nearby light post, acted quickly to assist Hulk by shooting constant streams of his webs from his wrists at their enemy down form. As the web was sticking into place on Blonsky's arms and legs, Hulk didn't even notice due to his blinding rage. He started raining his large fists down on the face of his enemy, just as Abomination did to him earlier before Peter stepped in. The tables turned as Abomination strained against the webs holding him down, taking fist after fist to the face. The power of these hits was enough to make it feel as if there was some sort of earthquake happening. The ground shook and cracked. Cars, trash cans, rubble, and even the light post that Peter was on shook with every punch that landed on Blonsky's face.
Aug, sleep.
Hulk yelled over and over as he just kept punching away, causing a small crater to form in the street. At one point, Abomination almost broke out of Peter's webs, but sadly for him, Peter would just add more. That combined with the fact that Blonsky was getting his face beaten in made it hard for him to think straight after a certain amount of time. As time went on, Abomination's face started getting more and more mangled as each munch opened a new cut or swelled a new bruise. Soon, Blonsky stopped struggling against the web and seemed to pass out, but Hulk didn't stop. The attacks continued on the unconscious face of his enemy. Hulk either did not caring or hadn't noticing that he already won the fight. The question now is, should Peter stop him or let Hulk kill Abomination?
Should I step in?
Peter thought as he and the other Avengers stood by and watched Hulk keep smashing Blonsky's face in. After a moment of thought, Peter made a decision. Jumping off the light post and onto Hulk's shoulder, Peter pats the big guy on the head a couple of times before speaking.
That's enough, you won, big guy.
Peter says these simple words, which instantly causes Hulk to stop and look down at his still alive, yet mangled enemy.
Hulk win.
Hulk says as he stands up with Peter still on his shoulder. At this point, the news helicopters flew a bit lower to get a better shot, and some nearby police officers start pushing into the area as well, both thinking that the situation was over. The addition of these people set off alarm bells in Hulk's mind, as his only history with armed humans and helicopters was very violent, to say the least.
Huh.
Hulk grunted as he looked around and thought the worst.
Hulk, calm do.
Chapter 88, C92 wrapping up. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 98. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Staring at the big fleeing back of the Hulk, Peter sighed and turned to Tony, who just landed beside the unconscious Abomination. His helmet opened as he bends a little to get a closer look at the monster.
Tony, go follow Hulk.
Peter says and instantly receives a reluctant look from Tony, who didn't want to do any grunt work.
Don't look at me like that. Just follow him from a distance and bring Banner back to the tower when he switches back.
Tony sighed as his helmet closed and he flew off to chase after the escaping Hulk. When Tony left, a few police officers came forward.
Is that thing real?
One of them asks as they look at the sleeping Abomination.
Is it alive? I don't think our cuffs are big enough for this.
Peter says to the police as he turns toward Magneto, who is still floating above everyone.
Eric, use the strongest metal in the area to restrain this thing. Feel free to go overboard. We can't have it escaping and destroying another part of the city after all.
Nodding his head, Magneto uses his powers to draw metal from the nearby rubble in the area, and uses that to tie up Abomination in what looked like a complicated bondage style.
That's very...
Peter says as he recalls seeing something similar in a Japanese P***RN video.
Thanks.
Eric replies with a smile, knowing full well what Peter was thinking.
I had a lot of practice in my youth. Right.
Peter says as he turns to the police officers, who stood around them without a clue as to how to handle this situation.
We'll handle this. If you guys can focus on crowd control, that would be helpful. Keep the media and civilians out of the area. Yes, sir.
One officer said, and the rest followed suit. Once Abomination was all tied up and secured, and the police had a perimeter in place, news crews and curious civilians started pouring into the area in droves. Since the news crews couldn't get past the police, they set up outside the barriers and started interviewing witnesses. While this was happening, Peter was talking to Fury over the phone.
Yeah, have Jarvis give you the location where this thing first appeared and see if there's a lab there or something.
Peter says and hangs up the phone.
Where are we bringing this guy? We can't just stay here all night.
Eric gestures between Abomination and the crowd of onlookers forming around them.
Take him back to the tower for now. You go ahead of me, I'll catch up in a bit.
Peter says as he looks around at the destroyed portion of the city.
Is there anyone left that needs help?
As Peter thinks out loud, Eric nods his head and flies off with the bound Abomination floating behind him. The news helicopters followed their departure, while the ground news crews stayed behind to continue their interviews and film the destruction. When Eric left with their prisoner, Peter ran around the area looking for any people in need. Although Magneto and Iron Man did their best to contain the fighting to the streets, that didn't mean buildings weren't damaged or destroyed here and there. Thankfully, the police were on rescue duty since the beginning of all of this, so not many people needed Peter's help at this point. Using his super hearing to locate survivors of tonight's festivities, Peter delivered injured victims to paramedics. As he dropped off the last of the injured, the news crews pounced and surrounded him with questions.
Spider-Man, what was that thing? How did this happen? Was that second monster an Avenger? Spider-Man, over here. Spider-Man! He can't fit inside the building.
Eric explains as soon as Peter arrived.
Okay, this is something we should have thought about when designing the tower.
Peter said with an exasperated sigh.
True, we have a detainment floor, but none of the cells are big enough to fit this guy. We need bigger and stronger cells for situations like this.
Eric says matter-of-factly.
Okay, let me call Fury and see if he has something for this.
Peter says as he enters the building through the rooftop door. Peter didn't know how they imprisoned someone as strong as the Hulk in the movies, possibly in an extremely reinforced cell or cryogenic storage. Peter wasn't sure.
Killing him would be easier, but that wouldn't be a good idea with the cameras everywhere.
Peter thought as he texted Fury about their problem. By the time morning came along, Magneto and Abomination were still on the rooftop, but thankfully, a solution was on the way. Fury had a reinforced cage, similar to the one they used on the Hulk in the Avengers movie. They had it made especially for the Hulk so it should also work on Abomination. It wouldn't be a permanent solution, but it would hopefully be enough for the time being. As for the laboratory where Abomination was made, Fury found it easily as there was an Abomination-shaped hole in the side of the building. Fury's men were still going through the building, but they already found security footage of Blonsky being turned into the Abomination. Everything was pointing at General Ross, which was good as it gave them someone to blame for all of this. Dr. Stearns wasn't found in the laboratory, which wasn't good. He appeared to have been affected by whatever made Blonsky into a monster, as his head swelled and grew in the security footage. 10 minutes before the press conference was planned to start, Tony returned with a knocked-out Bruce banner in his arms. Hulk ran all the way to upstate New York and found a safe location in the woods before reverting back to Bruce.
I'm going to sleep,
Tony said as he dropped Banner onto a nearby couch and walked off tiredly.
Lucky B*** starred.
Peter muttered as he can't sleep until the press conference is over and Abomination is contained. Standing at a podium in an auditorium on a lower floor of the tower, Peter addressed the plethora of journalists and news cameras.
I won't be taking any questions today. I'll simply explain what happened and what we know. Today's incident was a tragedy brought on by the mistakes and actions of one man. General Thaddeus Ross wanted to recreate the same thing that made Captain America and failed twice. You all saw both of those failures fighting each other today. Hulk, the big green guy that helped us capture the Abomination on the roof, was his first failure. The guy on the roof is the General's most recent failure. They were both normal people like you and me, but the General wanted to make them into super soldiers. This is the result of that.
As Peter says this, a big screen TV beside him lights up and shows the security footage from his lab. All in attendance gasped in shock as they watched a normal soldier transform into a giant monster. They couldn't believe Hat Thing used to be a human. After all, everyone thought it was an alien or something in the beginning.
Every bit of evidence we have points to General Ross. which is why we have him detained already. We'll continue to collect evidence against him before handing him and the evidence over to the US government.
Peter says, his image being broadcasted all over the world.
This was the first mission of the Avengers, and I'd say it was a successful one. I'm afraid that's all we have for you today, though.
Peter says with a wave goodbye as he walks off stage.
Have a good day.
Chapter 89, C93 Virgin. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 99. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
It was this huge abomination. It fell from the sky and flattened a taxi. I'm pretty sure whoever was inside is dead.
News clips played on the TV in Peter and May's living room.
This abomination just came out of nowhere and scared me half to death.
May slept through the whole ordeal last night, but as soon as she woke up, she saw a recording of Peter on TV as Spiderman addressing some sort of monster attack in Harlem that he was involved with. It was crazy for her to watch the footage of the 2 monstrous entities destroying the city with their battle. Thankfully, not too many people were hurt and even fewer were killed, so she wasn't called into the hospital to help out. It's at times like this that she, and everyone else that loves Peter, worries for his safety. After all, this all started with normal criminals, but recently the types of characters that Spider-Man faces have been ramping upward in quality. First, it was normal criminals. Then, a man in power armor, and now a literal science fiction monster. It's a miracle that not a single metahuman has tried anything like this yet either.
When will things go back to normal?
May couldn't help but think as she watched the clips on every news channel. Although she is happy that Peter is out there saving people, May just sometimes wish that it was someone else out there. Though, if things like this happened and Peter wasn't a hero, many more people would have been injured and killed last night. Of course, with the Avengers thing that Peter has been building for these past months, he may not have to be the one handling all of these situations anymore, so things may be looking up in the future. Not expecting him to be there, May checks Peter's room to see if he was home yet and found him sleeping on his bed in his spider suit. Only his mask was removed on the floor by the bed. Sighing to herself, May sat at Peter's bedside and played with his hair as she looked down on him with a proud yet worried look on her face. After finishing with the press conference, Peter waited another hour for the Hulk-proof reinforced cage. Once it finally arrived, Peter wasn't surprised to see an almost replica of what S.H.I.E.L.D. used to hold Loki in the Avengers movie. Knowing that the Hulk was able to break out of the cage in the movie, Peter had Abomination locked inside with his metal bondage in place, and had Magneto use some metal from Stark Industries to reinforce the cage even more. Just to be safe, Abomination's cell was moved into Eric's penthouse for now. Magneto would have a roommate close by until a more long-term form of detainment was made. Of course, they had to break a hole on the side of the building in order for the cage to get inside, but that would be fixed in a day or 2. With the world informed and Abomination under lock and key, Peter was finally able to return home and sleep. The only one of the Avengers that wasn't sleeping by this point was him and Fury. Eric went straight to bed as soon as Abomination was plopped down into his living room, and everyone else was lucky enough to not have any responsibilities. Magneto would usually be amongst this group, but his power came in handy today. Returning home through a portal, Peter texted Tony and told him to work on a good long-term way to contain Abomination when he wakes up. With Tony on it, Peter was sure that this problem would be solved within 48 hours, possibly soon. Taking off his mask, Peter hopped into bed and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. By the time Peter woke up, it was dark outside and he could feel something on the left side of his chest. Not only that, but Peter could also hear the TV in his room on, which wasn't on when he was awake earlier. Opening his eyes, Peter turned to see MJ cuddled up next to him with her head on his chest, watching what appeared to be Game of Thrones. It was a Dothraki sex scene as well.
I didn't know this world had Game of Thrones.
Peter thought as he turned to see MJ watching the scene with a heated look. Her face was a bit red and she seemed to be very interested in the TV, still probably thinking that Peter was asleep.
Are you watching porn?
Peter asks with a teasing smile as he snakes his arm around his beautiful girlfriend. As soon as she hears his voice, MJ freezes in place and turns her head robotically toward Peter. Everything goes silent except the TV as moans from the mating of a Dothraki couple become louder and louder. Jumping into action, MJ uses the controller to change the channel and a SpongeBob episode begins to play, but she soon lowers the volume.
Peter, it's not what you think.
MJ says as she tries to explain what Game of Thrones is, knowing that Peter doesn't watch much TV.
I see.
Peter says as he pulls her closer and puts his face into her neck.
You were watching that scene fairly closely, though. We haven't done that yet, but I'm ready when you are.
Aye.
MJ didn't know how to answer, and soon all cohesive language failed her as Peter began kissing her neck.
It's okay.
Peter stops and pulls back, resting his head back on the pillow.
Just let me know when you're ready, unless that time is now.
Instantly, MJ started shaking her head. She may love Peter at this point, but the thought of sex scared her. She has heard a bunch of awkward first-time stories, not to mention the pain that comes along with it. Peter was a virgin in his previous life as well, so he was eager to do the deed, but he could wait. His hand is always a viable option after all.
All right, we can wait as long as you need.
Peter says as he steals the controller and switches the channel back to Game of Thrones.
What's this show about?
Peter asks as he puts up the volume once again. Maybe this universe will end the series better than the last. Thankfully, the sex scene was over, so MJ wasn't embarrassed any further. Ignoring his phone, which blew up with texts from Tony, who was trying to weasel his way out of doing any work, Peter stayed up most of the night and caught up on the latest episode of Game of Thrones with MJ. MJ's mom didn't have a single problem with her staying the night and May was the same. They both thought that the two were having sex by this point in their relationship, but they were usually watching something or playing games. Within 2 days since the abomination appeared in New York City, Tony came up with a perfect way to detain the big guy. He created a cryogenic cage that would freeze Abomination's body just as Peter thought. Blonsky would live his life like a paraplegic. His entire body below the neck would be frozen solid, leaving only his head unfrozen. Normally, this would kill any living creature, as the heart wouldn't be pumping blood anymore, but Blonsky's body is enhanced by a large degree.
He should be fine.
Tony said with a shrug.
Good enough for me.
Peter says with a shrug of his own.
Try to get some blood and tissue samples before locking him up. Already done.
Tony says as he opens a nearby lab fridge and shows multiple vials filled with blood and sealed containers of lizard-like skin.
Good, keep that locked up safe somewhere though. Those samples could be dangerous in the wrong hands.
Peter says as he grabs half of the samples for himself.
Hey, get your own monster parts.
Tony says and fails to take them back, as Peter ducks out of his way and opens a portal.
Thanks.
Peter says as he steps through the portal and waves as it slowly closed before Tony's eyes.
Good work, keep it up.
Chapter 90, C94 Death of a Father. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 100. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. In a rundown apartment in Russia, an elderly man was tucked into a small, worn-out, discolored bed. His face was turning pale, and it was hard for him to keep his eyes open for long periods of time. He coughed regularly and looked to be on his last legs of life. Insert picture of Anton Vanko here. This is Anton Vanko, a former Soviet scientist. Upon moving to the United States of America in his youth, Vanko became partners with Howard Stark at Stark Industries, where he and Howard created the first arc reactor. However, when Vanko sold his designs on the black market, Stark had him deported back to Russia, where Vanko spent decades drinking himself to death. The fruit of that labor was showing now. The alcohol has taken its toll, draining the man's life day by day. Now he's just a husk of his former self, ready to die at any moment and even hoping for it on most days. The TV at the end of the bed was tuned into a news channel, where Tony Stark was speaking to a news reporter in his Iron Man suit. They were talking about the recent attack in New York from the now officially named Abomination. As he was watching with a scowl on his aged face, the door opens, and in comes a man about Tony's age. Insert picture of Ivan Vanko here. The relationship between the two men was hard to see, as the alcohol and age have morphed the elderly man's body, but this is Anton Vanko's son, Ivan Vanko. Ivan is a Russian physicist, but it was hard to get a good job in his field as he is the son of a disgraced scientist. Who would want to hire or work with a man that could steal or sell your research? Ivan isn't his father and wasn't the one to sell blueprints on the black market, but the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
That should be you.
Anton says weakly from his bed as he shakily lifts his finger towards the TV.
Don't listen to that crap.
Ivan takes a seat at his father's bedside and shakes off his words, as he has heard them a million times by now. Suddenly, Anton grabs Ivan's hand with two aged hands of his own, grasping them as tightly as he could. Looking down at his father, Ivan could see a tired and apologetic look in his eyes.
I'm sorry.
Anton croaks out his last words. The sound of coughing fills the room for a brief moment before silence returns and Anton's body stills. He wasn't breathing. His heart wasn't beating and he already looked like a corpse. Ivan is naturally distraught. His father just died in front of him, and all he could hear was Tony Stark's smug voice from the TV at the end of the bed. Staring at the TV with a vengeful look in his eyes, Ivan pulls out a set of blueprints for an arc reactor and gets to work. A week after the Abomination incident, the Avengers were surprised to find Blonsky turn back into his normal human form. He tried to escape from his prison by slipping through with his smaller body, getting the idea from Banner who could switch back and forth as well. Though Blonsky seems to have far more control than Banner does. Blonsky succeeded in changing but failed to escape as his body was still frozen. The cameras picked up on this instantly, and Jarvis notified the Avengers. Since he was being held in Avengers Tower's detainment floor, a new cage was swiftly made and Blonsky was loaded in by the end of the day. There is a silver lining to this change though. Blonsky seemed to become less erratic ever since changing to his human form. If they can rehabilitate the man, then the Avengers may have a strong member in the future. The council didn't like the idea, but Peter contacted a therapist to come in on schedule to see Blonsky. Hopefully, he can show good results within a year, and Peter can use that to bring this idea to the council once again. It would be hard to disagree at that point. After going through all of General Ross' facilities, including the one in New York where Abomination was made, Fury brought back mountains of evidence against Thaddeus, but that wasn't all he found. The General's years of work toward perfecting the super soldier serum were now in the hands of the Avengers. Compared to the research Betty gave them, the up-to-date research was leagues ahead. 5 years is a long time after all. Peter and Tony took a copy of each set of data before calling Banner to talk. Walking into Tony's workshop after going through multiple layers of security, Bruce found Spider-Man and Tony waiting for his arrival. Banner has been staying in one of the apartments in the tower for the past week and found the place very luxurious. Well, anything would be luxurious compared to the room he rented in South America. Just give the guy some air conditioning and a strong Wi-Fi signal, and that would be heaven.
You called for me.
Banner says as he walks in.
Bruce, take a seat.
Tony calls out and gestures to a rolling chair at a computer desk.
What's this all about?
Bruce asks as he turns his head to Peter.
Are you finally giving me the research Betty gave us? Yes, but we have to get through some things first.
Peter says as he taps a button and the video of Abomination being made starts to play on a loop.
Why are you showing me this?
Banner says as he and everyone else in the world have seen this video 1,000 times already.
Do you know who this is?
Tony says as the video freezes on a full-screen image of Dr. Stearns.
No idea.
Banner answers after a moment's look.
That is Dr. Samuel Stearns, otherwise known to you as Mr. Blue.
Peter informs him.
What?
Banner exclaims with an incredulous look on his face.
It seems like since your last conversation back when we first met, Stearns didn't see any progress in working with you anymore and went to your enemy.
Peter says as the video switches to a zoomed-in image of the syringe Stearns used on Blonsky.
Did you send your blood to Mr. Blue?
Tony asks as Banner's eyes widen upon seeing the image. He answers as realization dawns on him.
Is that my blood in there? Yes.
Peter says as Banner starts cursing and pacing around the room, causing his watch to begin beeping. Bruce, calm down.
All right.
He says as he forces himself to sit and breathe like a meditating monk. Once he was finally calm, Peter got straight to the point.
Listen, I have no problem giving you the research that you need and a place here to work on it, but you need to keep it to yourself. Stearns wasn't captured, so he may contact you. If he does, pretend to not know of his involvement and alert us immediately.
Peter says as Tony nods along beside him.
We'll help with your research when we can as well. Your condition is interesting, so I don't mind lending a hand.
Tony says with an interested look in his eyes.
Thank you.
Banner says sincerely. With someone as experienced and skilled as Tony Stark helping him, then Banner felt like they had a chance to actually fix himself.
Personally, I don't think you should get rid of the Hulk.
Peter drops a bomb that shocks both Banner and Tony.
Why?
Bruce says incredulously.
He's a monster. A monster that helped us a week ago.
Peter corrects with a shrug.
Does he have problems? Definitely, though that's not his fault. You have to look at Hulk like a child. He's been fighting since his birth. I think that if we use meditation and therapy, you and the Hulk can form a friendly relationship.
Both Tony and Banner looked at Peter as if he were telling them that the Earth was flat.
Look, I'm not saying you can't continue your research, but maybe give the Hulk a chance while you're at it. You never know, he might just surprise you.
Chapter 91, C95 Avengers SS Program. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 101. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. With Tony and Banner working on curing the incurable, Peter and Fury started focusing on organizing the evidence against General Ross. The man has a lot of connections in the government, so they wanted to be sure that the evidence was in order and easy to understand. After all, even those in power can be downright idiotic at times. Almost every day since Peter announced that they had General Ross in custody, different government officials called and tried to persuade them into handing over the general for an internal investigation or some other nonsense. Peter and Fury knew that these were just excuses to get the general out so they can minimize the damage as much as possible. After all, a high-level military scandal doesn't look good for the US government. Even Obama called to ask about the situation in depth. He didn't ask for the general to be released or anything, but he would have zero power to do so even if he tried. The Avengers are sanctioned by the United Nations as a whole, so it would take a big meeting and majority vote for anyone to tell them what to do, which would almost never happen. It took Peter and Fury a few days to get the evidence put together. They had some help from people like Natasha and Mystique, who offered their help in organizing everything, but most of the work fell on them for the most part. They separated the evidence into 2 parts: the evidence that would be released to the media, which would be unclassified information, while the rest would be given to the government. Of course, Peter and Fury wouldn't be handing over any of the research data on the super soldier serum. Neither of them trusted the idiotic politicians with something that could possibly produce more Hulks or abominations. With all evidence gathered, Fury called the military police to come and arrest General Ross, who has been in the Tower's detention center all this time. He was imprisoned only a hallway away from Blonsky, who he could hear roaring and growling for the first few days of his detainment. Thankfully, Blonsky calmed down later on. Once the military police came and took him away with a flash drive full of carefully organized evidence, Peter tweeted out the unclassified evidence as they planned. At Spider-Man, General Thaddeus Ross has been officially detained by military police. Here's some unclassified evidence. Link. Within minutes of pressing tweet, every news and political commentator pounced like hungry lions. News channels and live streams were going over the evidence live and giving their opinions of the whole situation. Peter wasn't fazed by the attention his actions would receive anymore. He could be tweeting about a burger he likes or evidence on a military general, but both tweets would end up being talked about in some way or another. Stashing his phone away, Peter and Fury watched a military convoy drive off with General Ross in tow.
Is it done?
Fury asks.
Yeah, the evidence is public now.
Peter says as the convoy turns away and disappears behind a building.
Good, let's get to the meeting. They're probably waiting for us.
Fury says, and the two head back inside, taking the elevator up to the higher floors of the tower. They specifically called a council meeting for when the general would leave, as that would wrap up everything from the abomination incident. Arriving at the council room, Fury and Peter found the rest of the council members waiting for their arrival, not knowing the reason for the meeting except Tony, who seemed to vibrate with excitement.
Finally,
Charles says with a tired sigh.
What's this meeting about?
Charles has been a very busy man ever since Spider-Man endorsed his school. That was also magnified after taking in Magneto's problem children, who have caused nothing but trouble ever since their first day of school. The exasperated attitude that Charles was radiating throughout the room was due to those problem children as well.
Getting straight to the point, the general is gone, and now we need to vote on whether to continue his research into the super soldier serum.
Peter says as he and Fury take a seat. Once again, Peter isn't the leader of the Avengers. He may be the one they look to for leadership most of the time, but that doesn't mean he can just make decisions like this without consulting the council.
Is there a need for it?
Charles says with a hesitant look in his eyes.
The damage that research has brought far exceeds the good. I would disagree.
Fury cuts in with a shake of his head.
World War II was won off the back of the super soldier serum. Captain America was a weak and frail man before he was turned into the hero we know today. Don't let the work of a power-hungry idiot ruin what could be a strong force for good. I agree.
Tony speaks up, wanting to enhance himself so Peter can't make fun of him for not having powers anymore.
We would obviously have to be far more careful than General Ross was. Procedures and safety measures would have to be put in place. Testing would have to start with mice and other animals before getting anywhere near humans.
Everyone in the room was slowly nodding unconsciously as Tony finished speaking.
Who would we even use the serum on?
Eric asks, almost convinced.
Those we find worthy and trustable.
Peter answers instantly.
Natasha, Clint, Fury, and Tony would be prime candidates. Other candidates can be vetted later on. We may also be able to take it ourselves, but testing would have to be done to see how the serum would interact with our already existing powers. Who knows how the X gene would react after all?
Tony nods excitedly while Fury looks surprised by Peter's words. He didn't expect to be one of the candidates for the serum, but didn't voice any disagreement. Becoming a super soldier would help in his duties for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Peter also planned to offer this serum to his loved ones. He already has the resurrection elixir, which he plans to give them as well, but that would take time to make the way he wants. The super soldier serum could be a good starting point for them before he can finish the elixir. After all, with what Peter has planned, his resurrection elixir would be far more powerful than the original.
As long as we get regulations put in place as Tony described, I have no problem with us making this serum.
Eric says in full agreement at this point.
I would also like to add that we don't broadcast this to the world. If others know we can make our own Captain Americas at will, then countries, companies, and powers all around the world would come knocking. But we can handle that easily.
Tony says with an uncaring shrug.
True, but do we want to deal with it?
Magneto asks with a raised eyebrow.
Everything would be far simpler if this remains between us and those we choose to enhance in the future. I agree, let's vote.
Peter says, and a few moments later, a decision was made. The vote was 4-5 in favor of completing the super soldier serum research. The only one to vote against it was Charles, whose vote could probably be attributed to his bad mood. Though, the vote didn't really matter. Peter knew that Tony and Fury would vote his way, so he already had enough votes to pass before walking into the council room. This was just a formality that needed to be done. With the vote passed, Peter and Tony decided to move everything super soldier serum related to Tony's workshop. It was the most secure place in the entire tower, even more so than the detainment floor, which was built to hold superpowered criminals. Safety regulations were written up and agreed upon by the council, while Peter and Tony agreed to only work on the serum together. Accidents happen as shown by what happened to Bruce, so they decided that it would be better to have two minds keeping track of any possible mistakes the other could or would make. Tony laughed like a madman as he and Peter started working on the serum for the first time.
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Chapter 92, C96 Stark Expo. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 102. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
We'll miss the expo if you don't hurry up.
Peter reminded MJ, who was sitting in her room in front of a mirror doing her makeup.
I'm almost done. Be patient.
MJ says as she follows a YouTube tutorial to get her makeup just right. She wasn't always a fan of intricate makeup, usually going for a more natural look, but that all changed during the past summer. MJ went down a YouTube beauty rabbit hole which sparked an interest in her. Now she likes to try new techniques and products which Peter didn't mind. After all, it was nice to look at when she was done. Peter only wished that she would do it quicker, but doing her makeup became a time of relaxation for MJ. Not only does she enjoy the result, but the time spent putting it all on as well. Not wanting to bother her, Peter whips out his phone and scrolled through Twitter. Today is the Stark Expo, and Peter decided to go and enjoy the night with MJ. Tony invited him to tag along as Spiderman, but Peter needed some time away from Tony for a night. They spent the last week locked in Tony's workshop, tirelessly working on the super soldier serum. Tony is a good friend, but he can be annoying as hell, especially when you spend every night with the man locked in a room for hours on end. He would still go to the expo to support his friend, just not as Spider-Man, which means he would be able to enjoy the night without any responsibilities, hopefully. The Stark Expo was an event originally started by Howard Stark to display the latest and greatest technology that could potentially create the future. It's an event where Stark Industries can show off their many prototypes, like hover cars and other attractions that would draw in the public. This year's expo is supposed to be very big for Stark Industries, as they have stepped away from their main revenue source, which was arms dealing. Tony and Pepper want to use this expo to show off the new things Stark Industries would be selling, though Peter has no idea what that would be. Probably cell phones and other appliances if Peter had to guess. The Avengers and Stark Industries may share a building, but Peter doesn't have the time or that high of interest to know what they've been working on, though he would find out today.
Am I going to meet Tony Stark?
MJ asks as she applies eyeliner.
No, I'm going as Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. Tony doesn't know my real identity.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
Why do you want to meet Tony?
I mean,
MJ says with a shrug.
he's your friend, so I want to meet him sooner or later. Also, he's Tony Stark.
I see.
Peter rolled his eyes at her. Tony was famous even before he became Iron Man. If Peter could compare his fame to someone from his past life, it would have to be something close to Kim Kardashian. Everyone wanted to hear which model or actress Stark bedded or what scandal ensued soon after. That behavior has calmed down severely since Tony returned from Afghanistan, but the reveal of Iron Man certainly helped keep the people interested.
We could try to meet Tony while we're there, but I doubt we'll get past security. Just don't tell him I'm Spider-Man.
Peter offers, getting an adventurous smile from MJ.
All right, let's infiltrate the expo and meet Tony Stark. We'll see how long it takes before we get kicked out.
MJ says with a laugh.
Well, you better hurry up then. I doubt he'll be there all night.
Peter says as he checks the time on the watch she gave him for Christmas.
I told you we'd make it on time.
MJ says as she and Peter watch a brightly lit stage from the back of a large crowd. After waiting another 20 minutes, Peter and MJ took the subway to the expo. The second they joined the crowd, AC/DC started playing over the speakers as an image of Iron Man jumping from a plane played for the crowd to see. Watching and hearing the rock music blasting, Peter couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tony truly has a boomer's taste in music. Peter couldn't count the number of times he has been subjected to listening to AC/DC on repeat while working with Tony, which is one of his friend's most annoying qualities. As the image of Iron Man falling continued, the crowd looked up and could see something falling from the sky toward the stage. The crowd put two and two together and begins cheering as Tony does your average superhero landing on the stage. Fireworks start flying and scantily clad women dance their way onto the stage, surrounding Tony as his mask opens and he smiles at the cheering sea of people.
Tony, 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 Tony.
Pretty much the entire crowd was chanting by this point.
It's good to be back. You miss me.
Tony says as the crowd goes wild.
Blow something up.
One guy yelled over everyone else.
I missed you too. Blow something up. I already did that. I'm not saying that the world is enjoying its longest period of uninterrupted peace in years because of me. I'm not saying that from the ashes of captivity, never has a greater phoenix metaphor been personified in human history. I'm not saying that Uncle Sam can kick back on a lawn chair, sipping on an iced tea because I haven't come across anyone who's man enough to go toe-to-toe with me on my best day.
Tony starts bragging with a smug look. Man, his ego has gone through the roof.
Do you still want to meet him?
Seeing Tony in person and hearing Peter's question, MJ couldn't help but second-guess herself.
He is a bit of a tool, isn't he?
MJ comments with a small laugh.
Yup, that's Tony.
Peter nods in agreement.
He's a good guy at heart, though.
Whatever, let's continue the plan.
MJ says as she drags Peter through the crowd.
Put your powers to use and help me find the backstage entrance.
Yes, ma'am.
After pushing through a crowd of mindless Iron Man fans, Peter and MJ managed to find the entrance that lead backstage. It was guarded by a handful of very big and very armed security. They certainly looked serious and definitely wouldn't just let them pass.
Come with me.
Peter says as he drags MJ to a line of porta potties, where he dragged her into one and locked the door.
You.
MJ says as she covers her nose.
It stinks in here.
Without another word, Peter waves his hand and a spell circle appears, attaching to both of them before disappearing.
What's this about?
MJ asks, not used to seeing Peter do magic very often.
You said you wanted to meet Tony.
Peter says with a shrug as they exit the toilet and walk back to the security.
Just walk by and don't say a word.
The two passed by the security with ease. No one seemed to notice their entrance, which brought a smile to MJ's face.
This is so cool.
She thought as they maneuvered backstage, looking for Tony.
Hi, and you are.
Tony says flirtatiously. After searching for a minute, they found Tony and his driver bodyguard Happy Hogan speaking to a woman.
Marshall.
She replies with a smile and an outstretched hand.
Irish, I like it.
Tony comments as he shakes her hand.
Pleased to meet you, Tony.
She says as their hands separate.
Where you from?
Tony asks as Peter and MJ sit back and eavesdrop.
Bedford.
She answers.
What are you doing here?
Tony asks curiously, as his security would have notified him of her arrival, meaning that she snuck in.
Looking for you.
She says as she reached into her bag and pulls out some papers.
Yeah, you found me. What are you up to later?
Tony says with a flirty wink, causing Peter to roll his eyes once again. Meanwhile, MJ found Tony's behavior very entertaining.
Serving subpoenas.
She drops the bomb and hands over the papers.
Yikes!
Tony comments as he avoids touching the papers at all costs.
He doesn't like to be handed things.
Happy says as he takes the papers.
I see, you're hereby ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chapter 93, C97 Scheming Senator. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 103. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After dropping the bomb that Tony was being called to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee, the woman who called herself Marshall walked out after some more flirtatious words from Tony.
Excuse me.
She says as she passes Peter and MJ on her way out, which alerts Tony and Happy another visitor. Peter removed the spell that got them past the guards after getting backstage, so they weren't as stealthy as before.
Who's there?
Happy asks, annoyed that so many people have somehow made it past security.
Hi.
Peter takes the lead and walks in with MJ following close behind.
Let me guess, you snuck in as well.
Happy says, getting a nod from both teenagers.
Don't tell me you have a subpoena for me as well. What's next? Does the Supreme Court want something too?
Tony jokes, but the annoyance from his last guest's gift was clear to see.
No, we just came to meet you. Maybe get an autograph, but it seems you have more to worry about than us.
Peter acts like a fan, hinting that they heard the earlier conversation.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Tony says as he looks at Peter weirdly for a moment.
Do I know you?
No, I don't think we've met.
Peter says with a shake of his head, hiding his shock at how Tony somehow noticed him.
I've been on the news a few times though, so maybe you saw me there. Really, what for?
Tony asks curiously.
I made a popular mobile game.
Peter says with a shrug.
Don't act like it's not a big deal.
MJ says, joining the conversation.
He made Candy Crush.
Ned helped.
Peter shrugged again, not thinking that Tony would care so much about a random mobile game.
Really, my assistant is addicted to that game.
Tony says with an impressed nod.
Whenever I annoy her, she opens Candy Crush and ignores me.
Everyone knows Candy Crush after all. It's the most popular mobile phone game in the world. Even Tony has played the game here and there during times of boredom.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Peter says as he and MJ make their way toward the door. We know that you're busy, so we'll leave you alone.
Wait!
Peter turns, thinking that Tony may have figured it out.
You two wanted autographs, right?
Tony says as he grabs some headshots of himself, which were made for this type of occasion.
Here.
Signing the 2 photos that made Tony look like a member of a boy band, they took a picture each and left with a quick thank you.
Nice kids.
Happy comments when they were gone.
Yep.
Tony says as he snatches the subpoena papers from Happy's grasp.
How far are we from D.C.? D.C., 250 miles.
Next day, 7 a.m. Although the Senate Armed Services Committee blindsided Tony by serving his subpoena only one night before he was required to attend the committee meeting, that didn't slow down the media from attending as well. Tony, Pepper, and Happy arrived just in time, which prompted every camera to turn their way as they entered the committee chambers and took their seats in front of a panel of high-level government officials. At the head of these government officials was Senator Stern, a senator from Pennsylvania and a covert member of Hydra. Using his position, Stern is the leading force behind everything happening today. His goal is to convince the American people that Tony Stark is a threat to their safety, ultimately leading to Tony handing over his Iron Man suit, intending to use it to mass-produce power armor for Hydra. As soon as Tony took a seat, he didn't show a speck of respect for the committee before him. Rather, he took out his phone and started playing Candy Crush, flirting with Pepper every once in a while as well.
Mr. Stark, could we get started, please?
Stearns says as he tries for the 10th time to get Tony's attention away from his phone.
Mr. Stark, please.
Yes, dear.
Tony looks up from his phone and answers the senator.
Can I have your attention?
Stearns asks in exasperation.
Absolutely.
Tony says as he finally sets down his phone.
Do you or do you not possess a specialized weapon?
Stearns asks.
I do not.
Tony replies with a smirk that digs straight into Stearns' soul. Tony replies with a smirk that digs straight into Stearns' soul. You do not, Stearns replies with an air of disbelief. I do not, Tony repeats with an uncaring shrug.
Well, it depends on how you define the word weapon. The Iron Man weapon, Mr. Stark.
Stearns finally states what he is after.
My device does not fit that description.
Tony replies with a shake of his head.
Well,
Stearns asks.
I would describe it by defining it as what it is, Senator.
Tony says, knowing that this dance they were having was annoying the senator and loved every minute of it.
As
Stearns asks, seething on the inside.
it's a high-tech prosthesis.
Tony explains with a smirk.
It's a weapon, Mr. Stark.
Stearns states plainly and clearly.
Please, if your priority was actually the safety and well-being of American citizens.
Tony starts to rant, but Stearns speaks over him.
My priority is to get the Iron Man weapon turned over to the people of the United States of America.
The senator says, but before Tony could rebut, the large wooden doors of the committee chambers swung open.
Does that mean all Americans would be able to buy their own Iron Man suits? Do you want to place them in gun stores next to the M4s and Desert Eagles?
Peter says as he strolls into the room, dressed head to toe in a lawyer-like suit over his spider attire. The cameras that were once on Tony and the committee members panned over to show Spider-Man's arrival to all who were watching.
Yo!
Peter greets his friend as he walks over and takes a seat beside Tony.
What are you wearing?
Tony asks incredulously as he eyes Peter's suit up and down.
What?
Peter says as he fixes his collar and tie.
I thought you could use some representation. How did you even know this was happening?
Tony laughs, thoroughly entertained.
The spider has many little birds that sing all sorts of tunes.
Peter references the show he has been watching lately.
Game of Thrones.
Pepper asks from the side.
Yeah, I've been watching with my girlfriend recently.
Peter reveals as he turns to Tony.
I saw some of your expo last night on TV. Did you refer to yourself as a phoenix personified, or was I dreaming?
This whole conversation was being transmitted around the room for everyone to hear, as many in the room laughed at Peter's question.
As much as we all love Game of Thrones, we should get back on track.
Stearns tries his best to get everyone back on topic, saving Tony from answering an embarrassing question.
You're right.
Peter nods and turns his attention back to the senator.
Tell us more about how you want every American citizen to be equipped with Iron Man suits. That's not what I want.
Stearns tries to clarify, but Peter cuts him off.
But it's what you said, Senator.
Peter says as he leans back in his chair.
Just to be clear, you don't want the Iron Man suit turned over to the people of the United States of America. No.
Stearns says through gritted teeth.
Then why did you say so?
Peter says with a smug look under his mask.
Was that all this was about? Can we leave now? No, I merely misspoke.
Stearns refuses as he takes a deep breath.
What I meant was to have the Iron Man weapon turned over to the American government. Oh, I see.
Peter says with an understanding nod.
Give me a moment to speak with my client.
Peter turns to Tony and doesn't bother to lower his voice as he speaks for all to hear through the microphone.
Is it a no or a hell no?
Peter asks, causing Stearns to brow to crease in anger.
Hell no.
Tony says with a smirk.
I'm afraid my client would have to decline.
Peter says as if he were heartbroken to turn the man down.
Tony Stark is Iron Man. To turn over the Iron Man suit would be to turn over himself. He just couldn't do it. Look, I'm no expert in weapons, but we do have somebody here who is an expert. I'd now like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor.
Chapter 94, C98 Hammer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 104. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Senator Stern says. As the big wooden doors swung open, in walked a blond man with glasses and a very expensive-looking suit. He looked to be in the same age range as Tony, whom he was staring at with a smug smile on his face. Insert picture of Justin Hammer here. Justin Hammer is a military contractor and the CEO and majority shareholder of Hammer Industries, which had formed a strong business rivalry with Stark Industries. Seeking to improve his own position as a contractor for the U.S. government and get one over on Tony Stark, Hammer is working alongside Stern and attempting to damage the public's view of Tony. Not to mention the fact that he was promised to be able to study and replicate Stark's Iron Man suit and arc reactor upon their combined success. Hammer was called as an expert to prove that Tony Stark's ego and his monopoly on his Iron Man armor was now a danger for the United States of America and its people, as part of Stern's attempt to force Stark to give the Iron Man suit technology to the government. Though, in Peter's opinion, Stearns could have chosen a better partner in crime than Justin Hammer. Whilst overconfident, Hammer is also incompetent in terms of the quality of his technology, some of which are faulty altogether and even dangerous to the user. Even the normal guns that Hammer Industries sells have a 50 out of 50 chance of jamming during usage. This is why, although Hammer sees Tony as a rival, Tony doesn't reciprocate that feeling whatsoever. In his eyes, Hammer is nothing more than a wannabe that couldn't make a working piece of tech to save his life.
Let the record reflect that I observed Mr. Hammer entering the chamber, and I am wondering if and when any actual expert will also be in attendance.
Tony comments, causing many to laugh and Hammer to scowl as he made his way up to a podium in front of the panel of government officials.
Senator, if I may.
Hammer says into the microphone, doing his best to ignore Tony's remark.
I may well not be an expert, but you know who was the expert? Your dad. Howard Stark. Really a father to us all and the military-industrial age. Let's just be clear, he was no flower child. He was a lion.
Peter cuts Hammer off before he could continue rambling.
Since he isn't an expert, as you've said, maybe he should leave so we can finish this.
Hearing Peter's words, Stearns didn't know how to legitimize Hammer being there anymore, which goes to show that he shouldn't have worked with Justin in the first place. The man is simply incompetent. Before Stearns could form a rebuttal for Peter's words, Hammer just steamrolled ahead, ignoring the opposition. Peter cuts him off once again and turns to the senator.
Senator, let's move on from this one. He's obviously not an expert, so I see no point in hearing him ramble any further.
As Peter finished speaking, Tony was smirking like a madman while Stearns and Hammer were turning red from anger. The committee would now like to invite Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes to the chamber, Stearns says through gritted teeth. Tony's head snaps backward as the doors swing open for a third time, and Rhodes walks in wearing his military uniform with an ever-present scowl on his face. He looked like he didn't want to be here and most likely was ordered to attend by his superiors, but Tony was currently blinded by the feeling of betrayal, so he didn't seem to notice.
I have before me a complete report on the Iron Man weapon, compiled by Colonel Rhodes. Colonel, for the record, can you please read page 57, paragraph 4?
Stearns says as Rhodes takes Hammer's place at the podium. Shuffling through his report, Rhodes finds the exact paragraph and starts reading.
Very well, as he does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Man presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests. I did, however, go on to say that.
Rhodes says, but the senator cuts him off.
That's enough, Colonel.
Stearns says, getting exactly what he wanted.
You can step away from the podium now.
Rhodes stood rooted to the ground, shocked that the senator would act so shamelessly with this whole situation.
This is all very confusing to me because Iron Man is a member of the Avengers. As an Avenger, we operate at a higher level than any single government branch. Although you have the power to summon my good friend Tony here, as he's an American citizen, Iron Man is already a member of an extra government agency.
You know, the longer this farce goes on, the more it starts to look like you and that idiot over there.
Peter gestures to Hammer, who sat at the side.
Simply want to take what doesn't belong to you. While I agree with you, Spider-Man, we do have a problem.
Rhodes says as he digs through a folder and pulls out some pictures of human-like robots.
Intelligence suggests that the devices seen in these photos are, in fact, attempts at making manned copies of Tony's suit. This has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence on the ground, indicating that these suits are quite possibly, at this moment, operational.
Just like in the movie, Tony starts doing something on his phone, which triggers the TVs in the room to light up and start playing videos of different military tests from the pictures that were shown.
Time for a little transparency. Now, let's see what's really going on.
Tony says with a smirk.
What is he doing?
Stern asks in bewilderment.
If you will direct your attention to the screens, I believe that's North Korea.
Tony says, and the robot starts to walk before stumbling and exploding in a fiery mess. Stern starts yelling for someone to turn off the TVs and stop Tony from continuing as more and more examples of failed Iron Man copies were shown. All of them ended in destruction.
No grave threats here.
Tony says as the screen changes to a video with Hammer in it this time.
Is that Justin Hammer? How did Hammer get in the game? Look, you're on TV. How exciting.
The video plays and shows a test pilot in some clunky Iron Man copy. Hammer directs him to twist his body, which causes the armor to overturn and snap the test pilot's spine with a sickening crack. The screams of the poor guy fill the room as Hammer finds the TV's plug and pulls it out.
Wow, yeah, I'd say most countries are 5 or 10 years away. Hammer Industries 20.
Tony states as he sets his phone down.
I think the point that he's making.
Stearns tries to speak, but Tony cuts him off.
The point is, you're welcome, I guess.
Tony stands up with his hands spread.
For what?
Stearns asks incredulously.
Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it, but I did you a big favor.
Tony says as he turns to the cameras.
I've successfully privatized world peace.
Chapter 95, C99 Poisoning. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 6 chapters ahead at chapter 105. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter portaled Pepper and Tony back to the tower in New York, Pepper stepped through the portal with a nervous look on her face. This was one of the very rare occasions that she was able to use Peter's portal. As she watched the portal close behind them with a look of awe, Tony just strolled through casually and made his way to a nearby minibar, where he poured himself a very large glass of whiskey. Peter removed the lawyer's suit and found a place to sit while thinking of what today's events mean.
Iron Man 2.
Vanko or Whiplash would come after Tony soon enough. This whole debacle with the Senator and Justin Hammer was like a flag telling him that Iron Man 2 would be happening soon. Using his intelligence and patience, Vanko vowed revenge against the son of the man that ruined his and his father's lives. His goal is to destroy Howard Stark's legacy, Tony, and the Stark family's reputation altogether. Sadly, Vanko is a pretty low-level villain, and even when he teams up with Justin Hammer, Tony should still be able to handle the situation on his own. Especially since Tony has gone through the Avengers training program and the design of his suit is ahead of what he had in the movie. Peter would know as they work on his suit together every once in a while.
Maybe this would be a good test for the more inexperienced Avengers.
Peter thought as he and anyone on the council could probably handle this situation on their own. Even Fury, who's a human with no powers or advanced armor like Tony, would probably be able to handle this situation if given enough time and resources. The only problem is Tony's arc reactor. He is using palladium as the core, which is poisoning him and increasing his blood toxicity as the core degrades. After researching and testing every known element, Tony still could not find one that could work in place of palladium, so he had to remain with what worked, even if it was bad for his health. Although Tony doesn't need the arc reactor to keep the shrapnel away from his heart, as he had that surgically removed in preparation for meeting Magneto, that doesn't mean the reactor isn't still poisoning his body. Tony still wears his reactor at all times in preparation for any possible situation that could break out, so he still needs to discover a better element before he kills himself. Tony would have to make a new element as he did in the movie, which he unceremoniously dubbed badassium. Thankfully, Peter knows how he figured it out, so this can be solved easily. Taking out his phone, Peter sent everything he knows about Ivan Vanko to Scythe and asked him to track him down. Once Peter has a handle on the situation, he can bring it up to the council and have an Avengers team take care of it or work out some chance meeting between them. It's the perfect test for them after all. With that settled, Peter turned to Tony and Pepper, who stood by his side, and spoke.
So, Tony, do you plan to tell us about your most recent problem?
Peter says, causing Tony to freeze mid-drink and Pepper to look at him in confusion.
What's he talking about, Tony?
Pepper asks as Tony averts his eyes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tony says as he tries to avoid this conversation.
Okay.
Peter says with a nod as he shoots a web at Tony's shirt and pulls, yanking the billionaire's upper clothes clean off. As Tony's naked chest was revealed to the world, the veins surrounding the arc reactor, which was still attached to his bare chest, were clearly visible and dyed black like ink.
What the?
Pepper gasped as she stepped closer to get a better look.
What happened? It's just some palladium poisoning.
Tony says as he covers his chest with his arms and glares at Peter.
I'm working on a fix. There's no reason to worry.
Why didn't you tell me?
Pepper asks as she moves his arms out of the way and touches the black veins.
Well, you've been busy with becoming CEO of the company, so I didn't want to add more to your plate.
Tony says as he looks away awkwardly. Are these two making this an intimate moment somehow? Peter thought as he watched them interact.
They should just get together already.
That's not an excuse. You're killing yourself, take it off.
Pepper says, knowing that Tony doesn't need the arc reactor as he removed the shrapnel long ago.
I'd rather not.
Tony says as he backs away.
Why?
Pepper asks confusedly.
I just feel naked without it.
Tony says as he looks down at the glowing blue object on his chest.
What? It's killing you.
Pepper states plainly.
Yes, but I'm working on a solution.
Tony says defensively.
Without it, I feel like I'm unarmed. I need to be ready for any dangerous situation.
At this point, it all made sense for Pepper. Tony has some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. He's acting like a veteran soldier that refuses to part with his service pistol. Peter already knew this from his time spent with Tony and his character in the movies.
Look, I get it.
Peter joins the conversation as Tony puts his shirt back on.
I know that I joke about this a lot, but you don't have powers like the rest of the Avengers, so I understand why you feel so attached to the source of your power. However, you shouldn't be hiding such a huge problem like this. There are many people in the Avengers that are qualified and would be glad to help you, myself included.
Tony has no words to fight back, and Pepper nodded alongside every word that came out of Peter's mouth just now. Tony gives up with a tired sigh.
I need help, but I still refuse to remove the arc reactor. Tony!
Pepper goes to speak, but Peter cuts her off.
Fine, how much time before the poisoning gets bad?
Peter agrees and asks, causing Pepper to turn to him with an imploring look.
What? He's far too stubborn to see reason. Let's just focus on a fix before it's too late.
I resent that.
Tony says as he pours himself a new drink.
You didn't answer the question.
Peter says.
I have about 2 weeks to a month before we have to start worrying.
Tony says after sipping his liquor.
Okay, let's recruit Banner, Charles, and Beast. With a stacked team like that, we'll have a fix for this in no time.
Peter says as he takes out a phone and sends a message to the Avengers group text, causing Tony's phone to vibrate. Pulling it out, Tony reads the text out loud.
Yo, Tony is dumb and dying. I hereby summon all big brains to the tower. Get here ASAP before he croaks.
Tony reads the message that was sent to every Avenger with an unamused look on his face.
Seriously? What?
Peter says with a shrug.
You are dumb for keeping this from us, and you are dying if we don't figure this out.
I agree, this was a very stupid thing to hide from us.
Pepper starts reaming into Tony as Peter gets up and slowly sneaks away.
I may not be able to help, but the Avengers could. You just don't think about anyone else. I mean, really, how could you?
Chapter 96, C100 Howard Stark. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 5 chapters ahead at chapter 105. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Within the next 2 hours, Bruce, Charles, and Henry, Beast, rushed to the top of the tower with confused and worried looks on their faces. At first, they thought this was a joke, but after getting some more information from Peter and Pepper, they fully understood the problem.
Why can't you just take it off until we find a replacement?
Banner asks as if it was a simple solution, which it was, but Tony was as stubborn as a mule and extremely paranoid from his recent experiences.
I refuse.
Tony says plainly, guarding his arc reactor against everyone's prying eyes.
We refuse your refusal.
Beast says as he tries to rush at Tony to take it off of him. Keyword tries.
My fur.
Henry says as he stands back to his feet and sees the singe marks on his chest.
Well, don't attack me again, and you won't lose any more hair.
Tony says as his palm thrusters pulse threateningly.
I'll keep that in mind.
Henry mutters as he brushes the singed hairs off his chest. As this was happening, Fury and Natasha walked into the room. Fury held a closed cardboard box in hand as Natasha walked up behind Tony and poked his exploded neck with a needle, injecting him with some sort of fluid. Out of reflex, the thrusters in Tony's palms fired and hit the floor as he turned to see Natasha with an empty syringe in hand.
Oh God, are you gonna steal my kidney and sell it? What did she just do to me?
Tony begins to panic as he looks around the room in dismay.
What did we just do for you? That's lithium dioxide. It's gonna take the edge off. It'll help with the pain and discomfort.
Fury says, which causes Tony to notice the ease and the pain he's been feeling recently.
Give me a couple boxes of that. I'll be right as rain. Problem solved.
Tony says as he points to the needle in Natasha's hand.
It's not a cure, it just abates the symptoms.
Natasha reluctantly informs him.
You're still poisoned.
That thing in your chest is based on unfinished technology, Stark.
Fury says as he walks forward and hands the box over to Tony, who took it out of reflex.
No, it was finished. It just wasn't particularly effective until I miniaturized it and put it in my chest.
Tony rebuts as he looks down at the box as if to say,
What's this? No, Howard said the arc reactor was the stepping stone to something greater. He was about to kick off an energy race that was gonna dwarf the arms race. Your father was on to something big, something so big that it was gonna make the nuclear reactor look like a AAA battery.
Fury ignores Tony's look and gains the attention of all the scientific minds in the room.
Okay.
Tony says almost unbelievably.
Well, I've tried everything. I doubt there's something the old man saw that I didn't. You haven't tried everything.
Fury says as he walks to the door.
What do you mean I haven't tried everything? What haven't I tried?
Tony asks as Peter walks up and takes the box from him. Tony was too preoccupied with Fury to care as Peter walked over to the couch and started curiously going through the box.
He said that you were the only person with the means and knowledge to finish what he started.
Fury says as he keeps walking away.
He said that.
Tony asks as Fury stops at the door and turns around.
How do you know my father so well? Howard Stark was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. We worked together a lot before his untimely death.
Fury reveals, shocking everyone, especially Tony.
What?
Tony mutters as Fury turns around and leaves.
I got a 2 o'clock meeting.
Fury calls out with a wave as he rounds the corner and disappears from view.
Wait, what's with the box?
Tony calls out, but Fury doesn't come back.
So,
Peter says as he looks up from the box and at Tony.
your dad was a super spy, huh? Shut up, webhead.
Tony says in exasperation.
At most, my dad was probably just a glorified money and gadget supplier. Trust me, he wasn't some type of James Bond. He was cold, he was calculating, he never told me he loved me. Hell, he never even told me he liked me. Sounds like the personality of a busy spy to me.
Peter says jokingly.
No, more the personality of a busy CEO who took every opportunity to avoid his family and their problems.
Tony says as his suit is removed by robotic arms and he walks over to Peter and looks through the box.
What's all this?
He asks as Charles, Beast, Pepper, and Banner circle around to see as well.
It's just files from your father's time working on the arc reactor with someone named Anton Vanko. It's all just files and blueprints.
Peter says as he already took a look inside.
Is that film for a projector?
Charles asks as he sees circular tins, which held old-school film for videos. It took almost an hour, but after going through the box with everyone, Pepper finally arrived with an old-school projector for them to use. She left to find one so that everyone else could go through the box together. Hooking up the projector, they all sat back and watched but soon felt awkward as the film kept played. It seemed to be the outtakes bloopers for a video that Howard Stark was filming for the expo back in the day. When it got awkward was when Howard suddenly started talking to Tony through the video, as they could all tell that Tony was feeling emotional from it.
Tony, you're too young to understand this right now, so I thought I would put it on film for you. I built this for you.
Howard gestures to the model of the Stark Expo behind him.
Someday you'll realize that it represents a whole lot more than just people's inventions. It represents my life's work. This is the key to the future. I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you'll figure this out. When you do, you will change the world.
As the video came to an end, Peter could see the mist appear in Tony's eyes, but he did a good job at hiding it.
That was nice of him.
Peter comments as he finds the silence uncomfortable.
Shut up, webhead.
Tony uses that moment to laugh and wipe the mist from his eyes without anyone noticing.
What, you said he was a D***CK, but now I think he was just what the anime community would call a tsundere.
Peter says, confusing everyone in the room.
What the hell is a tsundere?
Bruce asks for everyone.
Just think of it as someone that has a hard time showing their feelings. They use a hot and cold attitude to mask what they truly feel.
Peter explains.
Or he was just an asterisk shoal.
Tony jokes.
No, I think that video showed how much your father cared about you.
Peter says as he walks up to the projector and rewinds the video.
Now there's only one question.
Peter pauses the video as it shows a good view of the model behind Howard Stark.
Why is that miniature model so important?